Hello and welcome everyone to America's Day at the Races. We are off and running here in the program brought to you by America's Best Racing. I love the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. You won't have to wait long to get in on the racing action as I'm Maggie Wolfendale, accompanied by Sarah L. Bodwee, and we'll take you through the first part of this show, and Sarah will jump right into it. First race about to begin at Oaklawn Park. It's their Hall of Fame day, too.
An exciting day, bringing out all of those connections and really the people that we look up to the most, or that we think of when we think of horse racing's past and their great success. So a fun day out on track at Oaklawn, and the first race coming right up.
Yes, it is. It's a 12-5 claimer traveling the 6 furlongs, and we do see a tepid favorite in number 5 right now. That's Happy Mac. Gosh, I remember when this horse started his career. He was running against Following C, I believe. It was a battle of the 2-run Happies a couple years ago out there at Oaklawn Park. But anyway, he's going first off the claim here for Ingrid Mason.
How times have changed, right? A very different group that he will be facing in here. And I think you can kind of say the same for Horse Towards the Outside and Tiger Dad, who just has really plunged down the class ladder over his last couple of starts. And you're dealing with a group that is likely to be pretty competitive with each other based on the kind of horse they are right now. I liked the number 1, Big Sweet, a little bit. This is a horse that was running against much tougher company in his last start relative to this field, was also off a little bit of a layoff as well, had been mostly running in California, and when he was at a similar level to this 2 starts ago, he was able to get the win. So I think this might be a more realistic spot.
Sure, looks like a big horse, too. He's kind of in an uncomfortable position coming back off that layoff. Didn't take much money for a Diodoro horse off the claim in a tougher spot, as you mentioned. I was a little interested in number 3, Spotted Bull in here. He'll go third off the claim for Dan Ward, who puts the blinkers back on. This is a horse who primarily ran with them on throughout his career, 48 races to date. But that last race he comes out of, Sarah, where he was wired by Optimal Courage down at the fairgrounds, there were 4 next time out winners. The 5th horse improved slightly Beyer. 7th horse improved 24 Beyer speed figures points, and the 9th horse improved 14. So I think it's fair to say it could be a live race, and I just thought that he's getting a bit of class relief too.
I think so, and you're getting a decent price right now, 7-1.
It's Hall of Fame day at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman has a call of race 1 to get us underway.
We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park on Hall of Fame Day 2024. The first call of the day goes to Happy Mac. He's in front in the early part. Goodheart keeping tabs with him. Tiger Dad moving up to make it a party of 3, a half length off the top pair, who are locked in battle down the backstretch. Spotted Bull runs in the 4th position. Big Swede broke on the rail. He's on the outside now, and about the 4-path, in fact, and he's 3 lengths off the lead, already aggressively ridden by Ramon Vasquez. Sent along a little bit on the outside into the turn. 2.5 to Creme de la Chrome, and Drifter has been outrun in the early part as they round the far turn. Goodheart, 3 furlongs to go in front of half length. Happy Mac on the outside pressing. Big Sweet in an all-out drive. He's 3rd with Tiger Dad, who's lost position between horses. On the inside, Spotted Bull tries to rally on 5 behind. Creme de la Chrome is next. Drifter well behind as they come off the corner. Goodheart, Happy Mac turn into the stretch together, and they're in a match race right now with about a furlong to go. Happy Mac on the outside with a short edge. Goodheart back to 2nd on the inside. Creme de la Chrome's into 3rd. 16th to go, and Happy Mac opens up the lead, and he is a winner of the opener. Happy Mac opening up 2.5, and he hits the line well clear. Goodheart was 2nd. Drifter from a mile behind got up for 3rd. Creme de la Chrome was 4th.
Happy Mac leaning back on that back class that he once had. First off the claim for Ingrid Mason. Sarah, he'll go back-to-back in the win column.
And 2nd win at the meet as well for this horse. You know that he runs well at Oaklawn, being 3 for 8. 4 in the money finishes throughout his career so far. And this was a race where he kept himself close enough to get himself into position to be able to take the lead over your pace setter in good heart, and he wasn't so far out of it or trying too hard to contest that early pace.
Felt like this race kind of forwardly dominated. We'll see how things play out at what looks to be a beautiful day at Oaklawn Park. I feel like Mother Nature owes us a few nice Saturdays, whether it's here in New York or out at Oaklawn Park, as they have a feature on tap. It is the Whitmore Stakes, and the feature, being the Whitmore Stakes, is complemented by the Oaklawn Park Hall of Fame Day 2024. Look at that list, Sarah. That is an extensive list of the human counterparts that are in the Hall of Fame out there at Oaklawn.
It's a celebrity lineup. It's everybody you could really want an autograph from, is it not?
Absolutely. Janet Elliott out there. I love it. Janet Elliott, known for her steeplechase horses.
Very
cool. Love my conversations in the Saratoga paddock with Janet. But we got to welcome in our man on the scene. Paulie, I got to know, whose autograph did you get earlier today?
Well, I already have a couple guys' autographs from last year. You know, I was starstruck a little bit when we had Hall of Fame Day here last year. So I got a few more I need to get. I got Mr. Cauthen, of course. I've also gotten a couple others. I do have a collection as well, but I need a couple other guys that have shown up today. I need to get Janet Elliott. I'm glad you mentioned her name. A lot of people don't know Janet Elliott, but in the steeplechase world, she is royalty, and I do want to get her, obviously, the always smiling Julie Crone. I've been able to get a picture with her, but what a wonderful day they always have here every year here at Oaklawn. And talking to a lot of people here, I mean, everybody's been so talkative and been so personable with everybody. Talking to a couple ladies here from Texas that come every year, said that Richard Mandela was talking their ear off. I said, wait a second. I've been doing interviews with that guy for 10 years. He said 3 words back to me. I need to do an interview with Richard Mandela. I'm set out to do one with him. Maggie, I need to hear Richard Mandela say more than a sentence to me, because I love the man. I know he's got the dry humor. Reminds me so much of Michael Maker and Todd Pletcher. They're really, really witty on the side, but this is a day for, you know, Hall of Famers. And, you know, the other thing about it is it's coincided with Whitmore Day. Would you kind of see Whitmore's kind of in the Oaklawn Hall of Fame, isn't he?
Absolutely, Paul. I was thinking the same thing. He might not be in racing's Hall of Fame quite yet, but Oaklawn Park, he is kind of their poster boy as well.
He's the superstar when you think about Oaklawn and the success that he had there, as well as on every stage throughout his career. I mean, he's just sort of legendary, and of course his trainer very well familiar with Oaklawn Park, and he lives right near it.
Yeah, out the back at the 6 furlong pole, or a little bit further on than that. Anyway, looking forward to catching up with Paul throughout the day to catch up with those Hall of Famers. I know he was looking to get Julie Crone as well, but here's what we have for you on tap, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Today's races, the entirety of the card at Aqueduct, as well as Oaklawn now, with the first race completed, 2 through 10. The Purple Martin is race number 7, and the Grade 3 Whitmore coming up is race number 9. But our feature here at the Big A is coming up in race 6. It is the Cicada for the 3-year-old fillies, $100,000 going the 6 furlongs. We did see a scratch in here. We will only have a field of 4 going forward, and Sarah, it looks as though we'll have a prohibitive favorite too in number 1, Galia Princess.
I agree, and this is a situation where we do have that 2-day pick 6 carryover, and this horse is likely to be the most single horse within the 6-race sequence. And on my ticket, she will be as well, because I'm a fan of this horse. She didn't break all that quickly in her last start. She had to rush up to sort of maintain that position. She put away the other speed in this race, and then she couldn't quite hold off a horse that got a great stalking trip and who I think has some talent in Helena's Forte. Now she's cutting back a little bit from the 7 to the 6 furlongs, the distance she won at on debut. And I think that she's just kind of that game, tactical type of horse that might just be better than the rest of the field that she's facing in here, particularly with the scratch and value area.
And it's sounding like Connections feel as though that, obviously, in her first race, she showed she could rate, that they're going to try to do the same thing again. The horse coming in from Maryland, Miss Harriet, does feel pretty quick, and her trainer, Brandon McFarland, not saying we're not going to take anything away from her.
And at least you know that she can pass another horse because she did so on her way to victory first time out. So at least having that in their back pocket if something doesn't go their way, instead of having to be on this all-out send for the lead and thinking it's their only route to success.
The Bradcocks team looking for yet another NYRA Stakes win here at Aqueduct. They've been on quite a nice roll from the start of the year. But as always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your NYRA Bets account. New members, when you use promo code BONUS200 over at NYRABets.com, can earn that $200 deposit match bonus. Over here at the Big A, we have race number 1 in the Paddock. As we'll take a look here at the field. Oh, there's Maggie T. Not, obviously.
Remember when you didn't have the Maggie exact?
Yeah, I felt like such an idiot.
I felt bad for you.
Yeah, I mean, all I could do was just laugh. I couldn't believe
It's
it
hilarious.
actually came in because Maggie was a huge price that day.
Yeah.
Maggie T was like the favorite, but she completed the exacta.
The Maggies.
Anyway, number 3, Lockbox with the drop-in class is your current favorite for Ralph D'Alessandro and Eric Cancel. Slight favorite, I should say, is 3 horses up there at 3-1. More on this race, including a Paddock report from our legend, Richard McGlory, coming up next.
Post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, wait for the truck. All right, yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's gonna do his job. I'm gonna just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Such a fun feature. Great job with that, Mig. And what Kendrick said I thought was so important in that your early position wins the race. Now, great horses, they can overcome that adversity. That's what makes them such good horses. But with these lower level horses, how important is the start of the race for them?
Well, immensely more important, Maggie. You know, it's always my experience that lower level horses were more easily discouraged than your better horses, your stakes quality horses. You know what they say, right? The same boiling water that makes a potato soft makes an egg hard. It's not always circumstances, it's what you're made of. So you want to get away clean, so you give your horse that opportunity to get in a good rhythm, get confidence, get balance, and then they're able to finish for you. So I always thought starts were important. One of the most important parts of a race, no matter what the distance, whether it was 1.5 miles or 5 furlongs, you needed to get out cleanly and get in a spot where your horse got very, very comfortable. Looking at horses here now, you know, we got a beautiful day. It's absolutely glorious out today. A little bit unseasonably warm. Some of the horses' coats just aren't, you know, giving you that great impression, but they're coming from trainers that don't tend to clip in the winter, so their hair's a little bit longer, and they're just going to look a little bit more kind of washed out, if you will. And I just think it's more a function of them having a long coat on an unseasonably warm day. The 2 horses that stood out physically were the 2-horse Maggie T. Could not look any better for Michelle Giangiulio, making a beautiful impression. Like her a lot. She is your favorite now. And a horse that comes out of the same race as her last time and was very well beaten on the outside is Simple Sugar. Now, full disclosure, I picked Simple Sugar last time because I loved the way she looked. And she got very, very animated as they got towards the starting gate and really acted up in the gate. Well, she looks even better today physically than she did last time, and it looks to me like she's really keeping it together here. Gina Giglio has done a terrific job with her, and I'm going to pick her. I was with her last time. She was well beaten, just didn't run. But I also think she was kind of letting everybody know she just wasn't in the right frame of mind. I'm not seeing that so far today, and I hope she continues to mind her manners because from a physical perspective at 5-1, I think she is a major play from the outside post.
Yeah, it looks like Lane Leslie, who will be aboard her for the 4th time in a row, just kind of keeping her quiet back in the chute. Probably a good thing to do with a horse that can get a little upset sometimes moving towards the gate. Now, she, for the 3rd time in a row, too, Sarah, she has an outside post. Did you put any stock in her and that misbehavior prior to the start of the race last time?
I mean, when you look at the race where she ran well 2 starts ago, finishing 2nd to Cupid's Girl, she was forwardly placed. And I thought that in this race, she might have to deal with some other horses that want that forward position, namely Maggie T towards her inside. Now, she does draw towards the outside, so it's always a more favorable position to be in when you are that outside speed. But I kind of wondered, with the drop downs that we're seeing in this field in terms of class level, if she was quite good enough to compete with them based on who they've been facing in the past. She is kind of that horse for this level and can be very effective, but this might be a tougher race for the level based on who's dropping in from a higher level.
So did that lead you to Lockbox?
No, actually, I went with Roja Ligera in this spot. I feel as though she's one that there are races where she's been with the racetrack and run well, but there are a couple races over her past 5 or so where she's been against the racetrack and still run really well, namely that one where she was against the track on November 19th, running very well at a big price to be second in there. And I think that she's just kind of been in tougher spots throughout.
She's probably against track last time, too.
Yeah.
Granted, the winner was against the track as well and was still able to get the job done as well as Fancy Feline. So I don't know, maybe that race was a bit of an outlier when it came to the biases that day. But okay, for lower profile connections here, they do have a win at the meet. Whereas, you know, Maggie T going out for Michelle Giangulio, I didn't know what to do with her, Sarah, because last time she dueled on the front end. Yes, the just in Fuega, Joey the Fish, doing her normal Joey the Fish routine in launching from well back, was able to get up and win. But Try It Again was dueling on the front end with her, and she was able to finish second, whereas Maggie T was a well-beaten 7th there.
Oh, Try It Again ran the best race in that
Absolutely.
race by far, because when you look at the 3rd and 4th place finishers, they were also with the flow of the race, coming from far back. And Try It Again was the only one who was contesting that early pace and still managed to stick around. I just wasn't in love with either of her last 2 races, to be honest. And I think that when she took that big drop for Linda Rice, she was 3-1 that day, maybe a little bit against the racetrack. Maybe you wanted to be more inside that day. But I wasn't in love with how she ran last time because, as you mentioned, Another Speed did stick around.
She just does not seem like the same horse. I mean, and not that she was great by any shakes going back to earlier last year, but she's a mere shadow of what she was before that layoff.
Yeah, she's not for me. Over her last couple of races, it just doesn't seem like the ability is still there. And I mean, a horse that she lost to once upon a time, who's a huge price in here, Luna Loca, they all have that one race that wins this race.
Right,
Where
Luna
is it?
Loca, I mean, way back when, she would be like 2-5 in this race if she, you know,
Off
ran
that one big effort.
Exactly. But they're heading in line here as we saw Rojo, is it Liera or Ligera?
Red
Ligera
light.
is the favorite as they head into line at 2-1. As we'll see, hopefully Simple Sugar behaves herself this time. Chris Griffin, he kicks things off here at the Big A with the call.
And they're off. Lockbox breaks on top, and it's Lockbox right out to the front, and Maggie T towards the inside, and Devilee's going to make it 3 across the racetrack. Joining them is Simple Sugar out wider. Clearing off, it's Lockbox, and Eric Cancel there in front by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Devilee to engage from the 2nd position, and Simple Sugar is there in 3rd. Taken back now is going to be Maggie T, is going to save ground towards the inside. In behind that comes Roja Ligera, the trailer is Luna Loca. They're chasing Lockbox at 7-2. Went 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Lockbox will take him into the far turn with less than 4 furlongs to travel. Devilee is in pursuit here from 2nd, continues to hound this leader, and here comes Devilee with the move. Is ranging up now inside of a neck advantage here for Lockbox and Devilee. They're 1-2. At the rail, Maggie T looking for a seam. Is it there? Yes, it is. And here comes Maggie T. Dream run here at the rail, and Maggie T has taken the lead. It's the gray. Maggie T is now ahead in front as they reach the top of the stretch. 46-1 for that half-mile time. Maggie T made the move, and Maggie T kicks on. Lockbox is not done. Same can be said for Devilee. Down the center of the racetrack is Roja Ligera. 4 of them here as they approach that final furlong. Maggie T's got the lead. Lockbox going to try one more time to the outside. Maggie T to the inside. Lockbox to the outside, and Lockbox is back in front. Big time run here. Lockbox, Maggie T. Lockbox wins it by a head. Lockbox over Maggie T. Roja Ligera then got tight for 4th there. Simple Sugar to the inside of Devilee in 1:17.3.
Lockbox would not be denied as she battles back against Maggie T, who got a dream trip sneaking up the rail. And at the end, felt like almost an overlay, Sarah. She went off at 7-2.
And your morning line favorite in here, and I like that Eric Cancel was aggressive with this
He
horse.
was, yeah.
He put this horse right into position, right out of the gate. And I think that having that established spot early on in this race sort of helped her to then be like, oh, I could win this race. Have that confidence to come battle back against a horse that got a really perfect trip and still didn't have quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, the last time she won a race, which was nearly a year ago, it was one when she was on the front end. So Lockbox, 3-2-1-6 in the end. 2 7-2 shots on top. Maggie T, an improved effort, but still lacks a little bit of that killer instinct. As talking about formidable duos, the Asmussen father and son team of Steve and Keith, they have been lethal over at Oaklawn Park, racking up the winners, and Steve on tap for Hall of Fame Day.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Live coverage from Oaklawn Park as well as here at Aqueduct. And we just saw the winner of today's first race at Aqueduct, Lockbox, the drop-in class for Ralph D'Alessandro and an aggressive Eric Hansel.
Little class relief, little forward position, really helped this horse just get into her best stride and get comfortable in this race and led to a victory and maybe a little bit of an overlay, honestly, going off at 7-2 and what was a pretty well-matched betting board throughout this race, but she's able to come back and succeed over Maggie T.
And those two well clear of third place finisher, your post-time favorite, and Rojo Liera. And that will get us to race number 2. It's a 25 claimer. And don't forget that the pick 6 does start in race number 3 today with that $75,000 plus pick 6 carryover. Back over in Hot Springs, maiden claimer 12-5. As we mentioned before the break, Steve and Keith Asmussen teaming up with the drop-down Texas Hottie. But the public all about the second off the claim, number 1, Ocean Bird for Ron Moquette. For more on this field, we'll check in with Paul.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, this is a little 12-5 claimers. You're seeing actually applause, or you're hearing applause from the crowd. They just did a little tribute to Edgar Prado. It's really cool. They're doing tributes to all the Hall of Famers in the infield as well. And they're doing one now on Bill Bolin, who is here, by the way, at 90 years young. Okay, let's get on to race number 2. You see the post-braid Honduras Passion going through for Kim Poole. I mean, when you look at the 2, 3, and 4, they all need to improve in here. That's why they're big prices. Now, I could see someone like the 5 here at 15-1. Horses dropping from maiden special weight to 20,000, although 60-1 that day and only beat like 2 horses or 3 horses home. But on the drop, most of these horses will improve. 15-1 might be a little too high. The 6 in here differently. You know, I'll get back to her because she's 4 years old. A lot of these other horses are 3 years old. Some horse players don't like to play these younger horses this time of year. Boogie On's the horse I like in here for Carl Broberg, claimed off the Allen Milligan barn. Carl's been on a heater here. His horses have been running. Brief note off a long, long layoff here for Corey Owens. You know, Predicting is the interesting horse in here. And the reason why is this is a horse for Timothy Martin that dropped last time, is getting in at 106 pounds with Carlos Barbosa, so getting a ton of weight. You see the 10, Travis Wales, and then what Maggie was mentioning earlier, the Asmussen duo who's been hot, Texas Hottie. And this is a horse that did show speed at the maiden 50 level. You would think dropping all the way down to 12.5 that this horse can put some pressure on the 1. You know, the 1 at 3-2, now 8-5, Ocean Bird. You know, I'm not a fan of horses that have leads deep and stretch and then they give it up. But this horse should get to the front end unless the 11 can clear all the way over and kind of press. Because when you look at the 2, 3, and 4 in this race, unless the 5 shows speed, there's just not much speed in the inside of this racetrack. So the 1's going to lead him around for most of the way. But I'm going to put my money on the 7 and Carl Broberg off the claim. I do think the 9 is very sneaky. I think the 1 is beatable here is what I'm trying to say. So I was between the 7, 9, 9, 7. I landed on the 7, Maggie.
I like it, Paulie, as Boogie On, first off that Broberg claim, as Paul was saying about, you know, kind of slow into stride last time, made up some ground late in the game there, going the 6 furlongs. Maybe with Carl, do you think, a lot of times with these claiming trainers, I feel like they do put a little bit more speed into horses that they take over. No, not that this horse is going to be a front-end runner suddenly, but at least a little bit more gate speed would put this horse in a better position because she's just been nowhere early.
Well, we just talked about the serious importance of getting your horse into a good position, particularly in these lower level types of races. And that's exactly what we saw play out in the first race at Aqueduct. Position early on led to a victory, even though the horse was passed towards the inside, still able to come back and reassert herself. And so when you're dealing with horses at levels like this, they don't always want to pass other horses, and having more forward position, it kind of gives you less work to have to do throughout the race. So for her to be a little bit more successful, I would think that they would need to have some forward placing, but this horse would need to improve a little bit first off the claim, though we do see many horses do just that for this barn.
And this is an interesting condition in which Arkansas breds, they run for the 20, Open Company run for the 12.5, and as Paul said, this has opened up to 3-year-olds and upward. A lot of these quote-unquote 3-year-olds aren't technically quite 3 yet. Quickly, Sarah, who did you go to in here?
For a crazy, crazy, crazy horse, brief note, the number 8, a horse that only started one time in a restricted stakes race and now off a very lengthy layoff, hasn't run since December of 2022. Another horse that I like a little bit is the number 6, Differently, one of those horses that's older than some of the 3-year-old competitors.
I thought Honduras Passion was a little bit interesting as well. Turned back first time fast track, had trouble in her last
with the long
2.
shots.
We'll see what shakes out here. A lot of times with these lower level maiden claimers, a lot of strange things can happen. And we've seen a lot of price horses out at Oaklawn Park as they are heading in to line who will be a maiden no longer. Matt Dinnerman has your call.
To the outside, Texas Hottie. They're going to back out Ocean Bird and reload her. She's 6-5 currently as she takes her spot to the outside. Texas Hottie. Here's Texas Hottie. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful start. A lineup for the lead on the far outside. Texas Hottie gets into it. Classy Edge in the green showing speed as well. Ocean Bird from the inside moving up to come and challenge Classy Edge on the front end. Ocean Bird inside of her punching forward. She snatches the lead. And the favorite Ocean Bird is a half-length edge on Classy Edge, who runs in second. They're about 5 ahead of Differently, who takes third. Texas Hottie to the outside of her. A gap of 2 to Babe in the Woods. Passed on the outside by Bonnie Lass into the far turn run. Predicting is next. Running about 8 lengths off the lead around the turn. 3 better than Honduras Passion. Brief note to the outside, and Principal Anita at the back with Boogie on as they round the far turn. Ocean Bird just the neck in front. Classy Edge on the outside looms large there together as they hit the quarter pole. 2 back to Texas Hottie, sent along from the outside, drifts wide off the turn. Bonnie Lass is with her as they come down the lane here. Ocean Bird has given way. The favorite's done at this point, and Classy Edge is still in front. Predicting up the inside, coming with a surge. Differently outside in the middle of the track. It's Classy Edge with a 16th to go, opening up by 2. Predicting is trying hard from the inside, but she's second best. Classy Edge wins it over Predicting. Third home was Differently, and Principal Anita checks in fourth.
Left lead didn't matter as Classy Edge breaks her maiden in her second start, debuted in that Arkansas-bred maiden special weight. And she showed a little bit of speed that day, Sarah, but she was able to see things through today just with the experience. And what she went off at 8-5.
9-1, I think.
9-1. I can't
Maybe
see.
Maybe 8-1.
8-1.
Not 9-5.
It's like, wait, what? Where did I miss that horse going off as favorite? Anyway, yeah, Classy Edge, bit of an upset here. The 9 got a great ride by Carlos Barbosa. You could tell she was getting into the race. He cut the corner, just second best.
You noticed how well she was moving very early on around that turn and then got that nice dream run right up the rail. Just not quite good enough. And you see all these people here for Hall of Fame Day out there. It's always nice that they have a big crowd on hand at Oaklawn. And you've been, you know that they attract a pretty good group of people to come watch the races live.
Yeah, and especially when the weather's nice and you can go out to the infield. It's so much fun. They have so many things going on there. And obviously it being Hall of Fame Day, a lot of people trying to get those autographs and meet some of their racing heroes, as we will come back and bring you some official prices with Classy Edge getting the win, but we'll also check in with a superstar when it comes to Oaklawn Park. That's Whitmore, as his namesake race coming up as the feature in Hot Springs today.
Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore striding forward for the lead in the final furlong of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. What a day in the career of this 7-year-old. Whitmore and Ron Ortiz Jr. have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
In his 4th try, he would be a champion, a Breeders' Cup champion and an Eclipse Award winner. That's right, it's Whitmore. 4 consecutive Breeders' Cup Sprint race appearances, and he gets it done in his 4th try. Winner of over $4.5 million. Gutsy gelding.
He was so cool. I mean, when you look at his lifetime past performances, you just see a real racehorse that danced every dance, tried everything he possibly could, even ran in the Kentucky Derby when he was eligible all the way back in 2016. And for him to have that big victory of his own in here, I'm sure just meant so much to Connections, because he'd been so talented and so hard-knocking throughout his career that to finally get that big victory must have meant so much.
And such a special horse to Ron and his wife, Laura. Laura then took him, retired him, and he participated in the Retired Racehorse Project just a few years ago. So, and doing quite well in competitive trail. But let's check in with this year's edition as we see Tejano Twist trying to do his best Whitmore impression, and he looks to take back-to-back editions of this Grade 3 event.
He's just been so consistent over the past year, really, and kind of his ascent to greatness in a way started with this race, or maybe a couple races before, where he's just been running faster than he ever had in his career prior to that. He's a closing type of horse, so he might need things to go his own way a little bit, but at the same time, he's just been able to unleash these devastating late kicks in the majority of his races, and take nothing away from him last time finishing second to Skelly, who is a very, very good sprinter in his own right.
And not that he's on Whitmore level yet, but he really reminds me of Whitmore too, just the way he looks and
closing
his running style. Exactly. As Tejano Twist, he's going to likely have to deal with Rivet, whose game was aided with the scratch of Ninja Warrior, the only horse that looked as though he could possibly entertain him early.
And Rivet's one of those horses that we always talk about, Steve Asmussen having that capability to develop an older horse that's better than they were at 2 and 3. And I think this last race from Rivet might be an indicator that he's going to follow that same trajectory, because it was his career best, a 99 Beyer speed figure, and just the ease with which he won this race. Maybe we're now dealing with a bigger, stronger Rivet than he was as a 3-year-old, and he has the pace edge on his main rival.
And pretty cool that Keith Asmussen has been aboard him for the last 3 starts and will so again today. But an interesting addition of today's Grade 3 Whitmore to Honor Legend, who will be on track as well. I do believe that he'll lead the post parade with Laura Marquette aboard him, as we'll get back to live action here. Race number 3. Where are we? Race 2.
This was the second race.
Classy Edge. She did pull off the 9-1 upset here for Eusebio Rufino. Apologies if I butchered that, but Walter De La Cruz in the irons for this daughter of Competitive Edge, Arkansas bred.
Yeah, she was just getting some class relief. I mean, she'd faced maiden special weight company at the state bred level, now dropping in for a tag, and just you have to think that the world of horses she was meeting in that last start, very different than what she was running into in this one. She established forward position, and she was able to take over.
Yeah, nice payouts there. 3 9-1 shots.
Wow.
Top your trifecta with a 30-1 shot, rounding out the Super. As back over here at the Big A, Maddie Oliver, she will be aboard the outside runner. Shoot, there it is for Rob Falcone, second off the claim. We do see 7-5 though on Smoking Hot Kitty. Sarah, this feels like the horse that should be favored now.
I agree. I mean, this is clearly the horse to beat based on her last 3 races, really just being faster than what the majority of this field has been capable of. And now she's dropping slightly in class. She can be forward. She was forward towards the inside in her last start on a day where the rail might have been at least a little bit questionable. And she's just kind of the class of this field coming in, leading to that very short 3-2 you're seeing right now.
Shigeko, do you have any interest in her?
No. This is a horse that she could be forward in here, and that is probably her best weapon. But when she was able to get the win in the last win of her career, she was facing a very weak group of horses, and she was so much so with the outside flow of that racetrack. And I also wonder with her if it's a wet track that moves her up a little bit as well, and that's not what she's getting today.
Correct. As to, she'd have a little bit trouble early on in that New York bred allowance last time out, but then after that really kind of had a great trip, able to save ground and kind of sneak up the rail for fourth, as she'll drop back in for a claiming tag for the first time in 3 starts. You went a little bit off the reservation here and went with the rank outsider in number 2, Ice Love.
Yeah, I have a crazy horse for this race because truly looking through, I know that I didn't want Memento Me or Shoop There It Is. They were with the flow of the race last time. I didn't really want Shigeko. I didn't want to take the favorite, and I'm not that confident that Fancy Feline wants to go the mile distance.
Yeah.
And we're left with the insane horse Ice Love, who I will say, she was facing a different world of horses in that March 3rd race, a state-bred non-winners of 1 allowance. She was also off a little bit of a freshening. And when you look at her other race here on December 31st, that was a day where speed was fairly dominant and the rail was an advantage. And this horse broke a half a step slow, remained at the back of the pack, and never at any point in that race saved ground whatsoever. So I think she's a little bit better than those last 2 races might suggest for her. The problem is that there aren't races that make her quite good enough to win, even when she has run her best. So that's also what's leading you to the gigantic, overwhelming price that she is right now.
So you're basically hoping that a lot of these horses don't run their race
Yes.
either. Gotcha. We did see the blacksmith and a couple of the attending veterinarians looking at number 5, Memento My, here, but all things look swimmingly.
From our vantage point
from our
upstairs.
vantage point. They were having a good look at her hind end, I believe, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, she seems fine, as we do have jocks in the paddock. Seems to be a little bit of a holdup there, as we do have 4 minutes to post for this second race at the Big A. Just a reminder that the Pick 6 does kick off in race 3 with our 8-race card today, with that 2-day carryover of over $75,000.
And I think yesterday is just a really great example of finding that one creative type of horse and being able to use some of the shorter prices throughout and still get yourself to what would have been a serious payout. You don't have to pick all long shots or fade every favorite. You just need to do so in selective spots, and likely not the same spots as everyone else.
Yeah.
Easier said than done.
Exactly. As you're taking a look at the hind legs of number 5 there. And for more on what's been transpiring in the paddock, we check in with Mig.
Yeah, guys, they're looking at the 5-horse here, obviously, because she actually came to the paddock with just three shoes. She's missing the shoe on her left hind leg. And, you know, so they're trying to ascertain whether this is okay to compete like that or not. So we should have a decision here momentarily.
Why aren't they putting one on?
I don't know.
Usually when this happens, the blacksmith will put a shoe on.
She doesn't have glue-ons from what we can tell.
No, and usually glue-ons aren't behind. I mean, there are some horses that run it for glue-ons. I know that.
Yeah. Because wasn't there that incident with Pretty Birdie, and then she had the glue-ons?
Exactly.
And then they put on the other shoe.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
And then she was off for a while.
I think she lost like 3 of the 4 shoes in the running of that. What was that?
Well, it seems like we're going ahead.
I guess we're going. I will say that in times past, these horses have run for purse money only. So I don't know what's going on. Anyway,
we'll find out.
They look as though they're heading out. So we'll get a post parade here in a moment. Andrew Wolfsont aboard the number 5, Memento My.
Is it Memento My or Memento Me?
Oh, me. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
anyway.
Latido?
Yeah. Right. Fancy Feline, 7-1 with Trevor McCarthy aboard. She's going to stretch out in distance, but I don't know if that means she's going to show any more speed.
I like this horse. She's been facing tougher horses. I don't like this distance for her.
It's number 2, Ice Love, your 20-to-1 long shot, Sarah.
My craziest idea of the day, if she is able to come home, I don't need to pick any more winners today.
You can go home. I will dismiss you. Number 3, Smoking Hot Kitty, your 6-to-5 favorite.
She's just the horse to beat. She's been faster. She can be forward. And she was maybe against the racetrack in her last start.
And she's shown versatility, running well on both surfaces as number 4, Shigeko, Manny Franco rides.
I'm not in love with her. She can be forwardly placed. I think she's a little bit dressed off of wet track performances.
Here she is, Memento Me, as she will be running for purse money only. That's why you see her scratch on the board.
Yep, so pay no attention to her, a horse that will be running late if running at all.
Yep, she is missing that hind shoe. And number 6, Shoot, there it is, Maddie Olver for Rob Falcone.
She was maybe in a little bit of traffic last time, but overall, she was with the flow of that race, closing some ground as the pace was coming apart in the later stages. I wasn't in love with her chances, didn't think this pace would be quite that hot.
Arguably stepping up just a bit in class 2. Maggie T coming out of that race as well, and running fine in that 14 claimer, though, in the first race. She is 2-to-1, though. I kind of thought she was a little bit interesting. Just with that little bit of trouble last time. She was kind of in between, behind that slower pace early, which, yes, did kind of come apart with Joey the Fish closing, but then she got in that blind switch down the lane.
And I mean, when you look at her races prior to her last 2, different world of horses, right? Just running against much tougher company. Overall, we'll see if she can fit in with this group.
All right, we'll check in with Richie, who's standing by trackside.
Yeah, guys, I kind of tried to get to the bottom of why the 5 Memento Me didn't, they weren't going to try to put another shoe on. Obviously, she lost her shoe somewhere between the receiving barn here in the paddock and really didn't have a shoe that they could tack on that might fit that shoe. They just felt the most prudent thing to do was to run her for, purse money only. And, see how that works out. She's ridden by Andrew Wolfson, Boston Spa native. I preferred others. We'll start with the 1, Fancy Feline, Rachel Sells, but you got, Toby Sheets, who just does such a good job that all the horses look good, and she made a real nice physical impression. The 3-horse Smoking Hot Kitty, your favorite. She's outfitted with an extension blinker, which is normal equipment for her on the outside eye. The thought process behind that is to keep horses from drifting out. A horse won't run to where they can't see. That wasn't my experience as a rider. I would prefer to have more power steering than an extension blinker. She also has cotton in her ears. She's a filly that wants to run, a mare that wants to run with her head out and down. And one thing, and Kendrick Carmouche, one of the better gate riders here on the NYRA circuit, you have to make sure that the horse's eye that's not inhibited by a blinker cup can see the doors, so when they break, horses don't react to the sound, they react to when those doors move. And if their head's turned a little bit to the left, that blinker cup will keep them from being able to see the start. I really like the 4-horse Shigeko here. And to be fair, I always like Shigeko. She looks terrific for the Cantermasis, dropping back down in class. Last time seen for a tag, she blew her competition away. That was claiming 16, 2 and a life. She's in for 25. But she really holds her condition well, this Stonewall Farm homebred Shigeko. And she's my top pick with Manny Franco aboard.
All right, Shigeko dropping back down in class. And just to remind everyone, number 5, Memento Me, running for purse money only, as she is missing one of her hind shoes, and Connections opting to still run her, yet that's not necessarily a fair thing to do to our bettors, because it could be, described as her running with a disadvantage of not having 4 shoes.
And I think it's just one of those types of unknown situations where something happened that is a variable that you didn't factor into your original handicapping. So I won't want to say it's fair because no one really benefits from this situation, but it's more fair than having a situation where she runs not her best race or not the race you were expecting.
There's the horse that Sarah likes. That is Ice Love. She is your rank outsider at 25-1, as you said. if she beats one horse, I consider it a win.
I do.
I'm rooting for you. As they're heading into line, there is your prohibitive favorite, Smokin' Hot Kitty. Again, number 5, Memento Me, runs for purse money only. I'm sure Chris Griffin will assess that in his calls. He got a lot of experience yesterday with the purse money only action.
Oh, he's well practiced now.
He is very. Ooh,
she's like, I don't want to run at all.
I don't want to run with 3 shows. What the heck? Anyway, Chris Griffin does have your call here. Race number 2 at the Big A.
Shoop, there it is. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow at the start there for Ice Love, who's the early trailer. Speed from Smokin' Hot Kitty right out towards the front, and Shigeko also in the early mixes. Shoop, there it is, joining them Memento Me, 4 across the racetrack. At the rail is going to be Fancy Feline. His second to last as the front 4 get away. The early trailer, slow starting, Ice Love. Down towards the inside, Smokin' Hot Kitty's got the lead. It's Smokin' Hot Kitty in front. Here in the 2-path, Memento Me, the purse money only, is in second. Out towards the outside is Shoop, there it is. Just off the pace now comes Shigeko, who's back to 4th. Another 5 lengths back to Fancy Feline. It's another 4 lengths back to the trailer. Ice Love. 23.43 for the opening quarter mile. Smokin' Hot Kitty is in front. It's Smokin' Hot Kitty. Memento Me down towards the inside of Shoop, there it is. Also joining them is going to be Shigeko from 4th. It's still 2.5 off the lead, but moves in closer, 46-1 for that half-mile time. Here comes a move from Shoop. There it is. Smokin' Hot Kitty is still in front by a length. In between horses, there comes Memento Me. The purse money only is chasing from 4th. Shigeko is trying to range up on the outside. Fancy Feline has made up some ground, and far back still Ice Love. They're still chasing Smokin' Hot Kitty at the top of the stretch, who's got plenty. Smokin' Hot Kitty now kicks on. Smokin' Hot Kitty is in front, is up by 3, widening lengths. Shigeko has now run up into second. Battling on there, Shoop, there it is. From far, far out of it, Fancy Feline, but Smokin' Hot Kitty is way out in front. It is Smokin' Hot Kitty with a 16th left to go. Much the best. Geared down, easy winner here. Smokin' Hot Kitty. That's 7-5. Smokin' Hot Kitty wins it over Shigeko, then came Shoop, there it is, and Fancy Feline in 1:36.41 seconds.
Smokin' Hot Kitty dominates her competition today as your favorite. Interesting to see, with turf season right around the corner, as we will, at least in the condition book, our first turf races are scheduled for April 20th. I know that is about 3 weeks later than what we normally start, but because we have to run on it all the way up until the beginning of Saratoga, we want to preserve it a little bit longer.
I think they were just waiting for that specific date.
Okay, Sarah. Smokin' Hot Kitty, Kendra Carmouche not taking any prisoners for Horacio De Paz. They run away with this. Shigeko rallies into second. Shoop, there it is, holds third. Fancy Feline rounds out the Super 3-4, 6-1 in the second at the Big A.
I mean, she just destroyed this field. She looked like she was going to be the class of this field, and she completely proved it out on the racetrack. This was such an easy win for her.
Yeah, super easy. And the argument can be made that maybe she's a little bit better on the turf too, as Christian Torres, he continues to dominate the Oaklawn Park jockeys standings. We will check in with the defending leader at Oaklawn after this break.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornock is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
They're off in the 2023 First Crop Sires race. Maximum Mischief makes the lead with the most 2-year-old maiden special winners by any sire. On the backstretch, Mitoli and Omaha Beach close the gap with stakes performers from coast to coast. Vino Rosso finds his best and leads on the turn with 4 Grade 1 colts on dirt. But it's Mitoli with his 3rd TDN Rising Star, your champion freshman, leading an impressive Spendthrift Superfecta.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
It's rocking over at Oaklawn Park on Hall of Fame Day 2024. It's America's Day at the races. We are brought to you by Naira Bets here on FS2. We'll continue our coverage of Oaklawn as race 3, getting ready to run over there. We'll check in with this field of maiden 50 claimers. Did see 2 scratches in here, but Paulie, they can't get enough of Gucci Boy. Will he break through? Is Lucky Start 13 going to be it?
Yeah, you know, here's a horse that crossed the wire first and has won a race and got DQ'd, did Gucci Boy. So I think there's a lot of women that would like some Gucci as well. I mean, some Gucci bags are pretty good as well. But here's the deal with Gucci Boy. Do you want to take a horse really that did break his maiden, and since that day he got disqualified, he's run 4 straight second-place finishes. And this last time that he ran was over the wet fast track. Here's my other concern. They wheeled him right back to Louisiana Downs and put 2 works into him and wheeled him right back. I mean, I know that's, you know, it's been a month in between starts. Blinkers go on. This horse has had blinkers before. I just don't know right now at 6-5. I look at the 4 Musical Maestro. The horse looked amazing on the racetrack, but I mean, Steve Asmussen's horses all look great. You know that, Maggie. I mean, it's just like, you know they're going to come out looking like they're ready to run. And this horse drops to 50. I thought looked tremendous. And, you know, could be the speed of the speed in here. The 3 does have a little bit of lick in here, and maybe that horse will go to the front end. I'm always worried about these Corey Owens horses because they always usually show very, very good speed. This is a Calbred by Will Take Charge. The 7, no further questions. I think it's the horse that's kind of getting dismissed at the tote boards. Ran right behind Gucci Boy and was 3rd in his career debut. You know, and the 9 horse on the outside has taken a lot of money. And I know it's Robertina Diodoro, it's Christian Torres. This horse hasn't been seen since January. You know, he was behind Simovic. Simovic ran 2nd again yesterday, but that was a loaded race. And when you look at Musical Maestro, he was coming out of the same race with Simovic. Now, I do think Gucci Boy is the horse to beat, but I like the 4 here, Musical Maestro, maybe to get away from this field at 3-1. I'll take the better price, Max.
Gotcha, Paulie. I hear you on that front for sure. As it does feel like, Sarah, that the 2 drop downs in here, the horses who have never started for a tag, including number 3, Traber's Creed, and number 4, Musical Maestro, could be duking it out on the front end, as Paul mentioned.
I think so. And when you look at a horse like Traber's Creed, who's been a big price in his last 2 starts and hasn't been able to really see things out, you have to wonder if it's a function of the pace being too contentious or perhaps just the better company that he's been facing. But when you go back to that first race, that 64 Beyer speed figure, you wonder if you're really ever going to see it again. And maybe they just thought, we need to be a little bit more realistic about where he belongs, and now he's dropping. And at a similar price, I'd rather take the bigger price of the 2 horses that I think would be forward.
Exactly. I I keep looking at the wrong TV. I keep looking at Aqueduct. What is wrong with me? I'm not used to being up here, Sarah. Forgive me. There's two
This isn't the first time that we've been up here together.
No, fair. But I feel like I'm coming in off a layoff here. I'm a little shaking off the ring rust. Wilson Bay taking some nibbles at 13-1. Yeah, they're two scratches. Minnesota bred. Dan was terrible. She was 0 for 21, but have to 4 winners, including Clickbait, who is a multiple stakes winner as a Minnesota bred.
And these connections have Extreme Diva later on in the Purple Martin as well, so probably trying to have a big day here, get things started the right way.
McLean Robertson, Rafael Bejarano teaming up here. Matt Durneman has the call of this maiden 50th race 3 from Oaklawn Park.
And they're off. Slow break from Take My Allowance, who drops to the back of the pack. Travers Creed has the most speed. He's on top early. Gucci Boy on the inside, taking back to be level with Musical Maestro. A joint second. Happy Tears in the 4th position early. Then No Further Questions racing with Wilson Bay. Take My Allowance, the trailer down on the fence, is running 8 lengths off the leader. Travers Creed. Travers Creed leads the way, a length and a half from Gucci Boy striding in second with Musical Maestro. A gap of 4 to Wilson Bay between horses now. No Further Questions inside of him. Happy Tears being pumped upon. Loses position, is in the second last spot ahead of Take My Allowance as they round the far turn. Travers Creed still on top. The margin's a length and 3/4. Musical Maestro takes the second spot, and Gucci Boy at 6 to 5's third under a hard ride as they come to the top of the lane. Travers Creed down the stretch, still in front. Musical Maestro gaining ground on him, though. On the outside, Musical Maestro. Here's No Further Questions on the grandstand side. Musical Maestro in front now. Travers Creed in deep water. He's dropping back. Gucci Boy behind horses. No Further Questions on the outside. Musical Maestro in front, close to the line. Musical Maestro won it over No Further Questions. Gucci Boy had to steady late, ran third, and then Travers Creed.
Musical Maestro gets the win here. Keith Asmussen content to let him sit off the pace here, Sarah. That was set by Travers Creed and had enough left to hold off the lugging in left-right lead favoring No Further Questions.
Well, the most exciting part of this race, according to your reaction,
stop it,
was that somebody
it was
lost,
a 7. It was,
now, do you think that in this
Carlos
situation,
he's a bug rider? I'm going to forgive him for that.
Do you think that in this situation, it might have changed the results? If he was able to sort of keep this horse straight, if he was able to keep this horse engaged.
It was 5 strides from the wire. Nah.
I don't think so either.
Maybe
it's
a neck instead of half a length or 3/4 of a length, but no. I think Musical Maestro is always winning this race. Granted, if No Further Questions ever learns to run straight and switches leads, then maybe, but we do have an inquiry over there at Oaklawn Park, and hopefully we can bring you the head on from there to see, you know, what we're looking obviously at. No Further Questions lugging in. Could he have made it tight on some of the runners that finished behind him?
I think maybe without seeing it, I don't know for sure, but I think the horse that would be most impacted by this is probably your 6 to 5 favorite, Gucci Boy. Kind of coming over a little bit on him, maybe taking away some of that forward path that he had available. I don't think he was ever winning this race, and I don't think this is a situation where making a change benefits anybody, but maybe it's worth taking a peek at to see if anything really happened. And we'll look at it now.
As we'll take a look at the head-on, I mean, it would only be fitting if Gucci Boy got elevated to second here. He'd be 7 for 13 second. It's actually the 4 coming out.
Yeah. You're right.
Just a smidge.
Touch. And then 7
and then
coming in a little bit there. And
Gucci Boy tried to go for a hole that ultimately wasn't theirs. We'll check in with Paul for his thoughts on this inquiry. Paulie?
Yeah, Maggie and Sarah, I think the winner is clear here. They're taking a look here, I think, at the 7, because when you look deep and stretch, the 7 and the 2 kind of knocked each other sideways. And it looked like Keith Asmussen kept his horse straight with the 4. It got real tight in there late, and I don't know if the 7 came in, but they definitely made contact, and the 2 and the 7 kind of went sideways there. The 2 got caught somewhat in a position where, you know, Francisco Arrieta didn't know where to go to the rail or in between horses, and when he went in between horses, the 7 sort of sideswiped him. But this is a tough call because did it change position like you guys were saying? And it's a tough call because you can never really see. But when you see right here, you see that Steve's in front. Now watch the 7 and the 2 try to create a little bit of room And I think that's more of the 2 maybe creating room more than the 7 coming over there. So, listen, I'm not a steward, but I think they're going to leave this up.
Paulie, you said it. I was saying that to you, Sarah, that the 2's the one who caused all of his own problems. And ultimately, as you both correctly stated, I really don't think the 2 was ever going to finish in front of the 7, even if this didn't happen. And look, the 7's the one who got his hind end knocked out from underneath of him.
And you can really see in the late stages that it is Gucci Boy coming over. We were looking at, on the regular pan file, this horse, number 7, No Further Questions, he was lugging in a bit. But when you really get to see clearly this head-on angle, it's the number 2 Gucci Boy that's coming out to him.
He's gone for a hole that is not there. I mean, yes, I understand why he did it, because the 4 drifts back over into the lane that he was kind of running on, and that's no fault at all of Keith Asmussen aboard the 4, but I think he just created mostly all of his own problems.
I think so, and regardless of what you think about this particular situation, we all really agree that he wasn't winning this race, regardless. So I think at this point, he's not going to do any better than 2nd in this race.
Do you think there is any argument to say that the 4 comes down?
I feel as though it's earlier on where it's not as much of a factor in the finish of this race because he doesn't really look for that spot until after, as we can see there. And the damage is already done by your eventual unofficial winner. So I don't think that this is a situation where they're looking at the 4 coming over. I think they're looking at the 2 and the 7 specifically.
Kind of an interesting
many
interesting
layers.
Call. There's many layers. It definitely involves, I would say, all 3 horses, although they don't blink the horses. They're at Oaklawn. What you see is what you get. And it is, listed as a general inquiry. There's no objection, at least stated there on the infield board. So, any updates, we'll bring them your way. So, yeah, definitely involving the top 3 finishers, I would say. Unofficially, though, it is 4-7-2-3 for the 3rd race at Oaklawn Park.
What do you think they're going to do?
Because I felt like you could put a little bit of blame on the 4 for drifting back over and taking the 2's pass, but the 2 was being somewhat, passively ridden and going for a hole then that wasn't there with the 7. If they take the 7 down, I feel like that's the wrong thing to do.
Well, sometimes they do the wrong thing around any starting action, but it seems as though, from what we're seeing now, that things are going to stay as is. We've taken down the inquiry sign. Oh, nope, just kidding.
See? They did the wrong thing.
They did the thing that I don't like the most, where they remove the inquiry sign and then they make the change in the numbers.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily the right call.
I don't.
But I'm not a steward.
But yeah, that's not our job.
I think.
So
now
4-2-7-3.
It's about to be official. Yeah, 4-2-7-3. And like I said, it's only fitting that Gucci Boy gets put up to 2nd. He is now 7 for 13, finishing 2nd.
He found a way.
Anyway,
to make it happen.
Musical Maestro, he gets the W in his 5th career start. Son of McLean's Music out of the AP Indy mare, Miss Kilroy, for Steve Asmussen and J.W. Springer. Keith in the irons.
Keith has been riding so well this meet.
I'm excited to see him on Rivet later, too.
Yeah.
Back over at the Big A. So much drama, I feel like I'm in a soap opera. Race 3 at the Big A, maiden 25, going a mile, and we are taking a look here at the jockey's coming out, but 7-5 on Savage Spirit. He's going to try to stretch back out in distance, Sarah, and he was completely outrun while sprinting off the trainer change and off the layoff. He was wide throughout, and he continued some forward progress. Definitely, I would say, his best race to date.
I I think so, and I think this is a situation where we were dealing with a rail that was more advantageous that day. This horse never had any inside position whatsoever, and we have seen a horse that was also wide come out of that race and win in Retail Man, so maybe not the best part of the racetrack to be on, and still running respectively well and a little bit faster than what many of these other horses have been capable of so far in their careers. And when you look at Horacio de Paz stretching horses out, maidens, dirt sprints to routes at NYRA, he does very well with this. He's 8 for 25, 32%, $2.47 ROI over the past 5 years. And you have to say, maybe this horse was just running against a level where he couldn't be competitive in that off-the-turf race routing. Now maybe able to handle it at this level.
And Horacio looking to go back-to-back here, cap off his own rolling double as he'll send out back-to-back favorites with Savage Spirit 3-2 currently. See if he can handle a stretch out in distance here on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah El Badwi. We have Richard Migliori and Paul LaDuca out at Oaklawn Park, but we also have live racing here at the Big A in race number 3, still in the paddock as we have jocks out, and we are not checking in with Richard Migliori. Again, what's going on here, Sarah? I feel like there's a delay.
No.
Maybe they're just basking in the beautiful sunshine that we're experiencing for the first Saturday in a long time.
Everybody wants to start getting their tans on.
Dude, I wish I was out there right now. I need to work on it. No, I got to be very careful.
Are you going out later?
I am. But then the sun will be behind the grandstand at that point. See, I always get the short end of the stick when it comes to being outside.
Just most of the time. Look at that nice bird. Remember our discussion the other day about birds?
That's my spirit animal. Apparently, according to you guys, that I'm a bird of prey.
So free, having a great time out there in the sun, just where you want to be. Isn't that nice? Just imagine you're that bird.
Yeah, instead I'm in here with you.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
Just kidding. I love Sarah so much.
Oh.
I really do. But let's talk about this race. Anyway, Manny Penny, I thought, was a little bit interesting. Coming in here, has run 2 figures that make him competitive in this spot. He was very wide throughout, kind of continued that steady progress, and then he just stayed on evenly. He was on the wrong lead in the lane, but he's been big prices in all of his efforts. Today, 9-2.
This horse is okay. I mean, he's run races that are comparable to your current favorite, and you're getting 4 to run right now on him as well. I don't love that he doesn't have early speed, but he has some ability.
And we'll check in with Richie. Mig, are you working on your tan down there?
Oh, always. You know me. Gotta get that tan going. We got a slight delay. They said we're almost ready to go. I was not given a reason for it, but everybody's acting well, Maggie. You know how sometimes just the waiting around and the horses start getting up on their nerves a bit. We'll start with the one. Irie Man from the Charlie Baker barn. I tell you, looking at him from a physical perspective, I mean, he ran a mile last time. He looks like he more of a sprinter type, just kind of a shorter, squatter individual. But he making a nice impression here in the paddock. The 3-horse Savage Spirit, who makes a lot of sense on paper and also really looks the part here in the paddock. It's really hard to get past him. He's dappled out, could not look any better. And when we talk about horses being dappled out, it's just them showing an overall general good health, that they're just doing well. He's making his second start for Horatio De Paz. And the 4-horse Arco Augusta really makes a nice impression here. He's dropping back down to the $25,000 level. And I have to say, he really looks good from a physical perspective. I don't like him as much on paper as I do, let's say, the 3 Savage Spirit. But I would be remiss not to talk about him because he really looks like he is doing well from a physical perspective.
All right, number 4, Arco Augusta. I have this theory about him that he's a turf horse, but I'm not going to get my wish, as we talked about. That's a little over a month from now, but this does kick off the Pick 6. And we do see that 9-5 favorite in here, though I feel like in these maiden claimers, you got to spread right here. Sarah?
I spread in this race. I am playing the Pick 6, and I used a couple of horses in this spot, and my single is the same as everybody's universal single, unfortunately, in the Cicada. But I tried to have some more creative options throughout the rest of the sequence so that even if she is successful and everybody else has her on their ticket, you could still cash in on a pretty nice amount with this 2-day carryover. In particular, the pool right now, over $250,000, and there's still time left.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, what you're doing here. How deep did you go in this first leg?
I used 3 horses in here. I used your favorite, Savage Spirit, the horse to beat against the racetrack last time. But then I also used the 2 horses on the outside, Hair on Fire, who I think could be forward in this spot. I think he might be a little bit faster than Arco Augusta and draws advantageously towards the outside of him. And then I threw in Manny Penny as well. He's just run races that make him fast enough, even if he lacks some of that early foot. So he was one that I couldn't leave off the ticket at a better price than your favorite. So I went 3 deep to start things out in here. If the favorite wins, the favorite wins. But on these 2-day carryovers, I think you have to be less concerned with including some of those shorter prices than you might even be on a regular day.
Yeah, I totally hear you. As Hair on Fire, who you were mentioning, is kind of coming in off the short turnaround. We saw him 8 days ago, in which he was wired by a horse who took a lot of money in that finale back on March 8th and in a minute. And really, there was kind of a merry-go-round race, Sarah, where no one was able to make up any ground. He did break very sharply that day.
My thoughts exactly, and he was wide in that race. And while he did show that forward position, as you mentioned, that is a race where they started it, how they ended it. It was the top 2 all the way around the racetrack, and he didn't assert himself too much on the lead in there. And also, I kind of wonder overall if he's just a horse that is finally finding the right kind of field. They tried him a couple times at the maiden special weight level. He's not quite good enough to be competitive there. And now, second time in for a tag, going back to the mile distance, with some forward position, I thought he could be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, as Manny Penny, we saw Mary Alice Coffey get a win earlier this week. So
Dolly's Bank.
Dolly's Bank. Turning back in distance. I didn't see the turn back, but he had run some races that were awfully competitive. He got the win, was that 2 days ago or yesterday?
Thursday?
Thursday, yes.
I guess that was 2 days ago.
Yes, that was 2 days ago. They all run together eventually. But riders up finally in the paddock. It looks as though we'll probably skip a post parade here and head straight to the gate. Again, Mig unable to figure out why we had a delay. Sometimes it's as simple as tractors needing to go around. They are off the track. I can at least see that from up
the
here.
Ponies are waiting. I see them in position.
Everybody's
so
in
it's not
posse.
them.
So we'll giddy up and go here with today's third race, and maybe giving those wagering a little extra time to work on their Pick 6 tickets.
Well, if you're not playing the Pick 6 and you've been given all this extra time, you really got to get involved. At least play a small ticket.
Just kidding. We are going to do a really quick post parade. At number 1, Irie going out for Charlie Baker, getting blinkers on.
I don't love him, but his competitive numbers relative to this group, blinkers do go on.
You good at Scrabble? Triple word score?
No, but this one is the half to Can't Hurry Love and might not be quite as good as she is.
Wow. Anyway, number 3, Savage Spirit. Second off the trainer change for Rossio DePaz.
The horse to beat, taking another drop in class, had some excuses last time.
But can he stretch successfully as number 4, Arco Augusta? Mick had some interesting things to say, very aggressive in the warm-up.
He wants to go, right?
Yeah. Probably the speed. Number 5, Jefferson's Ocean will get Lasix for the first time.
He hasn't done much running in his starts so far, but he is getting a weight allowance here.
And here's number 6, Hair on Fire, as Jorge Vargas climbs aboard again.
And I hope he's aggressive with this horse towards the outside as the outside speed.
And Manny Penny, nice warm-up from him out on the track. Lower profile connections, keeping this one's price fair.
And he just makes the most sense outside of your favorite based on what he's done so far on the racetrack. Though the lack of early speed at a level like this, it's always a little bit of a concern.
As we check back in with Mig, who is trackside.
Yeah, guys, and, we look at horse in the paddock, and sometimes we see some different things on the racetrack. The 3 Savage Spirit continued to impress. I think he's the favorite, and he's the horse to beat, and I do think he'll take some beating here. The 4 horse, Arco Augusta, is going to be my top choice. I just couldn't get past how good he looks physically. He left the pony immediately when he came on the track, and threw his head in the air, and Dylan Davis was in trouble for a moment. When a horse's head goes up in the air, you lose all control. And if you think about the bridle, the bit, the reins, that's a rider's brakes and steering. And for about a 1/16 of a mile, he had neither brakes or steering. Did a really good job of easing the horse to the outside. And one of the pony people, and I don't even think it was his pony person, was able to kind of position himself where the horse saw him, dropped his head back down, kind of put a running block on, and he regained control. I thought for a moment there, this horse was going to run off and just completely get away from Dylan. He just looks really sharp, and maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect, right? He ran sprinting for 25. He ran well, 3 back, was a nice effort. Came back with a decent effort. Then he stepped up in company going the mile, and he was well beaten. Now he drops back down and gets the mile, and looking at him from a physical perspective, I like the mile for him. So maybe it's just the right distance for the right level this time. So everything is just right, if you will. And then a horse that I didn't, overly kind of catch my eye in the paddock is the 6 Hair on Fire. Rob Atris's horses always look good. Liked him much better on the racetrack, though, I will say that. But I'm going with the 4. Augustus Gloop, I was going to say, for you Willy Wonka fans. Arco Augusta, excuse me.
We're having too much fun today.
We need Oompa Loompas up here. No, Arco Augusta, yeah. Very exuberant in that warm-up, as Mig was saying. Dylan able to kind of get him reined back in and under control. And Mig is very kind when it came. He's a lot nicer than I am. Number 6, Hair on Fire. He's not your typical Rob Atris horse.
No.
He just, he's never a horse that I've been able to warm up to in the paddock.
And that's completely fair. I mean, this is a barn that you expect a certain standard of horse to appear. Yeah, and when you kind of don't see that, it's a little bit of a negative when you see so much consistency in how those horses are turned out. It doesn't mean that he can't run at all, but it's never exactly what you want to see.
Right. I always kind of, knock him down a few points as far as, ranking them and what I see in the paddock. So, yeah, you want the horses to look like what those trainers' horses normally do. It just is a good jumping off point for how to judge them. So we do see horses walking into line. Irie with the blinkers on. He's just, he was, with my observations of him in the paddock, he's super laid back. I think he's probably named correctly. And he just feels like he's one that's taken a while to get fit, for that light bulb to go on. And I suppose blinkers on is the next logical step here for Charlie Baker, who has had a trying 6 months. I'm waiting for his horses to start running better because he's way too good of a trainer. As we do see the blindfold going on Savage Spirit. He was really bad, Sarah, 2 starts back. So when they put the blindfold on, they will kind of turn them in a couple circles going either way just to kind of disorient them from, and trust who's on their head.
There's no gate here.
As they'll say, just to get them saying, okay, well, I can't see anything. I guess I got to follow this person. And he did quite agreeably as they're heading into line for today's 3rd race. It kicks off the 2-day carryover, pick 6, nearly 350,000 in the pool as we get it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
2 out. Hair on Fire. Manny Penny. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed here from Savage Spirit, Arco Augusta in the early mix. Jefferson's Ocean right there, and Jefferson's Ocean with a head in front. Joining them is Hair on Fire. Out wider is Manny Penny, 5 across the racetrack here. The 2 taken back were Triple Word Score and Irie Man. They hook up with the backstretch, and on the front end, 48 to 1 shot. And Jefferson's Ocean is up by a half length. Jefferson's Ocean's got the lead with pressure to the inside here from Arco Augusta, who's going to push on through. And these 2 are now head-and-head through a 23-1 opening quarter mile. Progressing on the outside, here comes Manny Penny at 9-2 out in the center of the racetrack, is now 3 wide. At the rail, that's going to be Savage Spirit. Under drive is Hair on Fire, losing a touch of ground, is now 3.5 off the lead. Towards the back, that's Irie Man with the trailer Triple Word Score. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 46-3. The half-mile time, the leader is Arco Augusta. Here comes Manny Penny, though, and Manny Penny has been progressing nicely. Manny Penny is ready to challenge this leader. Dropping back quickly was Jefferson's Ocean. Savage Spirit is in the clear. The favor with every shot here from 3rd is 4 lengths off the lead from the back. Irie Man is continuing this sustained rally from far, far out of it. The front 2 under drive here at the top of the stretch. Manny Penny trying to put away Arco Augusta, who's back for more to the inside. Down the center of the racetrack, here comes Savage Spirit. Can Irie Man keep that run going? It's still Manny Penny finding Irie Man is collecting some momentum, is going to move through to the inside of Savage Spirit. Arco Augusta battles on. Here comes Savage Spirit, is coming after the leader now. Manny Penny is trying to find a final 16th, but Savage Spirit about to run up alongside. Manny Penny is gutting it out. Savage Spirit one more time. Manny Penny, very game, wins it. Manny Penny holds off the oncoming run from Savage Spirit, Arco Augusta, and Irie Man in 1:38.4.
As Manny Penny gutting it out, as we saw, his first name always scares me, but jockey Kokakaya, just getting him to switch leads, leveling off late in the lane, and able to fend off the late charge from your 8-5 favorite in Savage Spirit. 9-2 to kick off the pick 6. Sarah, congrats, you're still alive.
We advance. I mean, this was a workout for Gokhan, really trying to get him to switch leads over and have that little extra kick to win this race, because Arco Augusta wasn't going anywhere. He was very game towards the inside, even though he was reluctant to switch leads, and you had your favorite looming up towards the outside, but he just kept persevering with this horse to get his nose down on that wire.
7-3-4-1. Unofficially here at the Big A, and yeah, I think we were both riding Manny Penny quite hard.
And then I was like, well, 3 is okay, but no 4.
Right, exactly. Arco Augusta did run well, though, setting the early pace, but Kokakaya, very aggressive, too, with Manny Penny taking no prisoners. And congratulations to Mary Alice Coffey getting her 2nd win this week.
And this horse was more forward than he had been in some of his previous races, and that made a big difference today.
7-3-4-1 again to kick off the pick 6, 9-2 on Manny Penny. We'll bring you official prices on the other side of this break, but we'll also check back in with the legends, the Hall of Famers over at Oaklawn Park. We'll catch up with a few of them here on America's Day at the Races.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guy charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. Mystic Guy. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hall of Fame Day continues at Oaklawn Park, the 2024 edition here on America's Day at the Races. All those legends, Nick Zito, Julie Crone, Lafitte Pincay Jr., not to be confused with the third, and on the 30th anniversary of him getting inducted to the Hall of Fame, Paul LaDuca, he's catching up with the rider of Triple Crown winner affirmed, Steve Cauthen.
With Hall of Fame jockey here, Steve Cauthen. Doesn't need much of an introduction, but I'll start introduction to you, Steve. Won the Triple Crown at age 18, won the Irish Derby, won the French Derby, revolutionized riding in this sport, and obviously one of my idols too, and it's a pleasure that you're here. What does this mean to you to be with all these different riders?
It's great. It's like a reunion. You know, I rode with, Cordero and Pincay and all these guys, and just, I don't see them, on a regular basis, but, we get here and we, remind each other of all the things we used to do to each other out on the track and the fun we had. They were, they're some of the best of all time, best that ever lived. So it's great to get back with them at any time, and Oaklawn does a great job here to put on such a, a nice Hall of Fame weekend for us, and obviously the fans here are great. It's just good to be out here.
Obviously the first jockey ever to win a Kentucky Derby, an Irish Derby, a French Derby, and a lot of others. You won in so many different continents. You won the Italian Derby. I mean, you won in so many different countries. I just want to go back to your first win at age 16 at River Downs. Yeah. Do you remember that win?
Like it was yesterday, yeah.
The name of the horse?
Red Pipe, yeah, Red Pipe. It was my uncle trained it. The owner was Don Wershire, who later became my lawyer. It was just, it was one of those things. I had ridden about 4 or 5 races at Churchill, and my uncle called me and said, I've got a horse that I think can win if you want to come ride him. I said, you kidding? Because I was tired of being, mid-pack or down the pack. So I went up there and he won, easy. And, it was just, it's like the start of what you're dreaming of, all those dreams. It's like getting the first at bat, or, whatever. And so it was great. And, within a couple months, I had a great meet at River Downs, and I was moving on trying to, went to Chicago, then back to, Churchill for the fall. And then I headed to New York, and so, it was, a nice stepping stone all the way through. Luckily, my dad was always guiding me, but I had a lot of other people that were giving me, I actually, Don Brumfield and Eddie Delahousie gave me great advice to go to New York when I did, and so, it's everybody tries to help each other in this business.
Last question. What would you give somebody advice? You won the Triple Crown at age 18, Stevie. What would you give somebody at that young of an age on top of the world? You were the 1977 Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year. A lot of people don't realize that. What advice would you give to young kids to have success at an early age?
Well, be prepared for anything, because I won the Triple Crown and I was on Sports Illustrated, and, within 6 months, I went through a losing streak and I was out of the country. It's like, the ups and downs of life are, crazy, and, you have to just hang in there, and, it's something good. Eventually, you work hard and you hang around the right people, you'll eventually get back where you want to be.
Well, true legend and one of my idols, Steve Cauthen, here in Hall of Fame Day here at Oaklawn Park.
Great stuff, Paulie. That was a wonderful interview and good to hear from Steve Cauthen. And I like what he said. Sometimes things at the racetrack, it's all about ups and downs and riding the crest of the wave. And sometimes you got to make your own luck. And Steve did when he left America and went to overseas and saw huge success in France and England.
It's a cyclical game in every sort of aspect, whether you're riding, whether you're training, whether you're handicapping, you have those ups and downs, and it's sort of that microcosm of what you do experience in real life as well. And having that ability to always wait out the negative times and wait for them to get good again, because they will inevitably, and keeping that even keel attitude overall, and just knowing good things are coming around the corner if they're not working out, and also knowing when you're in those amazing moments, like he just said, to appreciate them.
Yeah.
Because upcoming, there might be a losing streak, so who knows? And just having that appreciation for all that he accomplished, but knowing that that wasn't exactly the end-all, be-all, everything's over, I've made it moment of his life, but something to still look back on in a career so incredible overall.
Yeah, Steve Cauthen, winner, two-time Eclipse Award winner, one for Apprentice, Outstanding Apprentice, and one for Journeyman, or Jockey, I should say, winner. And they are heading into line. Real quick, any thoughts on this race, Sarah?
I like the 4, Iso Klein. His dirt races make him a serious competitor in here.
I have an interesting long shot.
Tell me.
Sorry, I totally cut you off. I'm
Tell
very
me.
sorry. De e Machina.
Yeah?
Du Ex Machina? I think that's how you say it.
The 8.
If you isolate his dirt races, especially against this level, he could be competitive.
All right.
We'll see. As they're heading into line, Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Has gone in, worth the money. To the outside, Last Outlaw. The 1A breaking from the outside post, Last Outlaw. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good start from Worth the Money, who goes to the front. Worth the Money's in front early and leads narrowly. Here's Iso Klein on the inside, dashing forward to be part of the early action. Work orders there. Deuce Ex Machina is 4 deep on the course down the backstretch. A quartet lineup, contentious pace here. 3 runners set up shop right behind them. Bordinos is inside of Asymmetric and a deep quick buck. They're 4 clear of Last Outlaw, and Cravensworth is the early trailer as they sort themselves out on the front end. Work order as a share of the lead. Iso Klein holds the rail spot. These two round the 4 turn, a length and a half clear of Quick Buck. Moves through between horses. Deuce Ex Machina is sent along outside of him. Bordinos is down at the rail. Asymmetric needs to turn it around. Has lost a few lengths on the leaders. Tries to get going again on the outside at the top of the lane. The others well behind need to get going. Cravensworth is trying to move forward. Still has 7 to gain as they swing off the turn. Pretty wide open here. Work order in front. Quick Buck brushing with Deuce Ex Machina, who's right there. Asymmetric is finding his best stride. Cravensworth on the grandstand side up the inside. Bordinos not going to get it done. Quick Buck's in front. Cravensworth lunging after him. It's Quick Buck over Cravensworth. Quick Buck. Keith Asmussen with 2. Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen with 2 wins today on Hall of Fame Day. Cravensworth was second. Bordinos third. Asymmetric fourth.
It's just Steve Asmussen's world, and we're living in it as he owns and trains number 9, Quick Buck, with his son, Keith, aboard.
They're becoming quite the dynamic duo at Oaklawn this meet, really teaming up for a lot of success at all levels, and of course looking to continue that later on with Rivet in the Whitmore Stakes.
Yeah, they will be teaming up again with the horse who probably second choice. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see who ends up favored there at post time between he and Tejano Twist. But unofficially, the 9, Quick Buck, is your winner over the 6, Cravensworth, a formful 4th race coming up at, or I should say, at Oaklawn Park. But coming up, speaking of holding a lead, Dylan Davis continues to do just that as he tops the leaderboard with, I believe, a 5-race win lead going into it. More coming up here on America's Day at the Races.
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married. And we had 2 little girls, and I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He was like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know. I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know. I'm grateful.
Well, to know the Davis family is truly to love them. And I remember complete pandemonium when Robbie trained Hallelujah and Jackie won up in Saratoga aboard her. It was just crazy as Dylan, yes, Kendrick closing in, sorry, he's 4 away, 48-44 as we head into the final weeks of the Aqueduct winter meet. And it's always exciting when, you know, you turn the page to April and Wood Memorial's coming up and it just feels like spring.
It's nice out. It's just nice that it's nice out.
Yeah. True that. As race number 4 coming up next from Aqueduct's 10 minutes away. Here is your favorite. That is number 5, Life Changer off the Wayne Potts claim. We'll head down to the paddock and check in with Mig.
Yeah, listen, starting with the 5 Life Changer, obviously Dylan Davis. He's been leading rider once before. It's nice when you start to string leading rider titles together. You show it's not a fluke, and you kind of get into that rhythm with it, and people kind of start looking at you in a different light. Life Changer looks terrific. You know, Wayne Potts' horses tend to make a really nice impression in the paddock, and Life Changer is no different. He's probably a horse that's going to be your closest pursuer to the 3-horse mid laner, who to me looks like he's lone speed here. He looks like he has a chance to get loose, and it looks like a day that you really want to be forward. It seems like, you know, if you go back to the last race, lower level maiden claimers to go the first 3 quarters in 11-2, and the 2 horses that were duking it out on the front end wound up first and third. I mean, they hung in there. They didn't back off. You certainly want to be forward, but mid laner looks like he has a chance to get very loose on the lead here. And then the 6-horse Ouster. I mean, he looks like the guy at the beach that kicks sand on the skinny guys. I mean, he's just a big, good-looking, imposing individual and a really good-looking horse. But he's also a horse that doesn't possess a great deal of speed, particularly when he sprints and he is turning back in distance off of a rather long layoff. But he could not look any better for trainer Mark Hennig.
A big turn back in distance from 1.25 miles when we last saw him up at Saratoga in early August. Ouster, one with talent, looking to get back on track. Sarah, it's been an absolute pleasure with you up here on the set. That'll do it for me. I'll head outside just in time for the sun to go behind the grandstand.
You get to play outside now. Very fun.
Very fun. Greg Wolf, he's coming up next. He'll take you the rest of the way through this Aqueduct card as we're heading into the second leg of the Pick 6, as well as out at Oaklawn Park. And their Hall of Fame Day continues, including the Grade 3 Whitmore. Stay tuned. It's America's Day at the Races.
Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Just showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Live coverage on Fox Sports 2 continues here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Greg Wolf stepping in for Maggie Wolfendale with Sarah Albadwi. I get you, what, for a segment? And then
a moment.
A little bit. But beautiful Saturday afternoon here, and the best of our racing still to come.
Absolutely. So much stakes action still on the way. Our 2-day carryover in the Pick 6 is underway as well. And if you're out, there's a Pick 5 here.
Yeah, late Pick 5. Allowance optional claiming 7 furlong sprint. There's Beachwalker for David Jacobson to win by the 3 mid-laner.
Well, he benefited greatly from the scratch of the number 2 Secret Rules, a horse that's likely to be forwardly placed, and that should help him.
Makes a great appearance, too, warming up. Joking way, big price with Luis Rivera Jr.
He might be a little out of depth in terms of the class that he's facing in this race relative to where he's done his best running.
Life Changer just claimed, goes to a new barn for Wayne Potts. Dylan Davis leading rider at the Meta board.
A horse that will need to step up a little bit and is a little pace compromised, but he's taking money.
Most accomplished runner in the field, but he's been off since August at Saratoga last summer. Ouster.
The good Ouster likely wins this race, but I don't know that he loves going the shorter distances. He's also pace compromised.
And alternate reality on the outside. Trevor McCarthy aboard this 4-time winner.
He's in good form. We'll see if he can step up to this level of horse, as he last won for a tag a couple of starts ago and has been off the board since.
Pick 5 pool on this Saturday card, 80,000 plus as we bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, talk us through this first leg of the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah kind of nailed it on the head, right? The 6 Ouster, if the old Ouster or the Ouster that we know on paper shows up, he should be extremely tough to beat. The problem I have with that, and no offense to you, Sarah, on this, but that's kind of an obvious statement, right? And the fact that this horse is not being bet a little bit more aggressively does concern me to a certain extent about the fact the horse is coming in off of a layoff. Look, I trust Kendrick. I like the fact that Kendrick's out here in this situation. I'm just a little bit concerned about the price. Sometimes horses like this are supposed to be a little bit more bet, but I'm going to take the 5-2. I think the 3 is interesting. A horse in mid-laner towards the inside that could step up and run well in here, but at a shorter price. Now, of course, as I talk through this, they've both switched to 5-2, but at similar prices, I'm going to take the horse that's drawn outside with a rider that I have a little bit more confidence in when it comes to a pace situation on the front end. I'm going to go with the 6 in here at 5-2 and hope that I can keep that price that's pretty close, and I'm just wagering that Mark Hennig has Ouster ready to run off the break.
So, yeah, he is the favorite right now at 5-2. I mean, look, 2 of his best races, Ouster, they actually came in a mile, which 7 furlongs a mile, not that much of a difference. And I think you can make the argument the horse in the foreground there, mid-laner, certainly he does not love 7 furlongs, but he's going to be the one to catch.
He's got the tactical edge on his main competitors, right? Especially with the scratch of the number 2 Secret Rules, a horse that was likely to be forward in this race. And now he kind of looks to have things his own way on the front end. And Jonathan makes a good point overall of, it is an obvious statement, Ouster being the horse to beat. The good Ouster wins this race. In terms of the money that he's taking, because what he's trying to say is that Ouster could be a much shorter price than he is right now if more people were a little bit more confident that we were going to get the Ouster that we once saw in the past. I think there's some hesitancy with the layoff as well as the kind of poor performance that he put in before going to the bench, and this maybe not being the kind of distance that ideally suits him either.
Well, how's he look off the bench coming back here, Ouster? Let's head downstairs to Mig for more.
Yeah, Ouster looks outstanding. He really could not look any better. I like him coming in off of those 2 back-to-back 5 furlong works. You know, the question is that he is a horse that, you know, doesn't have a tremendous amount of early speed, and it could compromise him a bit, but from a physical perspective, he is extremely well turned out. He's a big, handsome horse anyway to begin with. Like the way he warmed up. Kendrick Carmouche is 1 for 1 on him now, and Kendrick is riding in top form, could not really be riding any better. The 3 mid-laner, I'm going to make him my top selection. He looks good. There's no knocks on his physical appearance. I prefer the way Ouster looks, and I prefer the way the 5 Life Changer looks. I just think mid-laner it gets the run of the race here. I just think he gets very comfortable and controls things. You know, as a rider that, you know, maybe people aren't as familiar with, but he won at 15% last year. He won, you know, 78 races. He's certainly capable. And at the end of the day, it is horse racing, not jockey racing. But I thought mid-laner just has too big a tactical advantage for me to overlook. And I kind of always go back to that thing, who would I want to ride? Well, in this circumstance, if I was on mid-laner, I know how I'd approach it, and I certainly would try to take control from the start. And the 5 Life Changer just makes a great impression. First time off the claim for Wayne Potts. Looks terrific, and, you know, it'd probably be one of the closer pursuers to number 3 mid-laner.
Well, mid-laner last time out did try to control and dictate on the front end, going 6.5 furlongs, even though he backed up to 3rd. Took heat in that race and maybe a little bit better than looked.
That was a contentious pace. That was a race won by horses that had that outside flow, that were closing in, and Stolen Base, getting to a dry track and getting the right kind of pace set up, is a decent horse who beat him in that effort. So he's the one that really did all the work on the front end in there. If he's going to get the 7 successfully, I can't really imagine a more ideal setup for him to do so, at least on paper, than he's going to get in this race.
We had a 9-2 start to a double carryover pick 6 that began the race earlier, beating fairly heavy favorite. We'll see what happens here to start this late pick 5. It is mid-laner. The 3 should be controlling up front with Andy Hernandez right there, the gray 6-year-old son of Flatter, trying to win here at Aqueduct for the first time in his career in his 4th attempt. But Ouster, the 6, off the bench, has a big resume relative to this field for Mark Hennig. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Winning on Life Changer, and 2 out. Ouster. Alternate Reality. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Mid-laner breaks well from the inside draw, and there's mid-laner right out towards the front. Also chasing is going to be Life Changer in between horses, Alternate Reality, well off the rail in the early stages. Further outside is Ouster, who's tracking from 4th towards the back end, is going to be joking away with the trailer. Now picking up a spot was Beachwalker. Mid-laners off the rail, is out in the center of the racetrack as a neck in front. It's mid-laner with the lead, with mild pressure here from Alternate Reality. The rail is open here for Beachwalker. Joking away, wants to go, is back there in 4th. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. The 2 towards the back are Ouster, and Life Changer is the trailer. Mid-laner's got the lead, but Alternate Reality right to the outside is ready to challenge. It's mid-laner still with a head in front. Beachwalker at the rail, looking for that seam, is going to burst on through, just waiting for room now as mid-laner is kicked on. Mid-laner, Alternate Reality, here comes a run from Ouster, is coming 3 wide, is coming out the leader, joking way. It's bottled up in behind rivals, nowhere to go. Life Changer is out wider, Beachwalker still waiting for that rail spot as they reach the top of the stretch. Mid-laner trying to gut it out with a host of pursuers in behind. It's mid-laner who's still a nose in front. Alternate Reality continues to chase, and Ouster down the center of the racetrack gets rolling now, and Ouster's taking the lead. It's Ouster in front. Mid-laner is battling on there with Alternate Reality. Life Changer's got a late run too. It's Ouster, Kendrick Carmouche opening up in the late stages. Life Changer is running up into 2nd. Ouster trying to hold off Life Changer and will. Ouster is your winner. Ouster wins it over Life Changer. Alternate Reality and Mid-laner finish 4th in 1 minute 22. and 3.
Pretty strong performance off the bench for the 6-year-old ouster, Kendrick Carmouche. Mark Hennig, Windy Lee Farm, and 5-2 goes off second choice.
And hopefully this is just a stepping point for bigger things for ouster, and maybe perhaps indicating we might get that return to the ouster that we used to know so well on the circuit that was running those gaudy numbers earlier on in his career, because the pace didn't really set up for him. He doesn't love this distance going shorter, and he still managed to get this victory off of that lengthy layoff. So maybe next time out could be even better than he was here.
6-5-7 finish. Second choice starts off this late pick 5. And the man chasing Dylan Davis in the jockey standings here with this meet, getting close to wrapping up. Picks up 1 on him, Kendrick Carmouche, as we get back to Oaklawn. Race 5 on Hall of Fame Day out in Hot Springs. 6 furlong sprint. And a pick 4 starts here in this allowance optional claiming field. 9-5 favorite American Rocket for Bill Mott. Flavian Pratt, Frank Fletcher Racing. 1 back off the bench. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Hey, Greg. Happy Saturday to you and Hall of Fame Day here at Oaklawn. Not many times you have basically a race that's before 2 stakes races on this type of day when you have a horse like America's Rocket for Bill Mott, and you have Tax, who won the Black-Eyed Susan. Now, when it comes to the 5 in here, Tax, you're wondering if this is kind of a starting point for her, because she's never gone this distance. You know, she's obviously excelled going around 2 turns, and with her best day being the Black-Eyed Susan. But, you know, she's been training forwardly in the morning. You just you wonder, do you want to take 2-1? There is American Rocket for Bill Mott. Very impressive. I don't care how or what the number is. When you win off a 2-year layoff with a horse that had a lot of ability as a young 2-year-old, I would think she can improve in here, and she is 9-5. And Mr. Mott is part of the proceedings here as Hall of Fame Day. He's been signing autographs. He took a race off because he had to saddle his horse. Here's the 4 Hypersport. I think sits in a good spot. Ingrid Mason had a win earlier card. Here is your Black-Eyed Susan winner, Tax. Listen, this is the horse to beat, but when you look at her, she's never run at the distance, and she's never won here at Oaklawn Park, even though she's run well against some really talented runners. Is this the time to beat her? The 8 in here and the 7 went through. The 8 always. Angels might get a good trip, but is she good enough? Kind of like Backyard Money. Now, I landed on this horse, Palace Inn, the 9. I just want you to take a look. By the way, this is Alexander Castillo's only ride. He came in to ride this mare by Palace Mouse. Scott Young, sharp trainer from Texas. If you look, 2 starts back, this horse went a mile, did not want any part of going a mile. The race before that, the horse got absolutely killed at the gate. I mean, checked badly. You draw a line through all those races, this horse has gone gate to wire. This horse is very, very quick. And if Backyard Money coming out of that mile race, I'm hoping that Palace Inn gets to the front end and keeps on going. Because, Greg, I think you can catch Tax at 6 furlongs now, because when they stretch out, she's going to be tough to beat, especially these type of fillies. So I'm going to go with the speed pop here with the outside horse for Scott Young, Texas horse coming in.
Yeah, there's interesting play, Paulie. Not a lot of other pace in the race. The 1 has shown some speed, but actually went a mile last start, so that might dull some of that speed cutting back in distance. You know, back to Taxed. The Black-Eyed Susan winner, Sarah, from last year, has never sprinted at all. The shortest distance she's gone has been a mile in her career, but you see that bullet work going 5 furlongs coming in.
And that's a good sign, right? That she's fresh and ready to go for this return effort, a horse that we saw a lot of talent and ability from early on in her 3-year-old season. And she's just been off for quite some time, and now maybe looking to start that 4-year-old year. Maybe this is not the biggest goal that they have in mind going forwards for this kind of horse, and it's just a starting point to see what they have coming back to the racetrack with this now turned 4-year-old. Her main competition, though, American Rocket, that we're looking at now, this is a horse that already had that start back, had that little bit of a recency edge now on her, and was able to win pretty easily coming back at Gulfstream Park. And what I like about this effort from her off that lengthy layoff is that this is a horse that had significant issues at the gate. When she was a 2-year-old, she broke slowly, she would veer out, she broke on top. She dropped back afterwards, but she at least got out of the gate cleanly in this return race. And we could just be looking at a more mature horse now going forward.
And they obviously, some of the best connections in the sport. Certainly Bill Motter, reigning Eclipse Award winners, trainer of the year, had high expectations for this filly early on. Went to the Grade 1 Spinaway, the Frisette. It's not like she ran terrible in those races. May not be the same filly coming back, but she did win fresh off the bench. We'll see if she continues to move forward. Tax, too, was not just a one-hit wonder in that Black Eyed Susan. She had a couple of good runner-up finishes behind Wet Paint leading up to that effort. We'll see how she fares coming back now. First start of her 4-year-old campaign. Here's the 5th from Oaklawn, start of a pick 4. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Pallison going in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning from Backyard Money from the inside. Hyper Sport away alertly. She snatches the lead. Backyard Money, Pallison on the outside moving up, and Pallison grabs the lead from Hyper Sport second on the inside. A gap of 2 to Backyard Money concedes the lead third. Marisil's first racing inside of Always Angels. They're together. They're 5 lengths clear of American Rocket. The Great Taxed and a 3 deep, very little sense approaching the 4-turn run. Pallison flees from the pack. Pallison by 3 now to the 4-turn run. Trying to come back on again is Hyper Sport on the inside. Backyard Money in a good gallop in a pocket inside of that rival. They're now only a length and a half behind Pallison as they round the turn. Always Angels getting closer, 3 wide within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Taxed is in the 5th position, 6 lengths off the pace, needs to turn it around and do a lot more to win it. They come off the turn. Pallison down the lane, still in charge. Always Angels in the 2nd spot. Backyard Money. Here comes Taxed now on the outside. It's her first career sprint race, but she is motoring down the center of the track, and here is Taxed. Taxed is back. Taxed with a sparkling 2024 debut, and Taxed won it by 3. Bigger and better things for her later. Second home was Pallison, then Backyard Money, and Always Angels was 4th.
Eye-catching return to the races for last year's Grade 2 Black Eyed Susan winner Taxed. Shorter distance than you would think wants to go. She looks sensational.
And nothing really went her way in this race. She was far back early. She broke a little bit slow. She had to steady back and then just produces this devastating late kick over the horse that did have that early position and wins going away. I mean, this was a big comeback statement from her.
So impressive. And no question, bigger and better things to come from her in her 4-year-old season. She was a great story from last year. She was claimed for $50,000 and then goes on to glory in that Black Eyed Susan. Best horse and biggest win of Randy Morse's career. And we'll see what lies ahead for her, but that's exciting to see a horse with her talent come back like this.
And you know she can sprint now too, so you have even more options going forward.
So Taxed picks up the 3rd win of her career. She dominates this group, coming from well off the pace under Christian Torres for a dominant victory. Statement in her return here in her first race back as a 4-year-old. A lot more coming, you would think, from Taxed, who takes the 5th easily here in Hot Springs. Back with you on our Saturday coverage, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Kendra Carmouche. It's always smiling. He's got a lot to smile about, having a terrific meet. Chase and Dylan Davis for that honor of top rider at the meet. And Ouster keeps him in the hunt, winning off the bench.
Yeah, this was a big effort. I mean, I'm sure that they're eyeing bigger game down the line, likely going to stretch him back out in distance going forwards. But this was a nice return effort from a horse that really showed a lot of talent earlier in his career.
5th win of Ouster's career. Again, Windealy Farm trainer Mark Hennig has him ready to go off the bench and returns $7.30 to kick off this late pick 5. And still 2 legs in. We got a long way to go on this double carryover of the pick 6, but yet to see a favorite win.
Yeah, so if you're alive, you're hoping that that chaos continues a little bit.
Back to Oaklawn. This was fun to watch. Taxed come back like this. Last year's Black Eyed Susan winner saying that, yes, she is ready for her 4-year-old campaign.
This was exciting. I mean, she's not even really in the screen at this point. You can see her then switch to the outside, get into gear, and just the way that she was able to blow by all these horses and win, going away from them as well. You have to think that whatever is in store for her next, it's going to be pretty exciting.
Been one of the great divisions, you know, really the last few years with a lot of stars in it, and now she's maybe ready to make that jump to a new level now as a 4-year-old. Add a little more intrigue to this distaff division. She wins, pays $7.60. First start back with Christian Torres aboard. Nice call by Paulie as well. Palace in.
Very well.
Tried to do it on the front end, just was facing a superior talent there. Early pick 5 returns just over $2,200. Enjoyed the short time I got with you here on this Saturday.
It was fun. You're stuck with Andy going forwards, but you'll survive.
Yeah, we'll make a switch here. Andy Sterling coming with me on the desk. After a short timeout, we have still to come our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 3 Whitmore out in Hot Springs and Tejano Twist. Defending champ trying to do it again in this race. Comes from well off of it. He's got a serious speed to try and run down in Rivet in a rematch against those two in the Whitmore.
Into second, Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Thoroughbred Racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. As we have the 5th from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, New York, coming up. Start of a pick 4, 1-turn mile, non-winners at 2 lifetime, $25,000 claiming race. And that is barnstorming even money. The one to beat here for Adam Rice with Eric Cancel. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, Barnstorming looks fantastic here. No problems with him as your favorite, and he does have the races at this distance that make him a player, whereas the horse who might take some money too that we're waiting to see if he can handle a mile is number 6, Independent Paul. Well, looking at him physically here for Horacio De Paz, who's looking for another winner on the card, he looks as though he should. I mean, as a son of street sense, it's kind of a wonder where, and I know he's only started 3 times and one off of a long layoff was that big win. But he just looks like a horse that is always meant to go longer here. Look, he's a little tough to trust. I get it, because there's an 81 and then there's a -0 and a 29 and basically 2 eased efforts. So what Independent Paul do we get here? But I don't mind what I'm seeing here, especially when it comes to the stretch out and distance. As we'll also take a look at number 2 in here, South Street, off the claim for David Jacobson. And I admit, for whatever reason, it's been a while since I've seen this horse in the paddock, just not doing the races he is in, so on and so forth. But he's done well. His weight is good for him, which he's a horse that does at times look as though he struggles to carry some of that conditioning. Looks great in that department. And he'll add a pair of cheater blinkers, so shortcut blinkers. And I think that's a good addition here off the claim for David Jacobson, a horse that doesn't necessarily have that much early speed and is often a very laid-back customer. Wondering if it puts him in the game a little bit more, because it just feels that these, not 2-turn distances, he can get a little bit out-footed early. So I think he's a bit intriguing, but no doubt about it, Greg, Barnstorming, much the horse to beat.
Oh, public loves this horse today. With me, going to go the rest of the way together. Andy Sterling, New York Racing Association handicappers. We dig into this pick 4 coming up, Cicada as well, and we have our ABR race of the week, the Whitmore at Oaklawn.
Yeah, look, we were talking about the Whitmore a little bit off camera and how the potential speed's kind of scratched, and Rivet looks like might be loose and tough to beat, but I hope you're alive in the pick 6. Couple legs down, a couple of relatively logical horses, but not super short prices getting it done. And, this is a funny race because Barnstorming is taking a significant drop in class, and the public's obviously all over him, and I'm not surprised. And Independent Paul is also dropping in class, though not off his win, a maiden 30, whereas a lot of these other horses have been running in some weaker fields, and even though Arabetto and I Love Cara were in the same condition, it was a very weak running of that race, and South Street not impossible as well. I'm going to try to make a case, though, for the 1 What a Blast at a price.
I like this horse a little bit, too. New gelding, and you see it's the horse showing some life in a recent work.
And I mean, hasn't he just been running in just utterly impossible spots in his recent races? And he hasn't exactly had the best of scenarios in those races.
Even money, I know this is the horse to beat. Does that seem a little short to you?
Yes, it feels like they're going overboard. I don't think it's that simple a race. Listen, he didn't run that badly last time. The race kind of fell apart. He was involved in the pace with Noda, who came back and ran an improved race. But still, even money for a horse that he's not exactly reliable, is he? And his biggest fig is on a muddy sealed track, at least in the last few starts since Linda Rice, and now it's Adam deputizing.
Here's South Street. David Jacobson just claimed this horse. Blinkers go on 1 for 20.
Yeah, I don't like 1 for 20 horses, and he was claimed out of a weaker race. But listen, maybe he improves for Jacobson, as we've talked about many times in the past. Hard to make heads or tails of him. Look at his horse in the previous race. Where did his prior race come from? And then today he runs an absolute clunker. So it's so hard to read what's going on with his horses, but it's not as though he's far out of it. To me, the 1, 2, 3, and 6 are all horses who can win. Any of the others would be absolute massive upsets. I don't know why, I Love Cara. I mean, I prefer I Love Cara to Arabetto, but that's about it. And I don't really prefer I Love Cara to Arabetto. I don't like either one of them.
Well, there's one we just showed you in action last time out. So moves to a new barn. An equipment change to try and get a little extra maybe finish and focus out of this horse. Isaac Castillo will be aboard as you look at Eric Cancel, who will ride the even money favorite here, Barnstorming for Adam Rice. The win came at Churchill last year at the end of his 3-year-old season.
For Brad Cox, and he was claimed out of that race by Linda Rice. Linda is serving a suspension, which I believe ends this weekend. She will be back, and Adam Rice, her nephew, is deputizing for her, and the horse has been running well. I don't think there's any reason to expect to run differently. I mean, I think the horse was a bit compromised against Tougher, is dropping down, and is logical here on the drop down. But you're right, this is not the kind of horse you want to run to be taking 6-5 on.
Post parade coming up. And we'll kick things off in a moment with What a Blast. But Eric Cancel getting settled in the saddle there. As we get set for the start of this late pick 4 that includes coming up next, that Cicada for 3-year-old fillies, where Galia Princess going to take a ton of attention for Brad Cox from that inside post. We'll start, though, with What a Blast. So we mentioned New Gelding with the one who, you know, some good races to go back to, that at least against this field and barnstorming him. And the maiden win, it was at Horseshoe Indy, meant for the grass, but it fits.
In a tougher spot last time out where Notice sort of had the run of the race and is a better horse, also a sloppy sealed track. The time before that, 1 1/8, at least he showed some life.
Here is the 2 South Street, blinkers going on.
Yeah, we'll see if he can improve for David Jacobson. Tough, though, to get by that 1 for 20 you pointed out.
Few no-shows from barnstorming, but is the horse to beat?
He's the horse to beat, but I think his chance of winning, I'm surprised Independent Paul is 9-2, because I think he's the clear second likeliest winner.
6-1 on this one. I Love Kara.
I'm surprised they're taking as much money as he is. Comes out of a race, it was a 5-horse blanket finish. And even though it was this class level, it wasn't a field of this class level.
But Tutadoro, 1 for 19, biggest price on the board.
Yeah, there's, one race a long time ago at Parks that makes Norris anything other than a massive outsider.
Huge figure in the dirt debut off, a year-and-a-half layoff. 2 starts back for this one.
Very good trip to break his maiden, but he did get an 81 buyer that day and is dropping down to a reasonable level. To me, he is the second likeliest winner. We've just seen too many chances from the 2 to make him the second choice.
6-1 is amazing.
How about all the money that just came in on the 2, went from 4-1 to 2-1, and everybody else's price went up. The 1 also took a big pop.
And there's Harabato. Blinkers went on the last couple of starts, and at least the horse has been more forward.
He has, but he just hasn't run a race except for one random race last year at Monmouth that makes him an even reasonable contender, at least in my opinion. And the board just got wildly skewed by a big bet on the 2 and a bet on the 1 as well. Not sure what happened there, but it dramatically changed all the odds.
19% increase in New York bred maiden purses. That's coming in 2026. It pays to have a New York bred. Never been a better time. For more information on how to qualify your foal for that New York bred program, go to NYRA.com/NYBreds and take advantage. This horse at 6-1 with one of the biggest figures in this field. 2 starts back. Bit of a surprise at that number. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin for more.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 3 barnstorming. If the little letter right after Rice or before Rice, depending on which past performances you're looking at, was an L instead of an A, this horse would be a tad bit shorter. I have no concerns, no issues, no thoughts about the change in trainer, because like Andy mentioned, I don't think that it was a switch. I think that whatever Linda was doing in terms of feed, in terms of training, in terms of the regimen, it's all going to be the same. And so I think barnstorming is a Linda Rice horse dropping in for a tag. And we all know how that goes. I think this horse is going to be extremely tough to beat in here. It's one of those situations where if barnstorming doesn't win, it's very hard for me to design the race for someone else to win outside of South Street. And I've never been someone who wants to just skip playing the favorite to take another horse who's likely over bets, considering the chances they have of beating the favorite. South Street is definitely an alternative, but at 5-2 on South Street, I'd much prefer the 9-5 on the 3 barnstorming. I think barnstorming should run a good race. There's a couple of races that barnstorming has run that will blow this field away, and I think that it's very likely that one of those shows up. I'm not much of an off-on race person, Mags, but barnstorming does have that pattern of running good race, bad race, good race, bad race. Well, this is supposed to be a good one.
Right, you're jumping on at the right time. In other words, JK. But I do want to discuss the rail runner here in What a Blast. You know me, I love a New Gelding, and this is a horse that it can be a little bit bouncy, to say, not bad behavior by any means, just kind of on his toes. He's very quiet today as he does come off the fresh gelding, gelded immediately after his last race, assumably there according to the date, and rightfully so. For Carlos Martin, looks great overall, moving really well, which I like to see, especially with the horse that, you know, you want them to push off well from behind. I think the mile is probably a good distance for him overall, and I don't blame Andy for taking a shot with him. I like everything I saw from him in the warm-ups too, but I'm going to take a chance here and hoping that Independent Paul is a little bit of a good race, bad race horse. I don't know. I don't think that's really the case with him, but I just like this added ground, and I loved his warm-up with Dylan Davis aboard, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. And I'm even 5-1. I'm surprised
Crazy
this
price.
horse is at that number.
It's a crazy price on this horse. I know he had a good setup in his maiden win. And listen, that was a softer field, but that was actually a pretty good race for that condition. And he was over his head last time. He's an overlay, in my opinion, at 5-1. And I think the odds should be certainly reversed between he and the two. We'll see how that plays out. I'm going to disagree with Jonathan. I don't think the pub. I wish we were betting into a pool where there was significant money altering the odds, because they don't realize that Linda Rice is normally the trainer of the three and that Adam Rice, her nephew, is deputizing. I wish it was still 1975. And this horse is even money. And I don't disagree with Jonathan. This is way the horse to beat it here. I don't disagree at all with that notion. I'm not ready to take even money, but I'm not thinking he's a massive underlay in here. I mean, I don't know. What's he supposed to be in here? He is a very likely winner. And if the money's kind of right in the six, then he's an even likelier winner because he's supposed to beat South Street. I'm hoping What a Blast is a smart guy horse here. We'll see what happens.
6-1 from the rail. What a Blast, the new gelding. And again, that 3 furlong drill, third quickest to 49 in the morning, you would assume when that equipment change took place. Maybe this horse has woken up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's hard. They're claiming the gelding was January 27th, the day after he ran last time. I have my issues with that because frequently those days are wrong, but it was probably at least a month ago, so, you know, 3 to 4 weeks ago. So whatever the case was. And, you know, the new gelding advantage, it was better in the old days. We always did a good job at NYRA in providing the information, so I don't know why we had to sort of provide it semi-accurately, but it's not a decision. It's above my pay grade.
We're 2 legs into this pick 6 carryover, double pick 6 carryover. No favorites win yet. 9-2. Very logical second choice of 5-2, who probably, I believe, was the morning line favorite.
If that horse wasn't an A on your tickets, I don't know what you were thinking.
Ouster.
They both would have been A's for me. I got a long way to get through. I would have used the 3 and 6 as A's here, and my 1 as a B in playing it. I would have singled Galea Princess. I might have had the 5 as a C, but I would have singled Galea Princess. The 7th race is tough. I would have gotten the 7 and 8 on my tickets as A's, and maybe the 4 and a very little 1. The last race, I would like to have the 1, 2, and 4, but that's not an easy race.
7th
either.
and 8th seem very wide open.
They're more open, yeah.
But, yeah, for several, and that's coming up next. That Cicada, Galea Princess for Brad Cox probably is a key horse and single for many. We'll see if she lives up to the billing. 4 to 5 morning line in our feature coming up next. Right now, loading up here, race 5. There is the even money favorite, Barnstorming, Eric Cancel. On the short price favorite, Chris Griffin with the call.
I Love Kara next to move forward. Then 3 out. Batuta Doro, Independent Paul, and Arabato. There's Independent Paul. Arabato. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed for Barnstorming from in between horses at the rail. There is What a Blast in the early mix, and What a Blast now asserts, had to be asked, but What a Blast has got the lead. Arabato towards the outside, and now Barnstorming is going to settle just off of them. Independent Paul is going to join Barnstorming, is now taken third as they come out of the chute. It's another 3.5 lengths back. Batuta Doro just gets past to the inside by South Street. The early trailer, I Love Kara, 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. It is Arabado who takes it right to What a Blast. They're still 1-2. Just behind them, Independent Paul is tracking there from third. Barnstorming is right to the inside here in fourth. Eric Hensel encouraging Barnstorming to move forward now. He's trying to challenge for that third spot, but in behind that is South Street. Batuta Doro is out in the center of the racetrack, still second to last. In the trailer, I Love Kara, 46.39 for the half-mile time. What a Blast has got the lead. It's What a Blast is trying to shake off Arabado. Independent Paul has traveled nicely there in the 3-pass. Barnstorming is now encouraged to move forward here from fourth. Just not cutting the margin yet. Is going to move towards the inside. Ground-saving trip. Just behind that, South Street. Batuta Doro starts a rally from the back. I Love Kara has trailed throughout. They're still chasing What a Blast at the top of the stretch. What a Blast has got the lead. Down at the rail, Barnstorming trying to push on through. Independent Paul has had the right journey. Is coming out to the leader. It's What a Blast who's still there. What a Blast still holding him off. Barnstorming continues to chase down towards the inside. Independent Paul. Late run here, South Street. It is still What a Blast, finding plenty in the late stages. What a Blast is still clear. What a Blast. Barnstorming going to try one final time. It's What a Blast. Barnstorming, What a Blast wins it. What a Blast over Barnstorming, Independent Paul, and South Street in 1 minute 36 and 4.
What a Blast with the win, able to hold off an even money favorite. 3 legs into this pick 6 carryover. 3 favorites have been defeated.
Yeah, and no excuse whatsoever for Barnstorming, who Eric stayed inside and got second there. But What a Blast. You know, you got to love the aggressive ride there. And Arabado tried to stay with him and put a little pressure on him. So this horse wasn't just gifted the race. And, you know, sometimes you just have to find horses that have been running against some tougher horses in here. And I'm not going to say I love this horse. I just thought at 6-1, he was a reasonable play in this race. And he turned out to be.
So What a Blast, just his second win from 14 starts and able to hold off that late surge from that even money favorite. Barnstorming to get this win. 6-1 beating an even money favorite is going to play pretty nicely in a pick 6.
Yeah.
But still a long way to go to finish here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with this pick 6 going in and obviously coming out, it was tougher at the end. Because this is not, I mean, I don't think there's any serious players that use 3 horses in here that probably didn't have this horse on their tickets. Yeah. You know, this was a very logical type horse. South Street took an enormous amount of relative money. I still have no idea how he was, you know, 2/3 of the price of Independent Paul. I mean, they ran 3rd and 4th, but that was not surprising. And listen, Barnstorming ran fine. He just was second best.
So 1-3-6-2. Favorite among a couple in here that did get claimed. Going to be heading to New Barns after this race. We'll give you these prices coming up in a moment. We're going to head back to Hot Springs. Race 6. Great crowd on hand on a beautiful day out in Hot Springs on Hall of Fame Day.
Oh, I thought it was because Paul. I thought
well,
Paul
that's
was
part
the
of
draw.
it.
I mean,
6 furlongs, 12, running out of days to see Paul LaDuca, in Hot Springs.
They have like a big count. There's one of those signs outside of town where they're Xing off the days left to see Paul LaDuca. Yeah.
$12,000 maiden claiming sprint coming up in this spot. And we'll start in a moment here with Palmetto Devil, who is dropping down in class. Steve Asmussen's son Keith aboard at 3-1.
Yeah, he is. Well, he is and he isn't, because his last race was against Archie-bred maiden specials, so I think that mitigates it a bit. I thought he was overbet, personally.
Yeah, the first race actually showed a little life. First time he's going to get a fast track in his career. Sloppy going to the debut.
Are you surprised that the 3 is this price in here, dropping down and cutting back for Chris Hartman? I may have to bet him. I'll wait to hear what Paulie thinks.
All right, there's the Asmussen horse. Here is without objection. So, yeah, Blinker's coming off, start number 4.
Yeah, I thought he was sort of a wise guy horse in there. I don't love him. I'm just half kidding.
First race was decent.
Isn't the 4 an overlay? I know he's 0 for 13, but fast enough to win, right?
That put him in the mix, no question. Ramsey Zimmerman aboard. Yeah. Honest opinion at 18-1.
The problem with this horse is that he's going for Brad Cox, and no knock on his trainer, who's got good numbers, but he's not in Brad Cox's barn anymore.
Gust of wind at 30-1.
We've been known to have that on this show from time to time.
Not much to recommend with a 6.
Myself included, by the way.
Guyton, start number 2, was 70-1 first out.
Yeah, this would be a ticket maker if you got this one. I have no idea.
Another tough one to figure out. Next door, Mo Angel.
And it's probably better in the grass, too.
Rocco Bowen rides. First-time starter next door for very sharp barn, Carl Broberg, No Mo Whining.
Yes. I don't know. I'm guessing that's probably not named for Carl. Who's I think he's in the handicapping contest today. Not a lot of pedigree to go on, but we'll see.
Chrome Candy, son of Texas Chrome. This horse has speed.
Seems like a relatively somewhat logical.
Christian Torres at 5-1 right now. Native Moonshine, big price.
I can't see anything to recommend. Dirt races are all atrocious.
Yeah, both last two going long. Nothing that can give you a reason to play this horse. And then here's the favorite, Violent River outside for Mac Robertson.
The only problem with this horse is his lack of speed, right? I mean, on his figures, he sort of overlays the field, right? I don't know why he's 9-5 and the 1 is 3-1, right? Shouldn't he be a significantly shorter price than the 1, or you think it's just sort of connections?
That barn, too, he's going to have certainly the 1 to beat coming up next in the Purple Martin. See if Extreme Diva can keep things going. I'll also send out Extreme Smoke Show in that Purple Martin. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, an interesting race here, and welcome to the set, Andy, on a great day here, Hall of Fame day, packed house here at Oaklawn Park. In a really tough race to kind of figure out in here, because you have the one in here in Steve Cauthen completely making the drop down to the claiming level. Now, he had a horse earlier in the card that went from maiden special weight to maiden 50 and got the job done. So it seems like on the class drop, his horses are running, and they're looking for a hat trick today, both father and son, as Keith's looking for his third winner on the day. So I don't love the one, but you know, getting that inside position with 11 other horses on the outside concerns me a little bit. Now, when you get to the 12, Violent Gigi, you know, sorry, I thought Matt Dinnerman was going to announce a scratch there, but Violent Gigi draws the complete outside, and Andy's completely right. I mean, she's just, the gate has been her issues. And I don't know, maybe drawing outside, maybe getting in the gate last will help her a little bit to maybe get out of the gate. But I do think she's the one to beat in here. And then, you know, Texas Chrome Baby, the Ronnie Cravens runner, you know, these Texas Chrome horses that are out of Grasshopper are nice horses. They've been running very, very well. And, you know, this horse got 2 bad posts, 10 out of the 11, was just beat by Violent River. Back gets another bad post, but has shown at least somewhat of early speed, which is the worry that you're getting with the 12, and you're not going to get that speed. And I'll mention one other horse. It's the 9, No More Whining for Carl Broberg. His barn's just going way too good right now to kind of leave him off tickets. This is a 3-year-old by more for the money. I know a newly turned 3-year-old facing older horses, and that's the concern there. That's why this horse is getting 113 pounds. But I have a feeling this horse could be a little live here at 7-1. But I'll take a small little push on the Ronnie Cravens runner, the 10, but Violent River, if she can mine or he can mine his gate manners, he's going to be tough to beat in here.
And there he is. So 9-5 favorite. Again, this barn with 2 shots at the Purple Martin Stakes coming up next, including Extreme Diva, who's on an incredible roll and winning that Dixie Bell last start at this meet. There's Julie Crone, Richard Mandela, Chris McCarron on Hall of Fame Day, 3 of the greats.
Yeah, I'm a big Julie Crone fan. You know, I mean, obviously Chris was an amazing rider. As far as Richard Mandela's record speaks for itself. I don't think, you know, he hasn't really run many horses in New York, and Chris is a tremendous rider. I remember he used to come, when he came east, he was always a huge factor. But I saw Julie ride a lot, and she was a great rider. I mean, truly one of the all-time greats. Horses ran for Julie.
They did.
She just had a magical way with her horses. And she was also a lot of fun. She had a great sense of humor. You could always, you know, you could give her a hard time. She was funny about it. She would go back and forth with the fans. And she was really a great part of the game. And her career ended too soon because of unfortunate accidents, which has happened to a lot of us. Listen, our friend Richard Migliore, his career was cut a little short because of accidents. He'd still be riding today. He's such a crazy man. But Julie was a great rider.
Yeah, and you go, as you said, great personality, great sense of humor, and obviously broke barriers in this sport. Belmont Stakes win on Colonial Fair. We'll get back to this race in a moment. 2 minutes to post in this 6th at Oaklawn. Meanwhile, back in New York, Luis Rivera Jr., what a blast. Carlos Martin, with his 4-year-old son, Uncle Mo, gets the 2nd win of the career, newly gelded, and holds off Barnstorming, the even money favorite.
Yeah, and a nice ride by Luis, being aggressive with him, holding that position, and able to just get the job done. No excuse for barnstorming, was simply second best. Eric did everything he could, stayed inside, came up and just fell a little bit short in here. Independent Paul ran a good third. Logical race after that, but listen, it works occasionally.
For Wellburn Thoroughbred Investments, again, Carlos Martin, Luis Rivera Jr. winning connections, 6-1. Upsetting an even money favorite, $14.20 for the victory. 1-3-6-2 finish in the fifth. And we have a stakes race coming up next. Let's take a look at this pick six follow along to this point. Halfway home. Still a long way to go. But if you are alive, it's shaping up awfully nice. No favorites yet to win, although Ouster, probably one of, if you went too deep in that race, that was one of them you used, was on most tickets, if not all. Manny Penny, though, 9-2 to start it off. And now, seeing that horse got bet to even money, maybe one that several did leave off.
I would imagine that a lot of people with smaller money leaned heavily on barnstorming. This is setting up as a pick six that should pay pretty well, regardless of the results going forward. Because as you point out, no favorites. I was once a lone winner of a pick six where the highest price was $15, second highest price 11 and change, and it was a whole pool for $141,000.
Keep beating favorites, and things like that can happen.
No favorites won in the sequence.
3-year-old fillies next in this 6-furlong sprint in the Cicada, and obviously a lot of hype with Gallia Princess for Brad Cox, and that runner-up finish in the Ruthless probably even better than it looked on paper, isn't it?
I thought it was a terrific effort. She broke a little slow, had the rail, had to be aggressive. The winner's a good horse. The winner was the opposite. She broke extremely well. She had an outside post, so she was able to rate where Gallia Princess had to go in there. Now, she has the rail again, and there's been some discussion. The connections wanting to rate. You got the best horse and the fastest horse. Don't overthink it. Go. If somebody else wants to go on a mission, that's one thing. But I know Manny Franco. Manny understands, but Manny is not going to this race unless he's under absolute strict instructions, which I think would be a mistake to rate this horse. He's going.
It's going to be interesting to see what she does. Couple of other speeds in that race. We'll have that one coming up next in that Cicada. Back to Oaklawn. Even money now in this 0-for-7 maiden 12-5 claiming race with Violent River with an extreme outside post.
I'm going to be honest. He's supposed to be even money in this race. Well, let's go through it. I mean, there are horses in this race that have minimal chance. You've got a first-year Carl Broberg, good or not, and I agree with Paul he's saying, but this horse is not taking any money. So what price is going to be? I mean, this horse is towering over these horses on figures. This horse is, I assume, on your figures, is much better. I mean, and the post 12 is not a big deal. There's a scratch in here anyway, but he's just way the horse to beat. It doesn't mean he's going to lose. I think the 3 is the interesting horse. So I bet a little win in the 3, and I bet a 12-3.
That's without objection, 7-1 for the Chris Hartman barn. See if this even money favorite can get it done for Mac Robertson ahead of a stakes race where he has 2 3-year-old fillies lining up, including Extreme Diva. That's coming up next. Let's go to Matt Ditterman for the call.
Gust of Wind, post 6, waiting with Native Moonshine. Native Moonshine goes in, Gust of Wind. Violent River to the far outside. Here's Violent River. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow breaks from both Nomo Whining and Guidon. Those two second to last and last respectively. Palmetto Devil from the inside. Dancing Rocket alongside. Palmetto Devil eases off the pace. Dancing Rocket, Mo Angel. Those two 1-2 down the backside. Palmetto Devil runs in the 4th spot now. Has been passed by Honest Opinion without objection down on the inside with Palmetto Devil. Gust of Wind is about 3 wide here within 4 lengths of the lead. Chrome Candy, Native Moonshiner next. Violent River and Guidon second to last and third last, and that leaves Nomo Whining, the first-time starter at the back. Around the 4 turn they run. Dancing Rocket in the red silks leads narrowly by a half length. Honest Opinion, they're 3 wide. Mo Angels 3 deep. A gap of 2 to Without Objection sent along from that position. Native Moonshine is plummeted back in the wrong direction. Violent River's coming on the scene now, and the 4 path, and Violent River, the favorite, is on the move, has to catch Dancing Rocket, but Violent River grandstand side is most motoring towards the lead. Honest Opinion tries to move up with that rival, but Violent River's quicker. Violent River hits the 16th pole, opens up 2. Up the inside without objection, has run well today. Violent River in front without objection. Second, Violent River to score. Second home without objection. Third, Honest Opinion. And fourth was Dancing Rocket.
Violent River, short price favorite with the win. Actually goes off at 4-5 in here, but the best horse might have been a 3 without objection. Who you liked?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't hurt me that badly because I had the 12-3 for as much as I bet to win on the horse, but I didn't bet that much anyway. I mean, the 3 obviously should have won this race, but listen, sometimes the figs don't lie, you know, and this horse was just better than these horses on paper. But, I mean, without objection, didn't break, rushed up on the rail, stayed in traffic, waited the whole way for room. If he got a clean trip, the 3 should have won this race, not Belmir's fault.
Nowhere to go to get through, and then finally got some running room and made it close without objection. And keep your eyes on that one next time out. Violent River, though, the win, 4-5. Here in the 6th, we have the late pick 5 coming up next. Starts with the Purple Martin. Barn that just won that race. We'll send out 2, an Extreme Diva, an Extreme Smoke Show, Mac Robertson. And we have more coming up from New York as well. Dahlia Princess for Brad Cox, 1-4 favorite. After a runner-up finish in the Ruthless, got to deal with the rail again in the Cicada next. Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here in South Ozone Park, New York, out in Hot Springs, Arkansas as well. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Cicada coming up next here at Aqueduct. 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlong sprint, and that filly right there, the 1-4 favorite for Brad Cox, Dahlia Princess.
I got it right on top, Greg. They're not fooling me here. I think that she's a good one. You know, we have a great series of stakes for really every grouping, but the 3-year-old fillies with the Victory Ride, the Test, and the Prioress. And she could be a horse that's competitive in those. She's run very well in her races. And you know, she did rate in her first start, and she rated inside of horses and was able to come out. So I'm not saying she can't do that, but with her position in this spot, she's supposed to go. Now, if either the 4 or 5 want to go too fast, you let them go. But I don't think you're riding a 1-5 shot. You don't want to get too cute, do you?
Let's see what Manny Franco does. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I will say, in the write-ups, connections have said that they're more than content in rating Gallia Princess today, but at least looking at these horses physically, it doesn't even seem fair. It looks like a field of 2-year-olds against a 4-year-old. She's just that superior looking. She's bigger, she's stronger, she's more developed, she's super classy. I mean, all the accolades you want to throw at a horse relative to the field that they're facing, she gets here. And look, she's 1-4. She should be. As the horse who's second choice right now, coming up from Maryland pretty quick, that's Miss Harriet. She has won 3 of her 4 efforts, and the only loss coming when she subsequently had to go to the bench for a couple months. But Miss Harriet, she's okay, but she just doesn't look like the caliber at all that Gallia Princess is. I mean, she comes in here, she has a bit of a winter coat. She just doesn't look as athletic and strong either. And even the horse on the outside, she's nothing compared to Gallia Princess. So really nothing earth-shattering to report here from the paddock, Greg.
Well, positive signs if you have this one keyed in your pick 6, pick 5s. Physically looks like the dominant one. The board says she cannot lose. We'll see if that's the case with Gallia Princess. For trainer Brad Cox, Manny Franco rides the Cicada from Aqueduct when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt, won by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Victoria in the Vanderbilt.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths.
Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good.
Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the races, getting into stakes action here in New York on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Cicada for 3-year-old fillies and maybe a 3-year-old filly we're going to hear a lot more about this year. Gallia Princess, she just went by in the picture for trainer Brad Cox. Runner-up in the Ruthless last time out with a difficult trip. She's got to deal with the rail again, though, today.
Yeah, I mean, she's got to work out the right trip. I still think she's the fastest horse in here. I'm interested. I mean, Miss Harriet is obviously a bit of a wild card. She's been running well and improving. I'm interested to see what Reconcile does. I think she's going to run a lot better today. Whether that's good enough remains to be seen.
She's got the outside post. She won the first start of her career, runner-up in the extra heat on a muddy track. We start with Gallia Princess, the huge favorite with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it's almost spring actually, but this is a filly, and they all have the potential to go forward. But this is one we could well be talking about in Saratoga in some big races.
A test obviously would be one of those that they're eyeing if things continue to progress. Anna's Wish. Gate to wire last start for George Weaver.
And they're taking a shot to get some black type in here. I can't blame them. While she has some speed, she'll probably be sitting last.
Miss Harriet has moved forward as a 3-year-old. Back-to-back wins, including a stakes win at Laurel.
She gets an acid test here, but listen, she's improving her figures, and you don't want to completely dismiss her.
And Reconcile on the outside, who struggled in that Ruthless with a bit of a troubled beginning.
She gets a completely dry track for the first time since her debut. She's better than her last race, but the question is, can she bounce back enough to be competitive?
Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, are we seeing a rising star in this 3-year-old filly division?
I think so. And look, I like the rail draw for this horse in this situation with this rider for this trainer. And the reason is because all of the main competition in here are horses whose best chance to win is forward. These aren't horses that you're going to just completely change their style, take them back, make one run. They're going to pop away from there and find themselves in a forward position. If Galia Princess makes the lead and they're chasing her around there, she's going to take some starch out of them. I think she's better, and she'll just be the speed of the speed, even if they do go, quote-unquote, too fast early. The inside draw puts Manny in a position where he needs to send away from there. And Brad Cox has never rated a horse. Maybe he has, but it's not something he does. Ask Nick's Go. That's why Nick's Go got so good, is Brad understands the importance of speed. We'll see Manny put this horse on the front end and may the best horse win, and I believe it's the one, Galia Princess.
A lot to handle right now for Manny Franco. He has settled her down a bit.
She's getting a good look at the gate. Know
she wanted to get a little preview, of what's to come.
Yeah, listen, I don't have a problem with her drawing the rail. I agree with Jonathan on that conceptually. I would prefer she drew the outside post and she could dictate how the race was run. I happen to agree with Jonathan that she's the fastest horse and she's supposed to wire the field. The connection's spoken otherwise, but you almost wonder if it's a bit of a smokescreen, too.
Yeah, it could be. Is she the quick of the quick? We're going to find out soon enough here on the 1-4 favorite in this Cicada. Galia Princess, daughter of Triple Crown champ American Pharoah, getting set for the 3rd start of her career coming up. And we have a new audience joining us just in time for the Cicada. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races with live coverage here from Aqueduct out at Oaklawn as well on Hall of Fame Day. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Cicada coming up, and potentially a budding star in this 3-year-old filly division here, Galia Princess. She is the 1-4 favorite from the rail.
Yeah, and I think sometimes people think, oh, it's winter racing at Aqueduct. No good horses ever come out of there. Well, Early Voting won the Preakness, and he was here in the winter, and Cloud Computing, the same thing. And you go back and you look at It's Tricky. It was a very, very good Grade 1 winning filly, second in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I think she was second. Multiple grade winner. We've seen a lot of good horses come out of the winter here in New York that have gone and do bigger and better things. Now, I'm not making Galia Princess a Grade 1 winner, but she's a very, very good filly who potentially could be one of the leaders of her division going short throughout the year.
There are times to pick against favorites, as we saw from that graphic. None of our analysts are going to be doing that here. The belief is Galia Princess is that good.
Yeah, and I also think it's important as an analyst. The first thing you do as a handicapper, any one of us looking at a race, is you ask yourself, is the favorite vulnerable? Because if you think the favorite's vulnerable, there's a good chance you can make money in the race if you're right. But that doesn't mean you automatically pick against every favorite. And the last thing you want to do, especially if you're publicly handicapping and making picks, is just randomly pick against a favorite unless you're ready to bet against it. And I don't think any of us are ready to bet against this horse. And I can't make a case for anybody to beat her. And I agree in a way with the public that the second choice, Miss Harriet, in some ways is the likeliest upsetter. But if I was going to take an upsetter, I would take the 5 Reconcile, because I believe she's a lot better than her last race. And I think she's going to run better with her outside draw today, but I don't think she's going to beat the favorite.
And you believe Galia Princess, certainly you believe she's the best, but you believe she's the quickest, and Miss Harriet, the 4, who has to go to, that's the only way she wins, not quick enough to keep up?
I don't think the 4 and 5 are significantly slower. I just think that Galia Princess is quicker than they are. Having said that, she broke a little slowly last time, and she had the inside, so you have to watch the start. Is she going to have a stutter step start again? And if she does, you may see Manny sort of take her in hand. On the other hand, you don't want to get too cute with a horse who's a heavy favorite and let them sort of put you in a tough position because you've got a target on your back. You got to ride the best horse like the best horse. Now, the Connections have made some comments. I believe the Daily Race Forum's Dave Grenig had some quotes from them saying they want to rate her. Okay, they may want to. You better be careful about doing that from the rail. If she drew post 4 or 5, that's a little easier.
And it seems like it can't happen, but when you have these smaller fields, for some reason, traffic problems can happen a lot more than they do in larger fields.
I couldn't agree more with you. And
especially with a favorite with a target on their back.
For our regular audience who was watching before, you saw a horse at Oaklawn that just finished second that got buried down the inside behind horses. Not a rider's fault. The horse didn't break well. But, I mean, I know it was a different, but that's a horse that should have won the race and didn't get out until too late. If the one loses this race and you're Manny Franco, you want to lose because you didn't ride the best horse. You don't want to lose because something happened and you feel like, I screwed it up, I could have done it differently. And Manny's an aggressive rider. So even if they want to, if she breaks sharply, she'll be in front, in my opinion.
There she is, Manny Franco. He's got all the pressure on him. On the 2-5 favorite from that inside post. How sharp will he break and what will he do? Try and take command early. We're about to find out. Cicada coming up from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Goes forward and in. All set for the Cicada. And they're off. Gallia Princess has her least speed, is joined up on the outside here from Reconcile, who now asserts and reconciles a half length in front. Gallia Princess from off the pace is going to move right to the outside here and stalk the pace setter. Reconcile's got the lead. Gallia Princess switches out to the 2-path. Just behind them, that's Miss Harriet alone in third. At the back, Anna's Wish is the trailer as they work up the backstretch. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Reconcile's got the lead. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Gallia Princess, the big favorite here, just ranging up on the outside, is within a half length of the leader. Reconcile and Gallia Princess, these two sprint away. It's about 4-5 lengths back now, too. Miss Harriet alone in third. From the back, Anna's Wish is trying to rally on, but we'll have to pass the top two. It's Reconcile in front as they turn for home. Gallia Princess just drifted out of touch there at the top of the stretch, and now Gallia Princess straightens up. Reconcile is not giving up the lead easily, though. Gallia Princess now asserts, and here comes Gallia Princess. Big bounding strides up on the outside, and the favorite is going to draw away in the late stages. Reconcile was game, but Gallia Princess, very classy here. Gallia Princess wins the Cicada impressively. Reconcile second, then came Anna's Wish and Miss Harriet. Final running time, 1 minute 9 and 4.
Gallia Princess, an easy time with his field in the Cicada, and things worked out pretty good early on.
Yeah, this is a very, very nice filly, very promising. And, you know, this is a great example of what Richard Migliore likes to talk about getting your position going forward. You watch the start of this race, and we'll get back to it. She breaks extremely sharply, and you see Manny Franco ride her out of the gate. So he's getting his position going forward. Now, Jose Lezcano wanted to be aggressive with the 5.
All out to make the
right.
lead.
So, but because Manny's aggressive, they're moving fast enough that they created that separation of the 4. So he lets Jose Lezcano go, and he easily gets out of the 2-path. So because he rode her aggressively from the gate, he was able to get exactly the position that he wanted to get because of how aggressive the 5 was. And listen, as we talked about beforehand, Reconcile was a horse that could run better. And I think Reconcile ran darn well in this race. And she got absolutely crushed by this horse. This is a very, very nice horse. I know the track has started to get faster, but we haven't seen times like that. And a lot of it's because the track's very slow. This is a good horse.
Yeah, one of the few sub-110 6-furlong sprints we've seen at the meet in a while. And you got to think Connections now thinking down this summer to the test potentially with his filly.
You know, there's another man who's had his share of good horses over the years.
Yes, he has, including a couple of Kentucky Derby wins. Paul LaDuca is standing by with him on Hall of Fame Day in Hot Springs.
Yes, I am. I'm with the man, Nick Zito. And if you think you're the mayor of Arkansas or New York, you're not, because this man to the right of me knows everybody here. He's a fan favorite, one of my favorites, too, as well. Nikki, I was talking to Dwayne Lucas, and we've seen all these Hall of Fame jockeys. How many of these Hall of Fame jockeys did you take off your horses?
Not many, because, you know, there was a great trainer before Andy was born called Hirsch Jacobs. Tremendous. He used to love when a jockey took off a horse. I learned that from him. I said, I'm not going to do that, because he would, you know, he would go crazy. It would make him feel so happy if a jockey took off his horse. He felt, you know, that's only going to help him, and it has helped us over the years. So I try to leave him on.
You know, I had Steve Cauthen on a little bit earlier, and you said he won one of your first races for you.
No question. A place called Aqueduct Racetrack, 1977. It was Sylvan's Girl. That was my first stakes race.
You never forget this first stakes race.
No, Steve wrote him. Steve Cauthen wrote him.
You know, and I asked Nick right before this, we were getting on there. I said, Nick, who's the best horse you traded? And he just said, you know, I've been blessed with so many. We obviously remember Birdstone. You know, a lot of people cried that day when Smarty Jones didn't win, but a lot of people with jubilation with Mary Lou Whitney, obviously in the winner's circle. But you can go on and on with a lot of your horses. And I'm going to put you on the spot. Who was the funnest horse to train?
The funnest horse I had? I had a lot of nice horses. I mean, Sun King was one of my favorites. He didn't win the Triple Crown race. He won a lot of them. Got beat in nose in the Whitney, got beat in nose in the Metropolitan Mile. But I had so many. I guess Strike to Gold, when you think about it, you go way back. I got so many scars on me. They used to bite me. I used to take care of them. There's so many good memories. But, you know, I just want to do it one more time. There's something inside of me that says, you know what, just keep doing this. Don't worry about it. Just go forward. You'll get a break, and we'll see what happens. I got some people trying to help me now, and you know who they are, so we'll see what happens.
Well, Nick, we always here at America's Day at the Races wish you the best of luck, and you're just a friend to me and to everybody else in New York as well, and a deserving Hall of Famer.
Thank you so much.
One of the greats and great characters in this game, too. Always great when you run into Nick Zito. He's had a lot of big moments in this sport.
We've been friends for a long time. He's been a great friend to me for many, many years, and a good friend of my mom's, too. My mom, she loves Nick. I wish I had known he was going to be on exactly then. I would have had her put the show on. She would watch for Nick, not for me. And he was mentioning Sun King, and I think I watched with Nick in the box both that Met Mile defeat by a nose to a Breeders' Cup winner. In fact, both Breeders' Cup winner. Invasor, the eventual horse of the year, beat him by a half a head in the Whitney as well. But he set me up once in the barn with Sun King. He brought me over, and Sun King bit my jacket, and he was literally like lifting me up by my jacket by the barn. But Sun King, one of my favorites as well, and Nick Zito, absolutely one of my favorites.
Still have my signed Nick Zito bobblehead. Nick, thank you for that many years ago.
Great, man.
Great to see all these icons of the game on Hall of Fame Day out in Hot Springs. Back in New York, Cicada, and a star on the rise in this sport, Gallia Princess. Manny Franco for trainer Brad Cox. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's industry-leading selected yearling sales. The July sale, the Saratoga sale, and New York Bred yearling sale, all taking place this summer. Nominate your yearlings today at Fasig-Tipton.com. $2.80 for the win. And Gallia Princess, better things ahead after this performance. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, Greg, as you said before the race, sometimes, often more than not, we see trouble in short fields. But Manny, you made sure that was not going to be the issue with the heavy favorite, Gallia Princess, today in the Cicada. We saw you be aggressive from the start, but talk about what happened with Jose Lascano and reconcile thereafter.
I mean, I think it was a jockey race. So it was a short field, so I just want to do my own thing, you know. I want my feeling good. I want to break good, and then decide what I have to do after that. But I want to make sure to break with the field. When I saw Kendrick doesn't break fast at all, let's kind of, you know, clear me. I was able to go outside. I think that was the key, my clean break.
Manny, she's so big. She was dominant over this field. And it was kind of funny watching you run up beside Reconcile, who's half her size.
That's true. Linda's filly is small. My filly is huge. So I think it's a little bit of, you know, advantage. I guess so. So I just want to say thank to Brad Dustin for the great job that he's doing here, and Brad too. So I'm happy to be able to get the win for them.
Yeah, you've been a part of a lot of their wins. Manny, really quick, do want to ask you said the track is riding faster than what it has, obviously, with warmer temperatures, but 109 and change, that's pretty quick. In your estimation, how good is this very young still 3-year-old filly?
She's nice. She will keep improving race by races, and yeah, but the track is playing speedy, so if you have the horse, you gotta be there, and I think that he's gonna carry you. So.
Well, Manny, she was much the best today. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Galia Princess and the Cicada heavy favorite delivers. Greg?
Might be calling her name more this summer when we head upstate. She is talented, and this was fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, will she run in a race like the Beaumont, which is around 7.5 furlongs at Keeneland, or will they wait to run perhaps in the 8 Bells on Kentucky Derby Day? And, then, they don't have the mile, the Acorn's only a mile, and in Saratoga it's a mile and 8. I imagine they'll keep her shorter, and the goals will be races like the Victory Ride, but ultimately the Test, if things work out. But she's thrown her name in the ring to be one of the major players in those races. She's good.
Test, not only one of the most prestigious races, there is 7 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga, but year in, year out, it seems like it's one of the most entertaining races we have at Saratoga as well.
No, I agree. The list of winners of that race going back is a who's who of horses that have gone on to do some very good things in this game. And she has a chance to be a big player in that race and other races, so excited to see her.
Many keyed her in the pick 6 and pick 5.
Got that favorite
at that price, but still 2 legs to go. And again, there are 3 races prior to that were favorites, were beat, with races 7 and 8 still to come in this double pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens because in theory, these last 2 races are the most competitive. We'll see where people go. I didn't look at doubles. Right now, the favorite is the number 4. We'll see how that works out. I do think she's a danger in here. I would have gone to horses like the 7 and 8 as 2 of my main, but this race and the 4 is a heavy favor over the 1, who I'm not enamored with.
6 furlongs here in the 7th. New York Breds, first allowance condition coming up. And the 4, that's Mooley, Kendrick Carmouche for the David Duggan barn. Was a winner last time out. But there's some others that have some very intriguing form. Ghost Bustin' certainly going to be quick on the rail with Manny Franco again. Blinkers going on. So you got to think their intentions try and send.
I feel like she's done her racing when everything's gone her own way, and I think both the 8 and 9 are fast enough to make her have to work a little early, which I think could make things difficult for Ghost Bustin'.
Cross country, pick 5 from Aqueduct and Oaklawn begins with his 7th here coming up in New York. He includes that grade 3 Whitmore, and we'll close out with pretty competitive 10th too at Oaklawn. Good luck for everyone playing that sequence this afternoon. We'll be back. More coming up. Purple Martin out at Oaklawn, 7th from Aqueduct on the way when we continue on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. back to our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. Purple Martin up next at Oaklawn, and there is Extreme Diva, the Minnesota bred for Mac Robertson, who has put together back-to-back wins here at Oaklawn as she continues to roll right along. 4 for 6 record in her career.
She's living well. She's been getting very good trips because she has that tactical speed and puts herself in position, and she once again draws very well towards the outside. And a horse who was sort of unlucky in that race, the one Extreme Smoke Show in today's race, she draws the rail again, and she's going to have to get a different kind of trip. She's down inside getting all kinds of trouble. If you like gallops outs, by the way, she blew by them all. But you can't knock Extreme Diva, and she draws outside again. She has been good. She really has been good. She ran a fast race in her second career start and has run 2 straight solid figs from McLean Robertson. Extreme Diva's okay. But the wild card in here, are you surprised, by the way, that Brooklyn Drew is currently like tied for the 4th choice in here? I thought she might have been favored.
That was a quick look at her, the 3. She ran a huge figure in what was her dirt debut. Was a race meant for the grass, came off at Fairgrounds. There she is. Big number in that race.
But others have come back and run well on the dirt. The 4th place finisher was a first-time starter that ran 10 points faster, albeit at Delta Downs, which, like Vegas, what happens at Delta often stays at Delta. Having said that, this was a fast, impressive win. It was 5.5 furlongs, and if she was 8-5, I'd be happy to go against her. And maybe a big price is a bad sign, but Greg, I mean, if she's 3-1 or higher, doesn't she feel like a bet in here?
She could be very, I mean, you have no idea. She could take a step forward and...
She looks like the speed of the speed in here, too, doesn't she?
I don't want to say she's another Gallia princess, but she has talent, maybe can start moving forward in that direction.
I completely agree, and she's coming from a pretty good barn as well.
Well, Sturdy is pretty quick as well, the 5.
She's faster, though. I mean, based on that race, Timeform US has her faster, for what it's worth.
See how it plays out coming up. There is Esternia for Randy Morse. We'll start things off with the other Mac Robertson filly. That's Extreme Smoke Show.
Well, I like trips, and if she drifts up from her 4-1, I'm betting her. She had a rough one last time, and Francisco Arietta, I'm sure, has learned from the trouble he got in last time.
Blue Squall next door, missed by a nose to Extreme Diva in that Dixie Belle.
Can't knock her performance. She ran well last time out. Can she work out a similar trip?
Going to make our official turn for this post parade here coming up. Still 5-2 favoritism on Extreme Diva.
I got to look at doubles and see what prices these horses are really going to be here, because these prices seem crazy.
It was a big question mark. That filly right there coming to Oaklawn because she was a Minnesota bred.
The
Could
3 will be
on this level.
The 3 will be a co-second choice, probably with the 2 by post time. But
okay, so that number, that 9-2, will be coming down.
Probably, but not that low. I mean, probably in the 5-2 to 3-1 range.
Again, the other Mac Robertson filly, Extreme Smoke Show. So here's Blue Squall. Second beat a nose to Extreme Diva, but was it that close?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought she ran very well in there.
Okay.
I don't think she ran any worse than Extreme Diva.
Brooklyn Drew, 4-1 off that dirt debut.
It's hard to know what to expect. This horse also puts front bandages on, I believe. At least the racing form does not list this horse with fronts last time, for what that's worth.
Steve Asmussen Barn, 3-year-old debut coming up for this daughter of Practical Joke.
Steve wins a lot of races. This would be in this category of upsets. She's just
Texas
not good enough on
Women
paper.
for Arts, Ricardo Santana Jr. rides. Here's Esternia, more pace.
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously the threat outside the 3 for the early lead. We'll see if she can keep up with the 3. They're
And
both quick.
Extreme Diva. Here's the Minnesota bred who won the Dixie Belle.
Well, as our friend the Mig likes to say, a good horse can come from anywhere.
Ramon Vasquez will take over. First time he'll be aboard this filly, who again is 4 for 6 in her career. She has appreciated the move to Oaklawn as well with a couple of victories. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Sorry, guys, I'm having technical difficulties right now with my earpiece. Too many people here using the Wi-Fi. When I get to this race, look, you know, when you watch that last race, we've shown it over and over again. You know, there could have been many different winners out of that race, and you could say like the one in their Extreme Smoke Show. We talk about gallop outs. You know, I'm not a gallop out person, but I'll tell you right now, I loved that horse last time, and I love the horse right back, especially at 4-1. And this board is so wide open because you're looking at a horse like the 6 in here, Extreme Diva. I mean, this horse is 4 for 6 lifetime. went out of Minnesota bred company and has now won 2 races in a row, has beat Esternia. Now, Esternia, the 5, was coming out of mile races, so I was a little surprised that she stopped, but, she went 21-3, and Extreme Diva just showed that, relentlessness that she has, and she showed it last time. This Minnesota bred has got a ton of heart. That's what just separates her from everybody else. And I'm surprised that, her and the 3 aren't battling for favoritism. I'm in agreement with you, Andy. The 3 was giant last time out. And it's not like this horse didn't get bet first time out over the turf. This horse was bet and got dead left, hopped up in the air and just lost all chances to start. Went right back to the turf. Race was off the turf, and this horse exploded. So obviously was training great over the dirt in the morning. So there's just so many different ways you go in this race. I'm just hoping that the 1, and I think that the 1 is just as talented as her stablemate on the outside, the 6. But at 9-2, I'm willing to take a chance that she gets a better trip today because I think she's got the quality to win this race, JK. I'm taking a little bit of a price in here. I know you like the 5 of Randy Morse runner who already had tax circle of field today.
Yeah, look, I like the race that Extreme Diva and Esternia come out of. But the price differential has me kind of a little bit interested in the 5. Esternia obviously gets in a little bit lighter as well. I'm not usually one for weight. I could care less about 1, 2 pounds, 3 pounds. But it's a 7-pound swing there, which I thought was a little bit significant between those 2. Esternia ran really well last time, I think, adding the blinkers and then cutting back. She'd been running, going a little bit longer, now getting an opportunity to sprint once again. So it's just, to me, it's a price situation comparing the 2 of them. And I think that Esternia might actually have another step forward. We kind of know what Extreme Diva is. She's won her last 2 races, but she's not running significantly or that much faster than Esternia, who's got a little bit more potentially under the hood.
Good one coming up in this Purple Martin. We'll see how it plays out with these 3-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs. As we take a look at 2 greats on Hall of Fame Day. Just heard from Nick Zito in that interview with Paul, and one of the great riders of all time, Ramon Dominguez.
A great man as well. He's more than just a good rider. He's a terrific guy, and absolutely his career was cut short, but he dominated the game. I mean, he dominated, and you kind of wonder if he didn't have an unfortunate injury which kept him from riding, would Irad Ortiz have had the same ascendancy? Because, he kind of, and Irad's a great rider as well. I'm not in any way suggesting he wouldn't have done well, but when Ramon sort of left, it left a bit of a void because he just dominated. It's amazing how well Rajiv Mirage did riding against Ramon because they were really at that time the 1-2 punch. I think he won 240-something races one year in New York, and he was still over 100 shy of Ramon.
Unreal.
I mean, just
still
showed.
Holds the single-season record at Saratoga as well.
He had 2 6-win days, I believe, in the same meet. He was a great rider.
Back to New York. We'll return to the Purple Martin momentarily. 6 minutes away from the 7th here at Aqueduct. As Andy said, probably in terms of this Pick 6 carryover, the 2 most wide-open betting races of the sequence to close it out. So a long way still to get home as we take a look at Ghost busting speed from the rail and blinkers on.
Yeah, Manny's going to have to come busting out with her, and it just depends if horses like the 8 and 9, one or both of them are aggressive. Depends how quick the pace is.
Foxy Cara, forward move last start to get the first win of her career.
And obviously she probably has to get faster to win, but her race went second to Ghost busted 2 back. You can make an argument she ran the better race.
Liberty Flame for Juan Bernardini, Isaac Castillo.
She was claimed out of a bottom-level claim or 2 back, but she has races that put her in contention for at least a piece.
Here is Mooley at 2-1 with Kendra Carmouche.
Not sure where her last race came from, but if she runs it again, she's the horse to beat.
Mim, a big number. Blinkers go on. Got off a step slow last start.
She's a bit pace-dependent.
Trevor McCarthy will ride for barn that's been having a good meet. Jimmy Ferraro, quick power nap. Biggest price on the board, 32-1.
Connections are waiting for turf racing with this one, where she's much, much more efficient.
Yeah, all 3 of her wins have come on the grass. Lil Lindsay, the 7 there in the background, the gray.
She is the lowest payoff in the pick 3, despite being a distant 3rd choice in the double. She was bad last time, but she has races to give her a chance, and she had the wrong trip 2 back. The pick 3 is wild.
Easy play, Dylan Davis.
I picked her in here. She stumbled as badly as a horse can stumble last time. Amazing job staying on. I'd like to see Dylan be aggressive with her. Back on a dry track.
George's Vice, a little more pace outside, but would need to take a big step up.
You said it all, Greg.
11:01, Jose Lezcano for the Adam Rice Barn. As we get back to Oaklawn Purple Martin, here we go. 5-2 favorite, Extreme Diva for Mac Robertson, who also has Extreme Smoke Show from the rail. That trouble trip last time out, and then Brooklyn drew the 3. Dirt debut was sensational. She led every step of the way. Can she do that again this afternoon in her first try against Stakes Company? Matt Dinnerman the call.
We're ready to go. And they're off. In the Purple Martin Stakes, Extreme Diva caught a good getaway, takes back. Brooklyn Drew's in charge. Brooklyn Drew getting towards the rail, leads the way. Esternia picks up the running in the second spot. Extreme Diva taken back to third. Blue Squall between horses. Extreme Smoke Show's down at the rail. And Texas Women for Arts is at the back of the field. Just 5 lengths from first to last with a half mile to go. Rafael Bejarano and Brooklyn Drew showing the way. 3/4 of a length. Esternia goes well in the second position. Then a line of 3. Blue Squall between horses. Extreme Smoke Show inside. Her stablemate Extreme Diva sent along takes the third position from that pair. Texas Women for Arts has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Brooklyn Drews come under siege as Esternia cruises to the front. Extreme Diva chasing her in second. Brooklyn Drew calls it an afternoon, backs off in third. Then Extreme Smoke Show, Blue Squall gets to the outside. Texas Women for Arts as they come down the lane. Esternia under a confident ride here by Manny Esquivel opens up that lead as she accelerates with a big kick. Esternia in front by 4. Blue Squall into second, but Esternia, a big effort today in the Purple Martin Stakes. Blue Squall was second, third home Extreme Smoke Show. Photo for fourth. Texas Women for Arts and Extreme Diva, and Brooklyn Drew dropped to the back.
Huge performance from Esternia, who turns the tables on Extreme Diva at 7-2.
She was much the best. She didn't even break that sharply, and she went after the number 3, who showed herself to be a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing, or a sheep in wolf's clothing, I should say, and that she just, got the dominating winner in an off-the-turf race. This horse was good. She was a dominating winner. Good call by Jonathan with her. She was much the best in the air. Disappointing effort for the favorite, who really had no excuse.
Especially when she broke so sharp. Usually that's a sign that you're doing really well as a horse, and she just had nothing in the stretch.
She just was not at all competitive. We'll see if she ends up going back to the grass where they kind of originally wanted to run her.
Back to New York. 7th race, 2 minutes to post. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, as number 4 in here, Mally, she looks like the horse to beat. I mean, it's typical for Dave Duggan horses to give that appearance because they do tend to look best in the fields that they compete in. But going to take a look at 2 others in here, including number 1, Ghost Bustin', who does put on the blinker. She'll go from the outside post in her last start where, admittedly, she was disappointing, to the inside with those short cup cheater blinkers. She just seemed a bit lost, too, in the running of that race, kind of head up, out in the open. I think the rail kind of focuses her a bit, and hoping that the blinkers do, too. Here for Bruce Levine, Kendrick Carmouche from the rail simplifies things. She's the fastest horse early, just go. Little interested in number 7, Little Lindsay. I salute her groom because she was a handful. She was accompanied by the pony, but that's kind of typical for her. But it wasn't too much. It was just like good kind of rambunctious energy, or she just wanted to get that out there and do it. As Andy said, she's had some excuses. I thought she looked great heading into this effort, and she has some races to go back on that make her competitive here, guys.
Maggie, thanks. About, well, loading up as we see. And it will be Kendrick Carmouche on the 4, the favorite here, 2-1 at post time.
Yeah, I bet the 8 to win, and I boxed 7-8 in the exacta. I'm going, that's where I'm laying. We'll see what happens.
Send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 7th here from Aqueduct.
To the outside. Here's George's Vice. Isn't. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Liberty Flame is in the early mix. Easy play. They line up. Little Lindsay's in that early fray. Ghost busting. Plenty of pressure on the front end as they all move quickly up top. Also in between horses, there comes Mowley. Now there are 3 across the racetrack. Ghost busting. Mowley in between horses. Little Lindsay trying to hold that position. And out wider there is Easy Play. No easy leads. Taken back was Liberty Flame. From off the tempo, Mim is moving forward from 6th. Is about to take 5th. From off the pace, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. George's Vice is towards the tail end of the field with Foxy Kara, the Triller. Quick power nap. They still contend up front. It's Ghost busting with a nose in front. Mowley is right to the outside. Little Lindsay was taken off of that early pressure as the gray is looming up 4 wide. And here comes Little Lindsay on the move from off the pace at 5-1 as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Mowley and Ghost busting. They still go at it. Little Lindsay, though, slingshots to the front, and Little Lindsay has taken the lead. It's Little Lindsay who's now opening up here. Ghost busting down towards the inside, still battling on. There comes Mowley from off the pace. Easy play on the far outside here. It's a late run from Foxy Kara, but taken off the pace early and slingshotting around. Little Lindsay, that's your winner. Little Lindsay draws away and wins it. Tight there for second. Late run here from Liberty Flame, who looked to get up in that photo there with Ghost busting. Also there was Foxy Kara. Easy play in 1 minute 10 and 3.
Pick 3 players had this one right. Little Lindsay. This was the favorite in the pick 3, as Andy mentioned. Dominic Schettino, Rafael Hernandez.
And a very good job by him getting that position. It's interesting, Rafael Hernandez, when it was on easy play last time, when the horse stumbled so badly, and he miraculously held on, and he got that early position. Once again, getting your position going forward. And you're watching this race, you felt like she was sort of gin the whole way. Getting it done. And I'll say, even though in Jonathan's selection got second there, the number 3, it seems like Liberty Flame. Ghost busting, who I didn't particularly love in here, I think I picked her 3rd. She actually ran respectably well because it was an honest pace in there, getting it done. But Little Lindsay, she didn't fire last time, and no fault of Katie Davis, who gave her a great ride, but she fired today.
Now wins at 5-1. 4-year-old filly, just her 2nd win, 15 career starts, but she was ready to roll this afternoon.
She was much the best in today's race. A nice win. Congrats to Dominic Schettino as well. But nice to see, the rider get the win, especially if you haven't watched the head-on of Easy Play's last race, the start. I recommend you go to Naira Bets and watch it, because she stumbled as badly as a horse can stumble. It's amazing. He held on.
Yeah, it was this guy who was aboard.
Yeah.
He's been a champion rider at Woodbine, moved here to New York, spend the winter here, and gets a win on Little Lindsay. We're going to find out shortly with the finale coming up what you stand to gain in the pick 6. We'll have that for you when we come back. Little Lindsay in the 7th from the Big A.
Standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
You want to be part of this? Could be history on the line. Certainly will be a first. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown this year. Belmont Stakes will take place in upstate New York at historic Saratoga Racecourse.
It's going to be a great weekend. Amazing weekend of racing. Listen, many time here in Saratoga, but it's going to be an historically great weekend.
Get your tickets for that festival week. BelmontStakes.com/tickets. Be part of the fun.
Should we tell people there's not going to be a carryover in the Big Six? Should we give them the bad news?
Well, you just did.
My friend Steve Christ is alive with all. So
good luck.
He's going to be hitting it.
Get a number home. Little Lindsay in the 7th. Rafael Hernandez for Dominic Schettino.
Yeah, and just worked out a good trip. But, you know, it's not by accident. It's getting your position going forward. In reality, that's a statement coined by the MIG that is the most simplistically correct statement you can make. If you get your position going forward, good things happen. When you don't, you're asking for bad things to happen. She was much the best, but the rider put herself in a position where she was able to take advantage of the circumstance, and the horse did the rest.
$12 for the win at 5-1 here in this 7th Liberty Flame Ghost busting 2nd and 3rd to round out that 50-cent trifecta that comes back $78. We have the nightcap ahead, another wide open race. Back at Oaklawn in the Purple Martin. Esternia, it's turning out to be a very big Saturday afternoon for trainer Randy Morse. He's with Pola Duca.
So who's the
It is going to be a great afternoon for Randy Morse as he gets the job done here in the Purple Martin with Esternia. And you had been telling me this horse has been training well and, you know, ran a great race, probably too good to lose last time out.
Yeah, you know, Mac's horse, you can't, she's beat both these fillies. She's a good horse, and we come up on the short end. Today we got lucky and turned the tables.
Yeah, has the blinkers changed this horse a little bit, Randy?
I think so, yeah. She was always worried about what other horses were doing when they'd run up next to her, and it seems like it keeps her more focused.
Okay, let's get back to the gray filly. I looked at you after the race, and you taxed who won earlier, and you said, you know what, just nice horses win races no matter. She'd never sprinted before, and wow, was she impressive.
Yeah, no, she's, to be honest with you, I've been wanting to run her, you know, 3/4, 7/8 for a long time.
Where do you go from here with her, Randy?
I mean, we'll see how she comes out of it, but maybe the apple blossom. You know, with that freeze we had there a couple months or a month ago, it just set us way back with her. So, but she's that was a good effort today.
We'll get your picture taken. Having a monster day here on Hall of Fame Day is Randy Morse. He gets the job done in the Purple Martin.
Wow, that was an interesting answer. So Tax tells you how much Randy Morse believes on that filly who won the Black Eyed Susan last year. That is one of the premier events in the distaff division anywhere in the country.
Well, you know, you got to realize something. There's 2 Grade 1s a couple of weeks apart, right? Because you've got the La Troyenne at Churchill. I got a feeling there may be some big dogs pointing more for the La Troyenne. And Randy's seen the horses that have been running at Oaklawn in those stakes. Those races are wide open. We saw 2 big prices run 1-2 in the Azeri in the last start. Thank you, Greg.
Well done.
I don't blame him, and I got to tell you something. Here's an idea for him. Let's say she doesn't pan out and doesn't do as well as he'd like to. He should cut her back in the ballerina the way she won today at 6 furlongs. She looked like a wildebeest down the stretch. I'll be interested to see what her fig that she gets. But she crushed those horses. And maybe he should be thinking, you know, you run long, but maybe 7 furlongs in the ballerina could work out as well, depending on how strong the older filly sprinters are.
I'm confused. What distance the filly mare sprint?
7. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know, I mean, he should have his options, because if she's not quite good enough to be at the upper echelon, the absolute upper echelon, and not saying she can't be because she looked good today, I think he's right to be dreaming big with her. Why not?
Yeah, she's
one of the favorites in there.
Yeah. She was very good earlier on the card, coming back her first start of her 4-year-old season. Gets the win here as well with Esternia. He's having a terrific meet. Good for Randy Morse. And let's not forget, Taxed was a $50,000 claim.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back more ahead, including our ABR Race of the Week, named after this standout sprinter, the Great Whitmore. 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint winner at 18-1 for Ron Moquette. We'll have more coming up.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come two champions, side by side. Heavily prized to the outside and Pansiana right there.
And Zenyatta flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Marty Jones, one step forward to Kentucky and one giant step to $5 million.
It's time to make some memories.
American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance.
The Oaklawn handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5.
The champion is Zeri. Here she comes down the middle, and she does it.
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Curlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
It's time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
Well, a lot of greats who have provided some important memories out in Hot Springs. And, of course, one of them we're going to honor coming up in the Great Whitmore.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I love seeing that the names of some of those horses who won the Apple Blossom. Passiano was a tremendous racehorse, Heavenly Prize, one of my absolute favorites. And there have been a lot of good horses to run at Oaklawn Park throughout the years, to say the least.
Maybe none more popular, though, than the one who's going to be honored coming up. Whitmore just was such a standout sprinter and won so many big sprints at this meet over the last few years, and then finally broke through and got that big one in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah, but also I think it was the only horse to beat City of Light when he won the Forgo that year, and not just because he was such a good horse and he had such incredible success and longevity. The key being longevity at Oaklawn, but also because Ron McQuett is a very popular guy in the game and extraordinarily popular for good reason down at Oaklawn as well. So he was the entire package, and I think when you get a horse like Whitmore, it also exemplifies these horses become stars by racing, by sticking around a long time. And I understand the economics of the game, and I understand why horses get retired. And you have to take the money off the table sometimes. But you can't expect these horses to get great followings if they retire after their 3-year-old year.
Had some good efforts in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but then that breakthrough performance, as you mentioned to me off air, too, just a brilliant ride from Arad Ortiz Jr. This was a very popular win. Maybe
for
one of the most
not
popular.
you, but for others.
Not for me.
People who used him
me.
in the pick 5,
Yeah.
he was more popular than you.
So Grade 3 Whitmore to our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up, Hall of Fame Day continues with so many great names. People who changed this sport on hand. And, this has been, over the past few years, we've had a chance to cover it. Such a popular Saturday afternoon out in Hot Springs, and it just continues to gain in popularity.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, a really great day, and that truly is. I mean, you look at the people on that, on the dais, essentially, sitting there. These are some of the real greats in the history of the game for people that are still, fortunately, with us. And an incredible list, and I'm sure the fans really enjoy it as well. And I mean, one of the things that makes sports in general have it, but racing really has it, is tradition and history of the game. And we talk about a lot in New York Racing Association. You want to find out about the history of the game, look up the horses behind the names of a lot of races. Look up the names and the horses you haven't heard of in some of these great races. And there's just great stories in there, but the people as well.
Preceding the big one, that Grade 3 Whitmore, our ABR Race of the Week here, Race 8, 6 furlongs, Arkansas bred runners, allowance race for non-winners at 2 Lifetime. And Lindsay Schultz with the favorite down on the inside. This filly was dominant in start number 2.
She the speed of the speed. Can she outrun the number 2, Tim Bavati? I think if she's able to do that, she is going to be tough to beat in here. I didn't have any great alternatives. The 4 looked a little dangerous, the second-time star, but it's scratched. Scratched, yeah, I knew that. Thank you for that, though. Was being the operative word there, but thank you. I've been known to talk about a scratch horse from time to time.
So 9-5, Hall and Ice. Nick Juarez will ride for that Lindsay Schultz barn. Clean break might be all there is to it for that filly. We'll find out with the post parade here coming up as we get back to New York. And going to close out the card with a competitive $25,000 starter allowance, 1 turn mile coming up, 2-1 favorite, the 2 Gentleman Joe. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
What do you do with a David Jacobson horse? It should be like a game that we play, right? Well, David Jacobson's horse in here is favored. I guess a lot of people are playing him. Gentleman Joe, who is a hard-knocking type that does tend to somewhat, I mean, for the most part, show up for whoever runs him. I will say this, he's a horse that can get quite hot, quite washy, oftentimes prior to his races. Today, I'm not seeing any of that. And I don't know whether to take that as a good thing or a bad thing, because when I've seen him wash out is when he does run his good races. So he's very calm, not an ounce of, lather on him or anything like that. He looks healthy enough. He looks pretty fit. I don't know if I trust him as a favorite, though. I'd be looking at other options here, though. Like I said, I'm not going to be surprised when he does win. And he is going to have to come off of a little bit of a layoff dating back to mid-January, over 2 months ago. I'm a little interested in number 9, 6% in here. Gets back out to a mile, which I don't think he is a sprinter, though he's run respectably in those sprinting races. And he does it here for Rudy first off the claim, Rudy Rodriguez. This is a horse that oftentimes when I see him, now I will admit also I did not see him for his last 2 efforts. But he's a horse that his top line, his hindquarters were consistently kind of dropped away. They lacked muscle mass. Whether he is a horse that's had to deal with EPM, the neurological condition that will affect a horse's hind end, or whether he maybe did something to his pelvis at some point, which, makes him not use his hind end in a proper way at times, that will all lead to a horse being weak behind. Well, whatever Rudy's been able to do with him, it looks as though this horse is stronger, is using himself better across his hind end and through his top line. He just looks better overall, and I think that's quite significant. I know it's a bit of a step up, a bit of a tougher spot for him, but I think he could show up and give us one of his better efforts, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see if we get it. Coming up right now, Gentleman Joe right there for David Jacobson. First off the claim, claims off of Rick Dutrow. Favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, I think he's one of the players in here. Probably the entry will be favored by post time. I'm not certain of that. Like Maggie said, guessing with Jacobson is hard, but this horse did run a good enough figure last time. I'm not his biggest fan. We are looking at him here, though. Rick Dutrow hasn't been around long enough on his comeback, and you only have stats going back 5 years to look up stats how horses have done claims with Rick. So I really haven't been looking at those numbers because they're just too small.
Isaac Castillo will be aboard. 6-time winner with 13 runner-ups. Just missed in that race we showed you. For $40,000, 8-year-old. The 5-2 favorite. We'll get back to this race in a moment. We have a post parade back at Oaklawn. And we'll start with Hall and Ice here in just a moment. Speed from the rail. And again, a dominant gate-to-wire performance, which was the first effort on a fast track and start number 2 of her career.
Yeah, she didn't run as well, but she was second, but not as fast. And on the mud in her first start, she breaks sharply and runs back to her maiden win. She's going to be very hard to beat. That's why she's short price.
Do have a little bit of speed next door as well. As you mentioned, Timbavati.
Right. Whether she's good enough to win is another story, but she could be a thorn in the side of the favorite.
Her maiden win, she showed talent and just has not repeated that since. Dowdy, Randy Morse.
She improved last time off a little bit of a layoff, so another step forward. She has a chance.
Barn looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. Lassie, my girl, blinkers off.
I thought this one could be a little bit interesting. Her last race was bad, but her prior 2 weren't awful.
I agree with you.
Yeah, she's a big price.
Brett Crichton trains the 6 at 5-1.
Yeah, listen, once you go past the 1, a lot of these have similar type figs.
Peeling Addy, another one first time out for Randy Morse.
Yeah, It's not a big win, not a fast figure, and you missed the boat at 12-1, but not impossible.
Now, this is a 2-year-old, though. This is the 3-year-old debut coming up. The 8 Sassy Lass, 14-1.
Had a lot of chances. She's got to run back to her best race to have any chance.
Some more speed with the 9.
I agree, but how is she going to win, though? She's not good enough, and she's going to be chasing outside.
Miss Carroll County, Tim Dixon trains, Kelsey Haraboard.
Didn't think she was good enough. Another mild chaser.
And the girl in red outside, Brett Calhoun, actually won first time out at Oaklawn. That was back in April of 23.
She is looking to get things together, second off the layoff.
Yeah, it was a long layoff. Needed that start. Certainly could improve off that. And she is taking a little bit of money there from that outside post with Francisco Arrieta, one of the top riders at the meet. So we'll return to this race momentarily. We'll look at Lane Luzzy. He's going to be on the 7. Just call Ray. Just left our screen. There's Jose Lezcano. And a wide open race to close out this card. Lezcano's going to be on Mason Mania. The 3 horse in here at 5-1. I mean, there's so many runners in here you can make a case for.
I agree. I mean, this race, I don't think that anybody is even close to a stick out, and I don't think anybody is a complete non-contender after the scratch in here. I have trouble making cases for the 7 and 8, though the 7's off the claim for Wayne Potts, and he had a horse yesterday that ran off the screen in a big improved effort, and he is a trainer that can get streaky, and it was slop, but the 8 ran a fast enough race 2 back. I don't think there's anybody in here that's without a chance.
And as you said, this pick 6 is going to get hit.
Yes. But the payoffs are between 8,000 and the mid to high 20s. And there have not been any difficult horses, but there have been consistent solid prices and only the one short price favorite. Once again, showing you can get good payoffs without huge payoffs and occasional short price as well.
Lowest payoff actually is the 1. Bold Victor, the entry, 8,498.
Yeah, entry, I could see them being favored in here by post time. But it's hard for anybody. I mean, look at the board, right? The highest price is 8-1. 3-1 to 8-1. Nobody here is asserting themselves, and that's not surprising.
Post parade coming up. We'll kick things off with the entry, and this is rare. They're both right next door to each other from the rail. Bold Victory starts things off.
It's a very good entry in the sense that Bold Victory is a deep closer, and the other half is the speed.
There's the other half.
You've got a perfect situation of speed and a closer.
Yeah, Optic Way. Manny Franco wants to be forward. 8-time winner. Here's the still favorite, Gentleman Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the merits. It's the Jacobson factor, but we'll see how he does. This horse claimed off of Rick Dutrow. He's got to run back to his last race to be competitive, I think.
Rudy Rodriguez just claimed Mason Mania last start.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve this one. Overall, probably a cut below these, but not ridiculously impossible. Wow, he's taking a ton of money. How's he favored?
That is a lot of money for Mason Mania.
What's his morning line?
Skylander went by. He was in the grade 3 toboggan, aggressive spot 2 starts ago.
I picked him. I like him dropping down. I think he was in an impossible spot last time out.
There's Just Call Rayo went by with Lane Luzzy. Wayne Potts off the claim. The 8, all about the money. Rafael Hernandez.
Can he run fast enough on a dry track?
And 6% outside at 9-1. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
To be honest, I agree with Maggie. If I'm going to take one of the 2 Rudy Rodriguez's, and I had them. I'm confused. Yeah, we get those odds off the screen because the 3 is favored. I think this is the better one of the 2 Rudies. I agree with Maggie.
All right, we'll get back to it. Hall of Fame Day continues. Sandy
Corey
Holly,
Nakatani.
Alex Solis.
And that's Sandy Hawley in the middle?
And Corey.
That's Corey Nakatani in the far.
Yeah, Corey Nakatani,
and
who we
that's
had
Alex,
on this past summer at Saratoga.
Is that Sandy Hawley in the middle?
It is.
Who rode Ancient Title when he won the Whitney at Saratoga in 1975.
Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, you got the 3 men right there. And I remember talking to Sandy Hawley when I had gone up to Woodbine. They had run that Legends race at Hollywood Park a few years back. And I remember getting a call from my father, and he told me, bet whoever Sandy Hawley is on because he's going to go right to the front end. And he won that race. It had a lot of Hall of Fame jockeys that are here today. But obviously, Alex Solis, and hopefully we can catch up with Corey Nakatani, the newest inductee in 2023 into the Hall of Fame. Okay, on to race number 8. We still got a couple more races. We're also going to get you Ron Moquette here a little bit to talk about Whitmore and his charge in the Whitmore Osborne. But, you know, Andy makes a good point in this race. Hall and Ice, the 1, was quick first time out, and you know, didn't really ever was able to establish the front end, was battling most of the time with Hitsy, a Corey Owens runner that was really came out running. And then next time out, just exploded. And, you know, if you look at the race, you know, her first race, she ran against the boys. And then she came back and she ran against her own sex and she won and she crushed. And I can understand why she's 3-2. The thorn in her side may be the 2. I mean, the 2 has a little bit of lick, but I don't know if it's the same kind of speed as the 1. The scratch of the 4 helps the 1 even more in that aspect when it comes to least early in this race. And, you know, the other 2 fillies I was interested in, you have to be interested in the 7, right? Whenever you win an Arkansas-bred race by 8 lengths, your worry here is not Randy Morris, because we've already seen what he's done, is that, you know, the purses here are $140,000, $150,000 for Arkansas breds, and it's one of those horses, would you really want to sit on a horse this long? That would be my worry. Maybe this is a horse that could be a tiny bit short. So, you know, I landed on the 6 in here, Static. I thought his win last time, or her win last time, was very good and can lay a little bit off the pace. In her first start, she got left, and she had a rush. So I'm going to go with the 6 a little bit in here at a nice little price at 6-1.
All right, Paulie. Thank you. We'll bring you that 8th from Oaklawn after we conclude this finale here in New York.
Yeah.
Entry was momentarily a favorite, but it's back to the 3, Mason Mania.
I have no idea why Mason Mania is favored in this race. Maybe this is a they knew of all time. To me, he's a contender at the very least, and at the very best, and I don't see it at all. I picked the 4, Skylander, 9-2. It's a wide open race, though. Rare you see a board like this with seven runners and nobody's over 8-1's the highest price.
Skylander wide trip last start was 32-1, grade 3 toboggan, unrealistic spot before that, and then ran a very big number on a wet track. Final start of last year, 7-2 on Skylander. Eric Cancel. See how this pick 6, late pick 5 plays out. Final race on this Saturday card from New York. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. Good speed from Gentleman Joe right out towards the front, and also right there is going to be Optic Way. Not keeping up in the early stages. Bold Victory is off very slowly as the rest of the group is now tightly bunched here on the front end. It's Optic Way who's in front. Chasing right there comes Gentleman Joe. Also joining them is Skylander out wider. As they come out of the chute, hook up with the backstretch. Here's All About the Money is in 4th. Down towards the inside comes Mason Mania, who's now challenging Just Call Ray for that position. Second to last is going to be 6% and starting to catch up to the field. That's Bold Victory, but still the trailer. 23.39 for the opening quarter mile. Optic Way shows the way. It's Optic Way who's in front, is a half length in front of Gentleman Joe, is right to the outside here from second. Ground saving trip for Mason Mania is progressing in the yellow silks. Down towards the inside is in 3rd. Losing a touch of ground with Skylander. Here comes the gray and Just Call Ray. He's in 5th and progressing. All About the Money is now ranging up on the outside, is passing rivals quickly. 6% starts to rally from the back, and Bold Victory has trailed throughout. 46.30 for the half mile time. Optic Way is still there. Gentleman Joe is ready to challenge, and here comes Gentleman Joe right to the outside of Optic Way. Mason Mania. Jose Lescano moves towards the outside with that runner, is battling on as they reach the top of the stretch. Gentleman Joe has got the lead, and Gentleman Joe is in front. Here down the center of the racetrack is Mason Mania with every shot to catch this leader. Diving down to the inside, All About the Money in the 2 path, has a lot of momentum and is chasing these leaders. It's still Gentleman Joe fending them off. Mason Mania continues to rally on. Down to the inside, it's All About the Money, but running out of time. Gentleman Joe is almost there. Gentleman Joe wins the finale. Gentleman Joe wins it over Mason Mania. All About the Money, and 6% in 1 minute 36 flat.
Gentleman Joe, the win. David Jacobson off to claim the 8-year-old wins for the 7th time in his career.
Yeah, congrats. Got the job done off the claim for Jacobson. Gets it done as the 2nd choice, I want to say. The 3rd choice, 4th choice, actually. Ended up 4-1. Wow. Mason Mania ran a lot better than I thought. He ran a decent 2nd, perfect trip or not. And All About the Money ran the inside. Myler Skylander.
So Gentleman Joe, Isaac Castillo for Jacobson. who owns this horse as well, wins first off the claim to close out this card. We'll have the payoffs and the Pick 6 carryover coming up, so stay tuned for that. Let's get you back to Oaklawn.
And Laroff. Good beginning from Holland Ice, who rockets out of there from the inside post. Timbavati picks up the running to press the issue from the outside second. Count It All Joy has eased off the speed. Miss Carroll County takes the third position. Stenick is down on the inside with Doherty down the backstretch. A gap of 2 lengths back to Lassie My Girl and the girl in red. They're 3 better than Count It All Joy, who's plummeted back to the third last spot. Appealing Addie second to last, and Sassy Lass is the early trailer. Holland Ice well ahead into the 4-turn run. Holland Ice by 2. Timbavati second. Doherty's already had enough, is plummeted back. Miss Carroll County claims the third position. 2 lengths off the pace, Centilon. Stenick is next. The girl in red has 6 lengths to make up, is on the outside and needs to do more, as Doty's been eased up out of it as they come to the top of the lane here. Holland Ice down the stretch has opened up that lead to 2. Timbavati chasing hard in second, but Holland Ice appears to have plenty of run for the final furlong. Timbavati running a massive race on the outside, trying to get her. Holland Ice in front. Timbavati on the outside second has put up a winning effort, but she's just unfortunate to run into a buzzsaw of Holland Ice. Holland Ice, very nice effort. Timbavati was second, Miss Carroll County third, and fourth was Count It All Joy.
Holland Ice, just too good. She is undefeated now against her own sex. 2 for 2.
She, the 2-speed number here, the old 1-2, and she was good. And I do think the runner-up ran well to be second, but I agree with Matt Dinnerman. She just ran to a horse that was a little too tough for her. Holland Ice, much the best as far as Lindsay Schultz as well.
For J&J Thoroughbreds, back-to-back wins and impressive. This Arkansas-bred 3-year-old filly. Look at that crowd on Hall of Fame Day. More coming up when we return, including the AVR race of the week. The Grade 3 Whitmore, named after this standout sprinter, provided so many great memories, especially in Hot Springs. For trainer Ron Moquette, we'll be back.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Proud to have them as a sponsor. Finale in New York, Gentleman Joe, David Jacobson, first off to claim victory with this 8-year-old with Isaac Castillo in the irons.
Well, gets the job done. Probably a bit of an overlay at 4-1, mostly because they were hog wild for the runner-up Mason Mania, who was sort of a surprisingly shorter price than the winner, but did run reasonably well. But this horse did all the dirty work, put away the one who finished nowhere in there, was able to hold off to a horse that got a nice trip behind her with the long shot gate, rallying in for third behind horses. Nobody else that close.
Gentleman Joe able to withstand that late run, for Mason Mania to get this win. So a double pick 6 carryover. Ends with Gentleman Joe. Turn the page here in a moment and take a look at the return. If you had it, some very nice handicapping. Well done. $10,681 coming your way.
Yeah.
Productive Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and then, once again, you had a heavy favorite. A lot of people singled, but you didn't have any favorites after that. But no outrageous prices. I'll do the math on this.
And most people, you look at that board too, most believe this was a pick 5.
Right. The parlay's around 90 times 7, about 630. 30 so about, my brain's going dead.
Race
about 2,400. I don't know. Somewhere.
Race
hit a little better than parlay.
4 as well, really. I mean, I doubt many went beyond Ouster and mid laner in there.
Yeah, I mean, I picked. Listen, my picks were close to it, but it depends where you had to spread them. It was definitely hittable today.
Back to Hull and Ice. Now back-to-back wins, and impressive here to take this 8th at Oaklawn.
Felt like maybe the 2 might get there, but House held on. Looking at doubles, it feels like the number 2, Teano Swiss, will be favored over Rivet, though Rivet's a slight favorite in pick 3s, oddly enough.
That's the grade 3 Whitmore coming up next.
I believe Rivet's going to win.
Get to that in a moment. $5.60 for Hull and Ice. There is an interesting scenario with Rivet and his stablemate. They both are quick early.
He's quicker. Flavian Pratt riding Jackson Traveler.
Yeah, how about that? Take a look at the cross country. Pick 5 follow along. 3 legs in. 5-1 start. Hull and Ice, Gentleman Joe, and now the Whitmore in competitive 10th as well at Oaklawn. It's going to close things out. Or Heroic Move's going to take a lot of money. You have Rocket Can coming back, his first race back for Bill Mott since the Kentucky Derby last year. A horse who was the grade 3 Holy Bull winner on the Triple Crown Trail.
Boy, he feels like one you want to book in there, doesn't he?
There's some tough older horses he's got to come up against.
It's a very, very tough race. I think Rocket Can is a bit of a trap in that race, honestly, but not an easy race. I preferred the number 6, Harlow Cap. How about 6-2 were my top 2?
That Alejandro for the same
10.
barn might be tough.
Alejandro, he's got to get pace. Is there going to be enough pace for Alejandro? That's the problem.
Up next, ABR Race of the Week. Grade 3 Whitmore and Tejano Twist. Won this race last year. He will try and do it again, but he's got to try and get by a very quick runner on the front end who's going to try and wire this field in Rivet. We'll be back with the feature from Oaklawn right after this.
Whitmore comes to the 16th pole, and he's pouring it on. Whitmore, a budding sprint superstar. Look at him fly. Ivan will be second. It is Whitmore to crush the hot springs. He's a length and a half in front of Holy Boss from the outside Mo Candy, but Whitmore comes to the final 16, drifts out just a bit, but he's got lengths to work with. Here is Whitmore. Yes! Whitmore has the lead. Win time, trying to spring an upset. Whitmore, win time. Whitmore! Whitmore's gotta go. He's still 5 lengths behind, and Smart Spree's inside the furlong marker. Win time is alongside. Smart Spree gonna have to dig down. Now Whitmore explodes in the center of the track, and look at him fly. Whitmore has to go, and he did. Wow! Whitmore, who's trying to win this race for the 4th consecutive year, and he just ran right on by, and he's going to run away and score. Whitmore, yes!
Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore. Here's Whitmore striding forward for the lead in the final furlong of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. What a day in the career of this 7-year-old. Whitmore, Iran Ortiz Jr. have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
He had been second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and then he finally gets that win at 18-1, a 7-time stakes winner at Oaklawn. Part of the reason why he is so popular in Hot Springs. What a performer for trainer Ron Moquett.
And you have to think that the magic of those Salcombe and Madacat silks was really propelled him to victory in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. I really think it was all about Sal, not Whitmore. But yeah, you saw him wearing a lot of different silks actually in those. It was actually kind of cool.
$4.5 million in just an incredible career. Let's go to Paulie.
With trainer Ron Moquett here, obviously the trainer of Whitmore, and we have the Whitmore Stakes coming up, and you obviously have Osborne in there, but let's get to Whitmore first. What does it mean to have a stakes named after such a popular horse?
I think he deserves it. We kept saying that we were going to keep winning the race until they changed the name. And after the 4th consecutive win, they did. And, you know, I'm a big fan of Whitmore. I'm a fan of horse racing and horses like him. And I think if you look through the grandstand, you'll see, you know, Arkansas is filled full of people that's just like me. We like horse racing. We like those that try and are consistent, and that's what Whitmore was.
Now, he's going to lead out the post parade. And I was asking you, is he going to think it's going to be race day, or you don't know yet?
I don't know. I don't know really. I mean, he's his own different person, you know. And I know that Laura's on him, and they get along well, and he's very comfortable with her. But we might see all kinds of show. He might breeze with them. So
I wonder if he ran in this race, he'd have a shot. Let's get to your horse Osborne in here. You know, I was talking to Chance a little bit earlier. He can be a handful, but he is talented.
He's got some ability. He's been a bit inconsistent for us here. You know, he's beat some really good horses. He's going to have to bring his A game today. We know that. It's a short field. We're hoping some craziness happens. We're hoping we get a good trip and, you know, that the racing gods let us win this race, obviously. But Chris Hartman's horse is really fast. He's a nice horse. And, you know, Rivet is a very nice horse. So, you know, it would take an awful lot, and we'd have to run a very big race. But, you know, that's what horse racing is. You know, you got to take a shot.
100%. And Whitmore going to lead out the post parade. I can't wait to see Whitmore. I think I'm more excited to see Whitmore than the race. But Ron Moquett with a charge in there. Osborne trying to win the race named after his own horse.
Well, it's going to be a treat for those fans to see Whitmore, one of the most popular horses ever in those parts. And, yeah, he was feisty in his day. He may want to get in that starting gate.
A lot of the good ones were pretty feisty, and he was one of them. Not all of them. American Pharaoh was like a lamb.
Yeah.
Thank God he was, because that scene in the winner's circle at Belmont and Belmont Stakes Day could have been a lot different if he wasn't as well behaved as he was. But Whitmore, yeah, he wouldn't have acted quite as well.
It's our ABR race of the week. And there he is, the 15-time winner, 7 stakes wins. They're in Hot Springs.
He's been there before. He looks a little tired. He looks a little bored, doesn't he? Look at him.
He wants
Head down.
He wants to be serious. He's not used to this.
Yeah,
Grade 3 Whitmore coming up for one of the great sprinters. Certainly dominated the scene out at Oaklawn for many years. We'll be back right after this.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
This is Maxfield. This is a Maxfield foal. Maxfield, the G1 Breeders' Futurity and G1 Clark Hero by Street Sense. Maxfield foal. They're just like him. Walking, standing, looking perfect, and selling. This one made $500,000, the most by any freshman in 2023. Maxfield. He's the best in his field. Inquire now.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back on America's Day of the Races, our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 3 Whitmore, named after the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner from 2020. 15 wins in his incredible career, including all those stakes victories right there in Hot Springs. And there he is.
Well, they had to change the name because Count Fleet wasn't going to be able to make it to the post parade anymore. Excuse me.
Good point.
They say the Count Fleet, this used to, oh, the Count Fleet's the next stake, actually. I'm sorry, the final one. Some people said he might have been one of the fastest horses of all time.
Really?
I was talking about it with Andy Beyer trying to make old figures for him. It wasn't sure, but there had been some talk by others that he may have been one of the fastest horses of all time. It's a little before my time.
Well, in this race coming up, 4-5 favorite, talk about being pace compromised. He's going to have to chase potentially a lone leader next door to him in Rivet. Let's check it with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, look, I think Rivet, Tailna Twist is a very talented horse, deserves the attention, but I like Rivet quite a bit in here. Ran extremely well last time. I thought his last race was probably his best performance that he's had. But I think just, you know, the individual as a whole, I've got no problem. I think this horse stands the chance to run an extremely nice race, despite the fact that the Silks have burnt orange from the beautiful University of Texas on them. I had Keith Asmussen on my podcast, and of all the horses that his father trained, all the horses that he rode, this is the horse that came up as his favorite horse of all time. We're talking Curlin, Rachel Alexandra, not his favorite horse of all time, favorite horse of his was this horse. So I know that this is a special race for Keith as well. So not only do I trust the horse, I trust the human on his back to give this horse an outstanding ride.
See what happens coming up. Rivet really just went to another level in his comeback in his 4-year-old debut. Huge performance. Obviously loves Oaklawn. He's sort of the Whitmore Jr. in that respect. 4 for 6 here in Hot Springs.
That's an interesting point. Whitmore Jr. It's kind of a, yeah, I mean, I thought he really came alive last year. And he had continued to run well. He kind of fell apart a bit in the second half of the season, though he did win that lucrative $300,000 stake at Mahoning Valley. But he's just controlling speed in here, and he comes off of a very good effort, probably his best career effort. He's able to run that. He should be favored in here. I'll be interested to see if these odds stay as we get close to the posts.
There's Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen putting that saddle on the speedy Rivet. This horse trying to go back-to-back in this race. Tailna Twist won it last year. from well off the pace. He was the favorite that day, beat, among others, his stablemate edge to edge. And if he's going to win again, it's going to be this kind of trip doing it.
Yeah. Now, the best kind of closing sprinters aren't wholly pace dependent. And you look at that race at Oaklawn Park, right? It's not as though he gets, these wacky paces to close into. So I don't think the lack of pace is necessarily going to eliminate his chance from winning. The problem that he has is it's his main competition that's the controlling speed. And it's possible that Rivet's getting a little bit better. And if he's getting better, the favorite's going to have his hands full with him.
Still, the number Tejano Twist, and Tejano Twist was chasing his stablemate last time out, who's the more highly regarded sprinter in that barn, Skelly, who'd won 7 in a row. He got a number that, thoroughgraph-wise, much quicker than Rivet.
And where did he finish in Saudi? Second? No.
I believe
no.
so.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
He did finish second.
Thought, yeah,
a length and a quarter.
Yeah. So he ran pretty well over there as well. So he's pretty good, Skelly. You wonder, these horses, are they going to see him? Now, Chris Hartman's not a trainer. I don't feel like I've ever seen him run a horse in New York. He may have, but I don't remember seeing him. But I'll tell you what, Steve Asmussen would like to come to New York and point Rivet to a race like True North on Belmont Stakes weekend, and then the Vanderbilt eventually in Saratoga.
Main event coming up, and some heavyweights in the sprint division ready to go toe-to-toe. They've met before, they'll meet again. Tejano Twist trying to go back-to-back in this race. The speedy Rivet. Was that 4-year-old debut for real? We're about to find out next. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Regional networks across the country look at downtown Hot Springs. So much to do in that town, not just the racing. As you got to experience, what, a couple years ago?
Yeah, a few years, 2019 I was there. And, the track itself, if you've never been there, it's just about a mile or so out of downtown, and it's right on the street. It's not like, you got to take a long drive to get there. It's basically, it's not dissimilar in that sense to the way Saratoga is. Though Saratoga is not right on the street like Oaklawn. Oaklawn's right on the street.
Terrific crowd on hand for Hall of Fame Day, and obviously this big one in the sprint division named after one of the most popular horses in recent memory in Hot Springs, Whitmore, grade 3 coming up. And even money right now on the horse who won this race last year. Is going to be coming from way off the pace, but he's going to have to try and run down the horse right next door to him, the 3 Rivet, who looks like he could be alone on the front end and looked like coming back as a 4-year-old. He is better than ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting matchup where Rivet is looking to sort of take a step forward against a horse who's as accomplished as Tejano Twist and has run good races outside of Oaklawn as well. But you have the speed of Rivet, and you have the closer in Tejano Twist. But, I think I agree with Jonathan, I like Rivet as well, but I think a lot of times people think of closing sprinters, good closing sprinters, as being pace dependent. Was Elite Power really pace dependent? Didn't seem to matter, right? Now, I know he's Elite Power, talking about, the best sprint in the country for the last 2 years, but he could close into paces that weren't that fast. I think back, and I'm going way back to Honorable Miss. I mean, she used to come from dead last, but she would close it. I mean, these horses, a good closing sprinter doesn't need a massive setup, but you have a situation where it's possible that they're relatively similar talents. And the number 3, Privet, may have that tactical advantage as well. But on the other hand, you don't want to get too cute on Rivet. You got to let him roll a little bit,
And it's a little interesting, and and there's Tejano Twist, who won this race last year. He comes from way out of it. Rivet, same trainer, obviously different owners as Jackson Traveler. Jackson Traveler, he does like to go to the front as well. Now, maybe he's not as quick.
He isn't as quick. He's not even remotely as quick. He's quick, but I don't think he's as fast as Rivet, who I just think is an absolute bullet.
There's Surveillance. He's sort of the other interesting horse in here.
I agree with you on Surveillance. He would be my other horse, more so than Jackson Traveler, who's run some fast races but completely lacks consistency. Whereas Surveillance feels like he's sort of getting his act together. But he's going to have to transfer form from Fairgrounds to Oaklawn Park. He ran the Count Fleet last year, and he did run a respectable 4th, and he was beaten just 3/4 of a length by Tejano Twist that day. So it's not as though he didn't run at least reasonably well in there. Yeah. Nobody was beating the winner that day. Your favorite horse, Skelly. You have a way of adopting certain horses at Oaklawn. With what's the
Garhole?
Garhole.
That was the Arkansas bred.
You bought Garhole, right? He's in the apartment back in Brooklyn with the kids, right?
I would have loved to if there was room for him. Post break here coming up momentarily for the main event in our ABR race of the week. There is the horse who won it last year, Tejano Twist. So it's Chris Landeros who will be back aboard for Chris Hartman. And he, Chris Hartman had 2 really good sprinters, not just this horse. He had edge to edge as well.
Yeah.
And it was Tejano Twist who sort of emerged of those 2. And we'll see now if he can get this done again. Osborne, Ron Moquette, of course, trained Whitmore. He will send out Osborne, who at one point, he really looked like he was become a very serious sprinter after that return to the races back in 2023, just has never reproduced that race.
Yeah, I know. He has those races, but the reality is you almost wonder a little bit if Ron kind of wanted to be in this race.
He beat Skelly by 7 lengths that day.
Skelly is embarrassed about it, and he's made up for it since.
It was a monster performance.
It was a huge race. I guess Ron's hoping for it again, but I think he wants to be in the Whitmore, and you can't blame him for that.
Oh, there's Osborne, 12-1. Julian Leperoux will be aboard. Up next, it is the horse who won this race last year, Tejano Twist, who comes from way off the pace.
Yeah, but, I think you have to be careful. He's going to put in a run. Will it be good enough to beat the speed of Rivet? And I will say one thing about him. He has done it consistently.
Yeah.
Rivet ran very well last time, but he's going to have to come back and run a similar type race to win it. I do prefer him, as Jonathan does, but this guy, he shows up.
There he is. Keith Asmussen will ride for Steve Asmussen. 4 for 6 at Oaklawn. Father and son team up.
Keith has been having a great meet, and this has got to be one of his bigger opportunities.
Win last time out, and again, a horse who was competitive in this race last year, Surveillance.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he should be the 3rd choice, not the 6th Jackson Traveler.
Or the Count Fleet, rather. He was competitive. There's Jackson Traveler for Steve Asmussen as well, and Flavian Pratt aboard.
So Flavian Pratt is riding him. Who else did Flavian ride today? Is he only riding this horse?
4-1 on Jackson Traveler.
It's weird, right? I mean, when I first saw it, I thought maybe they'd have a rider, and I don't know who Flavian's here to ride. Did he come to work somebody? Decided to...
No, we're going to...
What?
He's going to be on Rocket Can, who is in the next race, making his first start back since last year's Kentucky Derby.
And he's likely prepping for the Oaklawn Handicap. Or the Ali Sheba, but probably the Oaklawn Handicap. And you're right, it probably has something to do with it.
Let's go to Pauladuca.
Yeah, he had rode a little bit earlier on the card for American Rocket too, as well, Andy, for Bill Mott. He'd come in to ride a couple horses. But I think Jackson Traveler actually holds the key to this race. And it's not because I think that the horse can win the race, but can he put the pressure on Rivet like you guys are talking about? You know, Steve Asmussen, he's got the most wins in North American history for a reason. He knows how to hit the reset button. And, you know, Rivet was very sharp in the beginning of the year last year, tailed off a tiny bit, hit the reset button. And, boy, did he come back with some vigor. And he ran a 99 buyer, and he looked really good doing it. And you're wondering now at age 4, has he grown up and turned himself into a really nice sprinter? You know, the 2 Tejano twist, there's 2 things with this horse. I think the other things is, like Andy says, it doesn't matter what the pace is. He's going to show up. And I'm wondering with the smaller field, does it kind of help him because he stays intact? I think the other key is if you look at his races, he's been a monster at Oaklawn Park. His other races at Churchill, I get it. They were against Cody's Wish and some other nice horses, but he was right behind Skelly here. He was behind Gunite. I mean, his races here at Oaklawn tower over some of his other races. And that being said, is like, how do you make any value? Can you split these horses, the 2 and the 3 in here? And I think it's the 4. I'm just not, I can't see the 6 at 4-1 here. I'm sorry, I just don't. I just think the 4. And the reason why is Keith DeSormo, he ships in with a purpose. And Jimmy Graham had a W last weekend on a horse. This horse has back numbers, Greg. We go with back numbers all the time with, you know, Thoroughgraph. I get it. Tejano Twist has the best numbers in here, but is pace dependent. You can understand that the 4 can be pace dependent. But the 4 Surveillance has got back numbers that can match Tejano Twist. And his last race got to almost back to that number. I think this horse is rounding back into form. I don't know if he can win the race. I'm going to take a shot with him, though. I think this race runs between the 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to take a small shot with the 4 in here. A little upset.
Paulie.
All right, going with Surveillance.
Like it. Going out on a limb there.
Who is at least a 7-year-old rounding back into some of the best form of his career. And as we said, was only 3/4 of a length behind Tejano Twist in the Count Fleet last year. Hall of Fame Day continues. Man who just won the Eclipse Award as outstanding trainer. There on the right, the great Bill Mott and Lafitte Pinkai. One of the all-time greats to ever do it in the saddle.
And I'm just a little bit perplexed as to who the other Hall of Famer is.
How good was he?
Lafitte?
Strongest finisher ever?
Tremendous rider. I remember, I think it was 1988. Was that Ali Sheba's year? Ali Sheba. Ali Sheba won the Meadowlands Cup. 88, right? His 4-year-old year.
Oh.
And both Lafitte and Chris McCarron came to the Meadowlands to ride because Chris was riding Ali Sheba, and I think Lafitte was riding Sluicity Slew for Wayne Lucas. And they were in like 3 or 4 races again. I have a memory of them running 1-2, and not always at short prices, sometimes bigger prices, running like 1-2 in like 3 or 4 races. And both of them were great. I'll be honest with you. I didn't see Lafitte rode in Saratoga when I was a kid in the mid-'70s. I saw Chris McCarron ride a lot more than I saw Lafitte ride, and I am a very big Chris McCarron fan. I always thought Chris was one of the great riders, but Lafitte, obviously, there he is on Swale. And I think the story was Swale. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong feed. I'm looking at the confused.
9,530 wins in his remarkable career.
No, he was an amazing, amazing rider for a long, long time.
Well, there's Tejano Twist, Chris Landeros, Chris Hartman, even money. He has remained the favorite. He got a chasing, probably. Would you say Skelly's the best sprinter in the country right now?
Well, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I to tell you the truth, I don't know because I'd have to think about who's sort of out there. Obviously, with Elite Power retired, there's a void right now. So who are the horses that could step forward and fill that void?
He's certainly, if not, he's right there.
Are there any 3-year-olds that we should be talking about that ran big races? I don't feel like it, right?
No.
No, that's a very interesting question. I don't know. It's so early in the year, and things will emerge. And, Skelly is not a horse that we've seen on the bigger stage, right? He hasn't really, he's never come to New York. So we'll see what happens. I think the Rivet has a chance to beat her. Rivet is now the favorite, actually. They're both, those odds we're showing are incorrect. The 2 is 6-5 Tejano Twist. Maybe we should get those, take them off. And there are 2 6-5s in here, both the 2 and 3.
So Rivet, it's just, you talk about, we saw Taxed earlier on the card as a 4-year-old filly come back and stamp herself as what a performance. And we're going to hear a lot more from her, you would think, after that. Rivet did that same sort of thing in the sprint division with his 4-year-old return back on February 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't on. I didn't see the time of Tax races. It was visually extremely impressive. I completely agree. I mean, she was just running over horses in the stretch. I'm always curious to come back, see the times, look at the final figs, and see what kind of numbers they get. And I think the fact that Tax was able to win that race going 6 furlongs could potentially open up some different avenues for them. We talked about that, you know. You always want to think about the possibility of races like if you could be competitive in a race like the Ballerina, which, as you mentioned, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Rivet is a sprinter, and he's going to be looking, because Steve will compete at the highest level, to bring his act to the biggest stage. But it's an interesting point you bring up as far as Skelly and the sprinters in this country, because right now it's a division that I think you got to say is just completely wide open, unless I'm missing somebody. I can't even remember.
Yeah, you look at what he has done, and that's a stablemate of Rivet. 7 wins in a row before that second place finish, going to Saudi for that runner-up finish.
Listen, I mean, Steve.
He's in the conversation.
Steve.
One of the tops.
And something obviously went wrong last year, because he was out until after the end of May. So it's not that Steve didn't bring him to New York. He just was on the shelf. So, yeah, I think that's a valid point you make. It's not bad to be Steve Asmussen, potentially have 2 of the best sprinters in the country.
And there was a time, look at the 6 horse in here for Steve Asmussen as well. It looked like Jackson Traveler, that he might become that next great sprinter for him.
Yeah, he's unlikely to be that one.
No,
I know you're talking about in the past. No,
Yeah.
I agree. And listen, Steve has a lot of horses, a lot of good horses, and I see those silks, and I think about Matoli. But Matoli was the star. It's a different connection. No, that was Hellick Broad, I think. Same silks. I'm racking my brain thinking that. How about the Bob Baffert horse whose name completely escapes me? The speedy horse,
Speedboat Beach.
Speedboat Beach. Could he potentially be one of the? I imagine Bob. He won the Malibu. I don't know if he's been racing or he's training. Was he looking to race like the Churchill Downs handicap to get him started, and then potentially the bigger races?
I mean, obviously, very early in the year, we've got a long way to go.
But there aren't
those
a lot
are
of
horses
names
that are in the conversation for sure. And we'll see. I mean, you would think big performance again from Rivet, and he's going to throw himself right into that conversation. I would think Chris Hartman, if this horse can keep going, and he's taken him out of town before. He has not. He's hit the board in Grade 1s out of town. He hasn't had that big signature win out of town, but he's got to go after those targets again with the way this horse is running.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, you want to try to get a chance for the glory with him. He is a gelding, so it's a different type situation. Rivet is a colt. I'm assuming Gunite is retired. I'm assuming. You don't know. I don't know. I'm just assuming he is, because theoretically, if he wasn't, he would be one of them. But probably retired after his 4-year-old year, though I do not know for sure.
Now, that was an incredible rivalry that we were treated to with Elite Power and Gunite, meeting several and having Gunite at least turn the tables on him once in that rivalry. Here we go. Grade 3 Whitmore, ABR race of the week, Tejano Twist. The 2 trying to win this race back-to-back years. Rivet. Can he reproduce that brilliant 4-year-old return to the races for Steve Asmussen with his son Keith in the irons? Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the feature on this Saturday card from Hot Springs.
Waiting for Surveillance to take his spot in the gate. Surveillance goes in. Jackson Traveler to the outside. In the West Point Thoroughbred colors, we're ready to go. And they're off in the Whitmore Stakes. Rivet gets the first call of the race as stablemate Jackson Traveler away with him. Surveillance, the gray horse, wedges himself between the two Asmussen entrants, and these two kick on now. Surveillance and Rivet as Jackson Traveler eases off that pair, runs in the third position. 2.5 to Osborne in fourth, and stretch running Tejano Twist is last down the back stretch. So the two co-favorites both went off at 6 to 5. First and last approaching the four-turn run, separated by 6 lengths as Rivet leads the way with Surveillance hounding him, but not a fast pace here, especially for a high-caliber sprint. They went 22-2 for that first quarter mile. Jackson Traveler got a breather, coming on again 3 wide. Tejano Twist is now making his move on the outside, and he's moving up to claim fourth from a weakening Osborne, who's under pressure. Top of the lane, Rivet, Surveillance, and Jackson Traveler are all off the turn as one. Rivet loses the lead to his stablemate, Jackson Traveler. Now Tejano Twist is asked for more now on the grandstand side. Jackson Traveler in front. Here comes Tejano Twist on the outside, unleashed with his rally. Jackson Traveler, Tejano Twist, Jackson Traveler, Tejano Twist, coming flying on the outside. Photo finish, very tight. Tejano Twist, Jackson Traveler in an epic final furlong. Rivet, Surveillance were next, and then Osborne.
Did Tejano Twist get this win and go back-to-back, or did Jackson Traveler hang on?
I believe that Tejano Twist got it done. We'll wait to see the photo. Oaklawn can be a little tricky at the wire. It did seem like he got his nose down, and if he did, it was a very, very impressive performance because they were positively crawling out there. I mean, they weren't going slowly. They were crawling to this level. Here we go. Oh, it's close, but I always leery of calling there because the angles can be very, very deceptive. So while it feels like the favorite, or the two, Tejano Twist got it done, I wouldn't be certain of it. Rivet may have just been disappointing in here. This is not the way you ride speed horses. Now, maybe he was riding to instructions, but Rivet should have been sent there. He'd been better off going 21-4 and making them all have to run to keep up with him. He is not this kind of racehorse. You gotta be aggressive.
His weapon, indeed. Yeah, a little strange not to see him try and open up on this field. The other Steve Asmussen in the mix. Let's go to Paul LaDuca. Paul, you have the best eye in the game. What'd you think?
Well, they put it up before I could tell you. This 6 got the bob of life, and Tejano Twist just missed out. But you got to give Flavian Pratt a lot of credit. I think with the scratch of Ninja Warrior, and I think Steve, Keith Aspen not being aggressive with the 3, he was able to raid on the outside. I had no excuse with my horse at all. You got to give credit to Jackson, and Traveler. When Tejano Twist is bearing down you, he never really loses the fight towards the end, but Flavian Pratt got the bob down 5-1. And this is going to play big in your pick 5s when you beat 2 horses like here in Rivet and Tejano Twist.
Not expected. It's the other Steve Asmussen, Jackson Traveler, with the upset win by the narrowest of margins.
Can we say that it's possible that Flavian Pratt made a little bit of a difference here?
How good is he?
In my opinion, he's as good a rider. Listen, I know Joe Rosario was riding him. He's no stiff either, but Flavian is such a great rider. I'm not, it's just, I don't know. He's just, to me, just a fabulous rider and gets it done. But I'm going to say, and Tejano Twist ran very, very well. When you consider what this pace was in a sprint, and he's still finishing like that, this is a tremendous performance in defeat. As Paulie said, it took a tremendous bob for the 6 to get it, but our hats are off for the number 6. So Rivet doesn't do it for Asmussen, but he had another weapon, and this one's for West Point.
Yeah, a horse who, even though he's not near as highly regarded as Rivet coming in, a horse who, before this race, 15 times, first or second in 27 starts, over $740,000 in earnings, and now one of the biggest wins of his career with this performance, but one of the truly elite riders in this game delivering on Jackson Traveler.
Yeah, I mean, it was an exciting race. It really was. Maybe Rivet's just not good enough. I don't want to be too hard on him, but I feel like when you have a speed and you have an advantage, let him rip. Maybe he's just not good enough, though.
Well, it was strange. As quick as he is, you would think next time out we're probably going to see different tactics, going back to what he does best.
Yeah, I mean, I would just send him. But, to be fair, he did rate and win the big race at Moaning Valley. But I hate ceding that speed advantage and nursing him along.
So Jackson Traveler able to hold off that furious finish from the horse who won this race last year in Tejano Twist, who is as good a closer in the sprint division as there is in the country. $6, $2, $3, $4, $13 for the surprising upset score here in our ABR Race of the Week.
Yeah, nice job. Congrats. Tough loss, though, for a tough loss
Really
for Don.
is. Ran too good to lose. One race remains in the cross-country Pick 5. You'll be able to see that race because we're signing off in about 10 minutes or so. But you can watch that on NyraBets.com, the 10th from Oaklawn, see how things finish. But that's going to play very big and really help that cross-country Pick 5 if you were still alive.
Look at Will Pays, but they ought to be good. And haven't, listen, I wouldn't have had Jackson Traveler, but there have not been any huge prices in there, and it'll be paying very, very well, especially in that result. You have to imagine a lot of people just leaned on the two favorites in there. So that's a $12 that could blow it up a little bit.
All right, let's look back to stakes action earlier on the card here in New York. Great 3-year-old fillies in the Cicada, and an emerging star in our sport, Gallia Princess for Brad Cox, makes a statement. What'd you think, Andy?
I'm very, very impressed by her. You know, we saw a couple of nice fillies, and I don't want to just completely dismiss the Purple Martin and the nice effort we saw in that race as well by Asternia, but this is a very good horse, and you have to love just how comfortably she's able to rate. You know, she broke well. Manny sent her along, but the 5 wanted to lead from her and took the lead. She just comfortably raced behind her and drew off to an easy win. I will be looking forward to getting home and seeing what the buyer speed figure is for that race, but I won't be surprised to see it in the high 80s, which is a pretty heady number this time of the year. A third-time starter for that barn. We'll be hearing more from Gallia Princess.
2 victories, a troubled runner-up finish in the Ruthless, and you got to think these connections certainly probably picking out that grade 1 test and then work backwards from there.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I think you look at that. Are they thinking? Yeah, they're going to be thinking about Derby Day, potentially running in the 8 bells, which is 7 furlongs. But you also have the victory ride, the test. So, you know, but you're right. That's the race. I mean, that's the race that's circled on their calendar. They probably circled after the maiden win, frankly. And she's doing the right moves getting there. You want to your cross-country Big 5s? There's 2. The 1 and 3 are 4 of 5.
Wow.
The 8 Rocket Can is $1,700 for 50 cents, by the way. Favorite, and looking at Naira Bets, which you should be looking at. You should be betting through Naira Bets. And the 6 Harlow Cap, $23.71, and the 10 Heroic Move, $24.59 are the second and third choices.
What about Alejandro?
Alejandro, are you live?
No.
You said that like you were live. I got a little excited. 9,448 for 50 cents. So
that's we just saw the other Steve Asmussen win. That's the other Steve Asmussen in the final leg of the cross-country Pick 5 that has a big shot. Purple Martin stakes race earlier on that preceded the main event, the Whitmore. And we saw Asternia step up and turn the tables on Extreme Diva, who did not have her best today.
No, but Asternia ran very, very well in here, disposed of the speed of the number 3, who just didn't bring that form from Chris Hart from the off-the-turf race. And she was a dominant winner of this race. Very, very impressive. Looking forward to seeing a lot of the figs from today. See this fig, see the kind of fig that Gallia Princess gets, see what kind of number Tax got winning that 6 furlong race. Looking at all these races, I'll put them up on Twitter later. We'll see how quickly our friend Randy Moss gets I think he does the Oaklawn figs, how quickly he gets them up. But Aqueduct should be out pretty soon, so I'll get that when I get home.
What a day for Randy Morris.
Yeah. I don't blame him. I mean, I imagine he was thinking he'll try to use that race if she ran well to get the Apple Blossom. Because at this point, that race could be wide open unless, is Brad... I don't know if Brad Cox is pointing for there with Idiomatic's return, if she's even ready, or the La Troyenne, the grade 1 on Derby weekend.
Yeah, and he's talking about Tax, who had that win sprinting, coming back at 6 furlongs, and hearing the interview afterwards, Paula Duca, pointing to the grade 1 Apple Blossom next, going 2 turns, and why not? But Asternia for the same barn, winning here, getting just the 2nd win of her career. So good for Asternia to turn the tables on Extreme Diva. And there's some other talented runners that appeared on paper in that field.
And it's early in the year. I mean, these horses have a right to improve and get ready to take a shot at the bigger races. It's a time for dream. This is the time you start getting excited about your horses. And it's fun to be able to watch these horses and say, this is one you might see in this big race or that race. And, Saratoga is the focus of so much of our attention. Obviously, that Belmont Stakes weekend, which will be in Saratoga this summer, big races that weekend, a lot of big races here in New York, and we like to see the horses that may. One of the fun things is, you know, you look back and we talk about, we saw this horse run while we were sitting at Aqueduct in February, and now running in the big race in Saratoga in the summer. They don't all come from those meets, you know. We will see big horses at Aqueduct, Oaklawn as well, that run in the big races this summer.
His big horse doesn't do it in this race. His other horse does in Jackson Traveler. Let's go to Paul Dukas standing by with Steve Asmussen.
I'm with Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen on Hall of Fame Day. By the way, just before we get to the race, how cool has this day been?
It's unbelievable, and so thankful for him to show up, and the appreciation that the Oaklawn fans have for horse racing is quite obvious with the crowd that showed up today. But what an unbelievable group of people, and they all know that it's all because of the horse, and that's what put them where they're at.
Well, let's get to Jackson Traveler. Now, you obviously had the favorite with Rivet. Jackson Traveler really dug in, especially holding a horse off like Tahano Twist.
Oh, very much so. Just an unbelievably accomplished group of sprinters. I was surprised by them surveillance pressing Rivet as hard as he did early, but Jackson Traveler was the beneficiary of it. Flavian just gave him a dream trip outside of him, got a little breather, and had just inches to hold off Tahano Twist, and we know what an accomplished sprinter he is.
Well, congratulations, Steve. You deserve all this on a Hall of Fame day. The Hall of Fame trainer gets a hat trick.
Hall of Fame trainer who's the winningest trainer in the history of our sport here in North America. Just keeps adding to that talent. He is on track to set the new standard for wins in a single meet at this year's Oaklawn
Isn't he
meet.
getting a little tired of all these accolades? I noticed, by the way, Paulie didn't say to Steve, you got the Bob of Life in that interview.
What a performance. And by the way, same barn has a chance, 2 chances, big ones coming up in the next race to close out the cross-country Big Five. You can see how it plays out again on NyraBets.com. We're back with you tomorrow. These guys are anyway. I'm off tomorrow. FS2 coverage starts at 3 Eastern. FS1 starts at 5 Eastern. It was Galia Princess. She is a star in that 3-year-old filly division, taking the Cicada here in New York. Purple Martin, Esternia. On a big day for Randy Morse. He had taxed win earlier, last year's Black Eyed Susan winner. Comes up with a stakes win, turns the tables on Extreme Diva. And Jackson Traveler, the victory for the Asmussen barn in the Grade 3 Whitmore.
Fella has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.